jet. Got the loud jumping at the back. Everything I'm on slap. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the back. Vibe blowing at my jet. Got the loud jumping at the back. Everything I'm on slap.
We've been with the Brazilians. This will be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy?
Boss up, nigga.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to a motherfucking Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish.
New world order.
The king of kings, the king of content, and the speaker of truth, yours truly, the Notorious One, a.k.a. Mr. Coachellini, better known as the prognosticator, Coach Stradamus, and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fix His Binds, LLC, the Unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg
Your third
Greg.
leg was just
Also the man
phenomenal.
with one trabajo, that is the Mitch Slapper. You can call me the Anointed One.
Acknowledge me.
It's the founding father of the After Pill. It's the junior college sociologist. It's the Morpheus of the mating matrix. The chocolated Confucius. The Black Moses. The deliverer. Also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me CGA. See God, Allah, and I be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. Somebody said I should add God body to that one. The hardest working man on YouTube and the most dangerous show on YouTube is back.
New world order.
And we got a great show for you today. Today's topic, why the T app will actually inadvertently expose women and how women have created the most toxic dating scene of all time. I know a lot of men are worrying about, oh my gosh, the T app is gonna be miserable. It's gonna kill dating. Dating has already been dead. I declared dating dead in like 2021. All right, dating has been dead. All it's gonna do is push more women to sell pussy. That's all it's gonna do at this particular point.
I looked at it as I have an ATM between my legs, and I'm just using it. All I gotta do is put my card in.
Here's my question.
And put the PIN number, and boom, money just comes right out.
How are men who can't get dates worried about the T app? I mean, you niggas you already can't get swipes rights on dating apps. You already can't get swipe right. All these incels worried about it. They're gonna make men look bad. You can't even get a fucking date. What are you talking about? Like, you can't even score on Tinder. Hey, dudes are out here worried about it. It's gonna make dating worse. It's already dead. What are you talking about? What? It's already worse. We already have the monetized dating marketplace. Ninjas ain't touching no punani talking about it's gonna ruin men's dating prospects. You already ain't getting no pussy. What? What are you talking about? What are they gonna talk about you about? They're gonna expose us. They're gonna make us look bad. What are you talking about? They're gonna make Pookie and Ray Ray look bad, but are they really? We're gonna talk about that coming up in the main event. All right, in the main event, ninjas ain't even dating, talking about it's gonna make dating worse. Men aren't even dating anymore. Like, men aren't dating. So who is it gonna make look worse? All right, we're gonna talk about this. I got like 5 or 6 points that I'm gonna talk about later on in the show. All right, talking about the T app is gonna expose women, or ultimately, it's gonna backfire. It's gonna backfire. Now, initially, there's gonna be a case here and there where you're gonna hear about potentially CGA getting exposed. I'm gonna tell you that Mr. Third Leg,
New world
Mr. Third Leg Greg is definitely gonna get exposed on the T app. I'm gonna be talked about in Las Vegas and Newport Beach, California, mostly Las Vegas, because I've been running amok in Las Vegas. All right, brother. All right, I did a little bit of damage in Southern California, but that's kind of distant history. I'm not even there anymore. Maybe they might bring it up. But in Las Vegas, all right, it's been crazy.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, with the JUCOs, and I'm talking about women of all ages, all the way from 18, all the way from damn near mid to late 50s. I've been a problem out here.
New world order.
So it wouldn't be a surprise if my monkey ass jumped up there, but the JUCO probably, the worst thing about it is it's anonymous. And I have a couple of JUCOs that definitely would be on my neck, all right, on the dating app. All right, they gonna be on my neck. All right, it's going to be a mess. All right, the last couple of years, CGA been out here putting hands on hips.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, hands on hips, and I dip, you dip, we dip. And now if they put my personal information out there, yeah, I'm going to be upset. So, yeah, the T app can mess up me. You know what I mean? That's why we talk about aftercare. This is what we talked about. David says it right here. We've been telling you guys about aftercare for a long time, and here it comes. Aftercare, but it's also going to expose PUAs, guys that been doing this whole, we gonna play them and pump and dump them. Yeah, y'all gonna get exposed. All right, and I don't mind that at all. I don't mind y'all getting exposed. All right, because y'all gonna be like the tricks and this and that and all these. We gonna pump and dump these hoes. They're gonna get exposed to an extent, but is it really gonna hurt them? We got that coming up as the main event. We also have as a sub main event some interesting stories. We have agree or disagree. We have a guy that says, and it's a Mexican guy, so Mexican stand up, or it might be a Samoan. He looks Mexican though. A Mexican guy says, some of the most solid women come with a past. And we got to turn some of these hoes into housewives. Somebody got to be housewives. He said, we need to get over women having a past of getting ran through more times in the Holland Tunnel. Okay, he has that coming up here next. That's going to be in the middle of the show, agree or disagree. And then we also have a woman that says that women use of gym clothes has gone too far. Women are actually almost naked out here with their gym clothes, and we need to do something about it. That's what a woman says here, this little blonde Kaylee. Women are going too far, putting their flat back pancakes and uncooked Cinnabons out in these streets. All right, that's what she says right here.
In these streets.
That's gonna be on agree or disagree coming up later on. All right, we got that. We're gonna see if you agree or disagree that women are going too far with their scantily clad gym attire. Okay, all right, we're gonna see if that's coming up here. But we do got Doom and Gloom CGA coming up. But I have to tell you, hit the like button. And to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. It is PayPal. PayPal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat.
New world order.
On the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. All right, we got that coming up here. We also have earlier contributors to today's show. We have SH, and he says, the Black Moses. All right, I will part the Red Sea. Or the pink punani, whatever you want. We got our brother here, 007, MIB. It's been a minute, but wanted to send you a shout out. He says, thanks for inspiring men to be better. Here's a few ducats from your crypto gains. Join the money mindset, brothers. And of course, boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
Boss up in 2025. Money mindset will be on the road this weekend. And we should have a special guest, but join us on the money mindset. All right, we're promoting the money mindset. Coming up here. Thank you for promoting it, but I appreciate you right there. There's the link to the money mindset. Dr. Love. Why do you think that something over an abundance of Black content creators are fixated on producing car videos? I've seen so many of these guys doing this, and it seems unprofessional. Also, I just learned yesterday that Spain's birth rate is reportedly at 1.16. Italy at 1.24, and I'm going to actually disclose what America's birth rate is, and we're going to see if this tracks with the notorious one, Coach Stradamus himself. But car videos are going to be popular amongst African Americans and young men in general because men like cars and men like girls. So dating, all right, for young people, cars for young people, and particularly African American, the car means more to the African American than the house. Okay, so you can be dead flat broke living in your grandmama's house that she passed down. But as long as you have vehicles, all right, that cars mean everything. All right, to not just the Black community, but particularly the Black community. All right, the car defines that, man. So yes, they're going to produce car videos because Black people, they definitely love cars. All right, you look at any inner city, go to Memphis. All right, they got some very nice cars. Not necessarily new cars, but the cars are going to be nice and spend a lot of money souping them up and putting rims on them and putting lights, LED lights and speakers. And, you know, the car is a home. It is a definition. All right. And then they'll park that damn car on somebody else's lawn. So, yeah, that's going to be things. So it really grabs people's attention, the cars do. Now, it depends on what type of car. Like my car, you know, it seems it's probably kind of unattainable to many. So it's kind of like, I don't know, it was a dream car for many. But yeah, man, my cars aren't going to grab the niggas' attention like that because niggas don't like Porsches. All right. They don't like Porsches. All right. They like Scat Packs and Dodge Challengers and Chargers and these type of cars, Chevrolet Caprices. And but men love cars. Young boys are going to love cars. So you're going to get young dudes want to see cars. So, yeah, that's what I see going on there. Young boys love cars, boys and men. Men love cars. All right, MC Hamsters, a man's loyalty and commitment is worth a woman's chastity and respect. Shout out to Diana Ross. Love don't come easy. It's game of give and take. And love is not easy. I think you're right about that. Diana Ross says it's a game of give and take. You got to make concessions. You got to compromise. And you got to overlook a lot of things. Nobody's perfect out here. Okay, I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect out here. These hoes ain't perfect. Women aren't perfect. Everybody's coming with something, and then you got to be willing to give. Givers gain. You got to be willing to give. The problem is a lot of men don't want to give up. They feel it's lopsided. So I give up hoes. I give up my rotation. I give that up and actually expose myself to getting divorced. Great, the kingdom come. And she gives up her body. She gives up her womb. She gives up her more else her ability to retain a man, her freedom. She gives up her freedom. And then, you know, there's the compromise. Plus she gives up her body to possibly being impregnated. And she also gives up opportunities to chase other guys, a better, bigger option. So there's a game of give and take. The problem is today, a lot of men saw the writing on the wall and they're bowing out gracefully. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. Why buy the milk? Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? And women were giving it out for free. Free samples. We're going to find that out on the T app. Women were giving their bodies away to who they wished. And for a lot of guys who were getting that situation, what the fuck? Why get married? So men bowed out first. Now the women are bowing out. Okay. So But so that's where we are, and dating has been dead. Daniel McGee says most conversations we have with people are absolutely pointless. Better boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
And once you start moving up, Daniel McGee, once you start moving up and getting to a position where you're in the top 10% of people, yeah, most anything that people say are absolutely pointless. You know, people are over here grieving for the Hulkster, and then you have niggas that are saying he's a racist and we need to smear his life. I mean, what's the point? Like, you got to realize once you elevated above people and bossed up, 90% of people are useless to you. They're deaf, dumb, and blind. The 85%, they're useless. Useless either. And unfortunately, you know, not a lot of people will admit that. But once you elevate up, there's nothing most people can like. Even things that people talk about on a daily basis, you're like, this guy's gone. All right. This person's going nowhere. All right. Why would I waste my time talking to this individual? All right. This is why people get snobby. And they're like, waste of time. This is why people move away from people. Like, this is why people move away from people when they go somewhere and live somewhere isolated, or they live in gated communities and they only talk to people within that community. They're like, whatever. All right. Useless information. Now, this seems inhumane. All right. The people, the Marxist, communist, socialist, and all of these people, this seems inhumane. But at the end of the day, you're like, well, fuck it. I already worked out. I got here. And then you're trying to convince people. Hey, this is what you do to get out of your situation. Dave Chappelle said, most people can't see past their pain. Fuck them. All right. All right. Fuck these people, man. I ain't got no time for this shit. Explaining this shit away. Wasting my breath explaining how to get out of a situation and get their head out of their own ass. Fuck them. That's like telling hoes. It's like telling hoes to stop being hoes. Okay. Let me tell you something. Nothing you can do or say will stop a whore from being a whore. Never. I'm going to just let you know, okay? You can talk to them into the blue in the face. You can offer and spend extra time with them. You can fix their mind. You can lock them down. You can marry these whores. These whores are going to still whore right behind your back. Like, you can give them a situation. Let me give you a deal. Name your price. I'll do whatever you want. All right? Just go ahead and stop being a whore. She ain't going to do it. She's still going to be a whore. Like, there's nothing you can do. It's in their blood. It's what they want to do. It's their aim in life. That's their course that they charted. There's nothing you can do, bruh. And you men are out here trying to convince these whores to stop whoring. They want to be a whore. All right, I'm telling you. That's exactly what they want to do. You can't stop niggas from nigging. Niggas gonna nig. Right here. Okay? Mm-hmm. Yeah, for them, it makes them feel powerful. It's their only power, pussy. Like, it's their power. They get men under the influence. Just imagine, you can get men under the influence and collect a little bit of chump change for doing so. And they feel like it's, you know, they know they're damaging themselves, but at the end of the day, they feel powerful. It's their only way they can be powerful is to put men under the spell of punani. Now, in any other thing that they do in life, they're powerless. So this is why whore's whore. And you got to tell them, hold on in. Listen, don't let me stop you from being a whore. And if I can make extra money off of you being a whore, let me know. All right, but it's their only power in life because they're useless after that. There's no other power that they possess. And so you're telling ignorant people to stop being ignorant. You're telling victims to stop being victims. That's their only power. They don't have anything else that will stop people with their victim narrative. You're telling whores to stop being whores. They can't do anything else. They cannot do anything else. So they're never going to stop this. All right. They would have to stop themselves or hurt or damage themselves beyond belief. But yeah, it is what it is. He says, I think men blame themselves for hoes being hoes. Yeah, men might take it up to a challenge and be like, listen, you know what? I'll put it up to you and maybe help you from being a whore and a skeezer. Can't do it. Trust me, it's impossible. All right, shout out to Macaroni Tony. A hen texted me to help her move. I stood strong thanks to you. No more usury. Text Brad and Tanner. Congratulations, man. This is a hard thing to do. Let me just tell you. What he did is a hard thing to do. Because a lot of you men buckle under pressure of women asking you to do things, using you, absolutely using you. Now, if this woman is a part of your life, then that's one thing. But more than often, they're not a part of your life. And they're asking you to play a role that the other men who get their pussy do not have to play. Like the guy that sneaks through the sneaky link, the guy that calls them up and fixes their bind, the guy that gives them, you know, I'm in town at the hotel, come on up. All right, I'll give you $300. Those guys never have to help them move. Okay, but the guy that makes the public face, the guy that has to go to brunch, the guy that has to help them move, those guys get used. Okay, those guys get used. And so in this situation here, we're telling men you have no reason to help a woman. Okay, you have no reason to help them. You have no reason to show up and be the public face while they're back behind the scenes being whores and skeezers. All right, and you got to stick around for 5 and 6 hours before you have sex with them. Never put yourself in that situation. You have to start telling them no. And when you tell them no, watch how they slither away on their fucking bellies. Okay, because they were using you. Now let them go down there. Ask Pookie, ask Brad, ask Tanner, ask Chad. Go ask Ray and them. Okay, do not ask me. One of my first viral videos was stop helping women. Stop helping them. You don't need to help them. Walk right past them. Don't offer them a goddamn hand. All right, don't offer them a hand. Don't feel you need to. Don't be like, oh, this poor woman. The only people you help in life, and this is where you go back to a real community. The only people you help in life, for as far as women, are women you're related to. That goes for your mother, that goes for your daughter, and that goes for your sister, and possibly extended down to nieces. All right, that's it. Okay, but really the nieces are the responsibility of the father and the protector of their own. So you could just boil it down to possibly your sisters if you're in a good relationship with them, and then certainly your daughter, and then your mom. Everybody else is on their fucking own. You're on their own, and don't look, if you want to be generous, but you have no reason to help any other women out here. That's why women should make good decisions on the men that they choose. All right. If more men did this, these whores will make good decisions on who they choose. All right, but they're playing both sides of the fence because you men are weak. You will play these roles, and these women will engage in usury, and when you're done doing all the labor, they laugh at you. Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. They laugh at you, and they just basically continue to use you and learn. In some cultures, if the woman doesn't have a father, she needs a husband. If she doesn't have a husband, she better be around her brothers. If she ain't got neither one of these people, she shit out of luck. All right, she better choose a right man. All right, but you guys letting them play all sides of the fence and cover all their bases, and then they use you. I can't be mad at them for using you. I can't be mad. Chris Mack says the T app shows women love sharing men. Salute. That's one of the things that we're gonna find out about this Mickey Ficky T app, because this has already been in practice. We're gonna find this out, and they're gonna tell on themselves. Chris Mack, shout out to you. Shout out to you. That's a co-sponsorship. Shout out to Christopher. Glover says Jessica Alba already with another guy. Funky cock hoe. All right. Wait a minute. Who was she doing now? She got a divorce. All right. Does she have that new man has already been there. Okay. Let me see what we got. Jessica Alba's new boyfriend. Okay. Danny Ramirez. All right. Shout out to Danny. Well, listen, one thing you gonna know, man, is she ain't yours. It's just your turn. All right, listen, all these women are gonna have a no dude. They change these men like they changed their draws. Not a shock there. And last one, the dictator says women will blame men when this app goes sideways. Of course they will. It's never their fault. It's gonna be somebody else's fault.
And it's all Jermaine's fault.
These men ruined it.
It's always Jermaine's fault.
They start reporting us and suing us. All right, well, apparently these hoes can be anonymous on the dating app or the T app. And if you see anything about the T app about CGA, they lying. Unless they say Mr. Third Leg Greg was blowing their back out.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
All right, let's get back to possibly this part of the show. This is going to be an interesting thing, and this is something's going to bring up some things that we just already talked about. But it's the Doom and Gloom CGA show. Let's do it. Doom and Gloom CGA. It is brought to you by the
New World Order.
All right, Doom and Gloom CGA ready to go. We got 1,500 people in here. The main event topic will be at the end of the show, so stick along. We're gonna get you through your workday, but do me a favor: take your phone, turn that son of a bitch sideways or vertically, click the like button, and then turn that son of a bitch back sideways. Doom and Gloom CGA. What do I tell you about normies? They be making some good dumbass decisions. And here's another example of them making a dumbass decision. Remember in California, these goofy ass socialist Marxists, these losers that work in fast food, wanted California to raise the minimum wage to $20 an hour. All right. And anybody with any conventional wisdom, anybody with any degree in economics simply tried to tell them, well, you're literally firing yourself. All right. You're replacing yourself, you dumb jackass. All right. Why would they buckle? They could change the law, but it's only a matter of time before automation or AI fires you. All right. That's only going to happen. They're going to reduce your hours. All right. Everything that we told them is going to happen. All right. Is exactly what happened. California's $20 an hour fast food minimum wage led to 18,000 fewer jobs due to automation, reduced hours, and location closures. A new report shows. You cannot help morons. This is it. This is basic economics. Now, what they were saying was, and shout out to the people, and by the way, I talked about this, and there was one or two people that tried to argue this, and they were like, well, they don't have to because they have the money. And I was like, well, technically they do have the money. The corporation has the money, but you have to understand this is a franchise. So you have a franchisee, you have a franchise person. Well, they don't have the money, all right? The corporation has millions and billions of dollars, but this is a franchise. It's owned by an individual or a family. So they may be on a shoestring budget. They may have to operate 5 or 6 of these. You don't know how much money they got, especially when you count the employees, all right? I got 20 employees. Well, now I got to pay them $20 an hour up from $15 or $13 an hour. Can I afford to pay these 20 people an extra $7, $8 an hour? All right, probably not. All right, that's probably going to eat into my budget. So the first thing that's going to happen is the reduction of hours. All right, let me reduce these hours. The next thing that was going to happen, and we've seen this during COVID, is that automation. Anytime you go into these fast food restaurants, they're simply automated. All right, you don't even walk up to the counter and give your order anymore. You walk up to a kiosk. So they're asking for this raise, but they're also seeing kiosks put into their restaurants. I'm like, dude, what do they need you for? All they need you for is to drop the fries in the bag. All right. And then call out the number. Here, order 18. So you see more automation. And these companies got wise. Okay, let me go ahead and take a 10-year loan to automate my restaurant in order to avoid paying these fucking lazy morons, these fat gorditas. All right, all of these damn dollars over time is going to be a damn a wash, all right? Because then I got to replace them. I got to hire them. The number one byline for any business is going to be wages. And then, of course, the automation never gets tired. The automation never gets sick. The automation never has to leave or work early to pick up the kids. So this is going to be a better investment if I invest and take a 10-year loan to automate my restaurant. So you add that into there, then I could just reduce the hours of the employee. Now, people say, well, this is just corporate greed. And I'm saying, nigga, you ain't capitalism. Like, bruh, just wake up. This is not a socialist operation. This is not communism. Yes, we're in capitalism and corporations can be greedy. I can't do anything about that. You're arguing something about morality. You're arguing something about the system that we're working in because you're assuming that people they're just going to eat the cost and lose money. But these corporations could afford it. They have the money. But you're telling them to sign up to lose money. The answer is going to be a fat nope. No, they're not going to lose money, right? You're telling them that they should just take a fat L and get a reduction in their income. Right? It's not going to happen. All right, it's not going to happen. So what you then saw was locations closing. Okay, so in the nigger neighborhoods, all right, the locations closed. All right, they're like, well, we ain't going to be here for these niggas to burn it up the next hot summer. All right, next summer of love, so we just gonna close up shop. You seen this with Target and Walmart. You seen this with fast food restaurants and stuff like this. All right, they just closing up shop. Franchisees or franchisees, or is it franchisors, franchisees? These people are like, no, we can't afford this. Close it up. All right, close the shit up. Let's look at the article here, according to Black Millionaires. All right, people have no understanding of economics. And it says right here, it is linked, this $20 fast food minimum wage in California is linked to 18,000 job loss. All right, and you calculate that over 6 to 8 hours at $20 an hour. All right, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. It says California's recently implemented a $20 an hour minimum wage for fast food workers, and it sparked a major economic and political debate. As a new report links, the policy has led to loss of 18,000 jobs statewide. The wage hike, which took effect in April of 2024, was designed to help fast food employees keep up with the state's rising cost of living. Now, listen, fast food is not a job. But, I heard somebody recently say, any job should, well, let me see if I can get this right, because I don't even remember who I was listening to. But they were saying, essentially, no matter what job you have, you should have the ability to livable. Like, you should be able to buy a house no matter what job you have. And I was like, what? I think it was some guy. I can't remember who it was. I think it was a white dude. I don't know who it was. And it wasn't a manager guy. But he was like, in America. Now, this might have been the case in the 1950s. And I think people have revisionist histories like crazy. But he said, no matter what job you have, you should be able to buy a house with that job. Fast food is a job that you get into to actually learn that you don't want to work for yourself. It's a starter job. You get into that job to learn systems, and then, maybe if one of you guys will survive and become the manager. But I'm like, no, bro. No, that is horrible. He was like, no matter if you bagging groceries or you a CEO, no matter what job you have, you should be able to earn a livable wage, and you should be able to buy a house. I was like, bruh, that don't exist anymore. If you work in fast food, you're going to work 3 jobs if you're older than that. If you're older than 25 working at fast food. Okay, so anyway, why am I going on and on about this shit? It's crazy. He says, however, according to industry-backed sources, the law has had unintended consequences. All right, the job losses are reportedly driven by combinations of factors, including automation, reduction of employee hours, and store closures across the major chains. To offset the high labor costs, many fast food franchises have accelerated the adoption of self-service kiosks, mobile ordering, and an AI-assisted kitchen technology, which I was showing you maybe about 2 years ago. They were opening up all automated kitchen technology. Okay, it was all automated. There were no humans working in it. I mean, I'm pretty sure there was one human working in it, but it was completely automated. You probably drive up to it. Also, mobile ordering. All right, where you, I know if you go up to many of these fast food restaurants and you go to the drive-thru, they say, are you picking up a mobile order? All right, so you can order over the phone, particularly in Starbucks. You can order over the phone. You don't have to deal with that bitch putting that thing out there for you to tip her. All right, you can order right over the phone. You could just boop, boop, and then just get the fuck out of there, pick it up. So people don't see this shit coming. This shift has decreased the need for frontline staff, contributing to job reduction. And it's only going to accelerate. It's only going to accelerate. It's not going to get any better. All right, what's next? It's going to get worse. The long-term effects of the wage increases will require further analysis over time. It ain't going to get any better. Once these corporations know that it's just cheaper to not have people and not deal with people because people are people, all right, who wants to deal with people? People are idiots. All right, so at this particular point, they're going to be like, nah, don't bring it back. Don't bring it back. But it will give an opportunity for somebody to learn how to operate these kiosks. It will. All right, Doom and Gloom CGA. Coming up next, we're going to have to ring the Undertaker bell, potentially on the United States itself. It says, I don't even know if this is true. Complex says you can now Venmo the United States to help pay off the national debt.
Oh, the humanity.
Venmo is now an option for those who want to voluntarily contribute to lowering the national debt. The U.S. Treasury has introduced the mobile payment service as a new feature on its online payment portal. There you go right there. Gift to reduce the public debt. Ring the bell. All right, yo, hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you can attach your bank account, PayPal account, Venmo, and your debit card. Holy mackerel. Just sent $3. Should be paid off anytime now. Let me just go ahead and request a $33 trillion increase my credit limit, and I will take one for the team, and so forth and so on. Yeah, we need to send it. Hey, protect your neck out here, ladies and gentlemen. The United States might be in a little financial trouble, all right? We'll go ahead and show you the debt clock just in case you guys want to make a contribution to what's going on here. And there it is right there. Yeah.
New world order.
If you want to go ahead, I don't know how much we would have to put in, maybe about $50,000 a piece. Maybe we can just knock that down. But it's getting worse by the second, as you can see. Anybody want to help? Go ahead and
New world order.
It's voluntary at the moment, but I'm pretty sure after a while they'll just start taking it from your account. I'm just gonna assume that's what's gonna happen. Okay, we're at $37 trillion. Yeah, we're in trouble here. Ring the bell. They're taking Venmo. And the more doom and gloom CGA, we have the birth rate. As I've been talking about for many, many years, we're at the point of no return. The T app is going to further exacerbate this problem. We're at the point of no return of mating. The writing's on the wall, and if it's the powers that be, do they have a vested interest in us no longer mating and creating children? Yes. I mean, if you guys want to get all conspiratorial, it is definitely the writings on the wall, and it's going to need a miracle to change the direction of what's going on. And you have to change all of the social programming. We talked about this, all the social engineering. Everybody would have to change. And we're just not in that position. We're just completely divided people to this point. And our brother brought up earlier that the fertility rate in Spain and France is in the gutter. So is in Asian countries. The fertility rate in the United States dropped to an all-time low in 2024 with less than 1.6 kids per woman. This is according to the new federal data. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Guys, this is where we are. This is where we're going. It hasn't gotten any better in the last 15 to 20 years. And in my opinion, it's only going to get worse. According to the new released CDC data, the U.S. fertility rate fell to an all-time low. Okay, in 2024, with women averaging 1.599 children each, which I've been telling you, well below the replacement levels of 2.1. We've been on this trajectory for the last 10 years, 12 years to be specific, and I talked about it in my book, DeEvolution. It ain't coming back. This continues a decades-long trend as more women delay and or choose not to have children. It says the current rate aligns with similar declines in Western Europe. Experts say the drop is part of a long-term shift. That what y'all calling it?
New world order.
And it's not a sudden crisis. That's true. It's not a sudden crisis. Delayed parenthood, economic pressures, and concern over healthcare and affordability are key factors behind the trend. What about feminism?
New world order.
All right. What about disinformation? What about the dead dating marketplace? What about women selling vagina? What about OnlyFans? What about the strong and independent? There's a whole bunch of things. Of course, the Trump administration has introduced measures like expanding IVF access and proposed, quote, unquote, baby bonuses to encourage childbearing, mostly for white people. But experts argue that these efforts don't address deeper issues like affordable childcare and paid parental leave. See, that's feminism.
New world order.
That's feminism, because feminism has told women that they have to work. Now they have to work. So now what do? We can't afford childcare. Well, you idiot. All right. You idiot.
Silence, you
That's
fool.
why women stayed home to raise children. That's why women stayed home to raise children. All right. But now these women, we want to work. And now they're out here working their fingers to the bone, working backwards, hustling backwards. And now childcare. By the way, childcare should be a last resort, not a primary option. So that's just feminism doing its job, if you will. It's got these, and you can't change it because every woman that is alive right now has been downloaded with this software. All right, so you can't change it. You can't just stop them and be like, everybody stay home. It's cheaper to raise your kids at home. Yeah, but we got to work. And my career trajectory, have one. Okay, so going forward, and it says right here, while there was a 1% increase, while there was a 1%, why can't I say that? 1%? While there was a 1% increase in total births in 2024, the birth rate still declined for women in their early 20s and 30s. This apparent contradiction stems from new census adjustment. Immigration boosted the numbers of women of childbearing age, which impacted the rate calculation. So we check this out right here. I've been telling you, immigration was going to be one of the reasons to change in the number. So thank you to the immigrants for them being able to boost the numbers. The immigrants boosted the numbers. They also are saying women in their 40s are having more children than women in their teens for the first time in history. Now, here's the problem with that. That's feminism again. See, it's better to have kids in our 40s. It's natural. It's completely unnatural. No time in our damn human history have women in their 40s been the leaders in producing children related to women in their teens. Now, I know women in their teens are dumb as hell, but here's the advantage. If women in their teens have children, now you have replacement levels bump up. Why? Because they'll have more than 2 kids, okay? They'll have more than 2 kids. You need 2.1 kids to have over replacement level. If a woman starts young, she more likely is going to have more kids, okay? Now, if she starts later, she's going to have less kids. Where you see the birth rate, 1.6 on average. If women having kids in their late 30s, early 40s, that might be better for them, but that doesn't help replacement. They're going to have 1 kid, 2 tops, okay? Even if they have 2 kids, they're still below replacement level, okay? They would need to have a 3rd kid. Most women would have to go over 2 kids to have above replacement level. And let me just add this. Most of these kids will be absolute short bus retards, all right? That's offering nothing to society. Anybody that knows older mothers know that older mothers are absolutely detached from that child. They cannot relate. They're not paying attention to the kid. The daughter's going to be a whore, all right, because they can't even pay. The woman is 60 years old. The kid is 20. The daughter's going to be an absolute whore, all right? I'm going to tell you that right now. There's no possible way, because no woman in their 40s or 50s wants to hang out with a teenage and 20-year-old woman. So the daughter's going to be a whore, all right? That's for sure. The son's going to be meep, all right? The son's going to be an incel. All right, the son's going to be an incel smoking dope all day in his room, never leaving the fucking house. All right, never leaving the house at all. All right, that kid will be absolutely useless. All right, he's going to be useless. Yep, stuck with autism. And then the mom's going to be grandmom age by the time the kid turns 20. Completely oblivious to the daughter being a whore and the son being a drug addicted kid jerking off in their bedroom all day. Right? Absolute waste. All right, these people are going to wasteland because they're not going to challenge them to be better. They're going to be completely detached with no energy. A 66-year-old mother with 20-year-old children. Okay. Yeah, bruh, that shit is going to be a recipe for disaster. And who the father is going to be in that situation? The father's either going to be dead, spineless, useless, voiceless, henpecked. All right, there's no way. There's no way that this is going to be the direction you want to take America. But that's neither near or there. And then that's also going to contribute to this. You're also going to get them going to be absolute useless to the job marketplace. This is all just theory. They're going to be useless to the job marketplace because they're going to come out to a job industry where they don't have a place. So who's going to support them? The parents? The parents are going to continue to support them into their mid-20s. Oh, boy. All right, good luck out here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute shit show of what's happening out here, and people cannot disagree with me on this one. We're seeing it play out in real time. We have these real-life problems, and they can be completely resolved by us getting back to what's natural. But they won't, so I won't even try. With that being said, that's Doom and Gloom CGA. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the show is already gone on. What I say is, I'm never going to help this situation. Don't ever ask me for answers, because every time I gave you answers, I wrote the book with answers. Every time I gave you a solution, you didn't want to hear it. All right, so what I don't want to see is you try to make me fix this shit as you done kick the can down the road. That's my point. Like, y'all didn't kick this can down the road and you called me all kind of hateful names and misogynist, and you did what you wanted to do. You further fucked up the system for everybody else. Now you want me to come up with a solution now. All right, I told you not to get in this situation. Now you want me to come up with a solution and pull a rabbit out of the hat. All right, what should we do? And when I keep telling you the same solution, I don't want to do that. Okay, well, don't. Leave me alone. All right, just let the shit hit the fan. That's my point. Let the shit hit the fan. That's what we gonna do. We gonna let shit hit the fan. All right, I don't got no time to try to correct bullshit right now. I ain't got no time. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm gonna be where I'm at, and I'm gonna be peeling back money and touching bitches. That's what I'm gonna be doing. All right, talking shit and swallowing spit. That's what I'm gonna be doing. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. All right, but I got the ability for y'all to listen to me, but y'all keep doing what y'all fucking do. H every day, hustle every day says to the thumbnail, yes, let them tell on themselves and expose who they will jump through hoops for in public, and now it's recorded. Kids do the darndest things. I'm pretty sure they don't realize what they're about to do. Now, they're going to say it's anonymous, so they're not going to get caught, but either way, all right, keep talking, ladies. All right, where are we at here? He says they don't care if their reputation is ruined to women. He says they will find another group of men to impress. But the internet is forever, or for the foreseeable future. Pulling 304 facts in reverse image searches is the real death knell. He says Coach proved this almost every show. Men are no longer ill-equipped. We have, guys, we have our freedom ahead of us. This is another freedom link that they're extending them in. All right, this is another chance for you to see that these women are completely disingenuous. They're going to use any and every opportunity to shit on you. And, of course, you would want them to shit on you out in open public. Brayon says, would you recommend men staying loyal to a stressful job that pays decent, or would you advise men to look for a job that's less stressful with some type of pay, with the same type of pay? It depends. It depends. You might be able to get those stressful jobs, have great benefits, assuming you make it that long. And particularly stressful jobs are going to have benefits of retirement, right? Earlier, like you got to put in 15, 20 years and they let you retire, right? And you can retire very early in your life. That doesn't mean you're not going to work, but you're going to get retirement benefits earlier. Non-stressful jobs are going to be stressful for longer because most of the time the onus of retirement isn't going to be on you. So it's less stressful. It has the same pay, but they're expecting you to save for your own retirement, and you may never retire. Okay. So, you know, that's going to be the thing. That's one of the decisions you have to make. So keep that in mind. Next question or next support. We got Kaylin. Kaylin says, women not cheat. Women not cheating. Okay, women not cheating on their men should be relationship and marriage 101 for them, but it's not. They can do what men do, but still demand preferential treatment because they're women. So even if a man cheats, he still has to work harder to access sex. She just simply has to choose. Don't play fair with women because they won't with you. That's a good one. Don't play. I agree. Don't play fair with women. They're not going to play fair with you. All right, they're playing games with you. Just so you guys know, women like playing games on men, all right? The things that you guys realize, that's the things that they do, they really don't care at the end of the day. Like, they don't care. Now, when you do it to them, they seem to care, all right? But these things that you guys think, I don't know what you think about women. I don't get it. I don't get you men. You guys think that they actually give a fuck about you. And we actually care. You know what I mean? We think that they care about their reputation like we care about our reputation. Let me tell you, bro, they don't. They will drag you down into the abyss with them. Have you ever seen one of these situations where, dude, they will literally They will literally get you to throw yourself off of a building, and on the way down, they'll just look at you like this, like, well, you're going to be dead and I'm going to be dead too. We don't give a fuck. At least you're going to be dead too. They don't care, bro. They don't care about their reputation. They don't care. They don't care about playing the game fair. When you get to these understandings of them, they will like, for instance, they'll take a guy, false allegation, all the way through court, all the way to the bitter end. The story of Jezebel, all the way to the bitter end. They don't give a fuck, bro. They don't care. They don't care about saving and preserving society, building communities. They don't care, bro. They just let it destroy around them. Look at the black community. They don't give a fuck. Black community destroyed around it. Them bitches still in there getting their hair done, buying wigs, and buying fucking fried catfish during the weekend. The damn community smoldering around them. They don't give a fuck. They'll just blame it on you. These niggas need to be here. Community smoldering for 30 years right around them, and they'll still live in that shit. Bro, women will take you to court all the way down to the end, and they know they lying. All the way to the end, and then still try to throw your ass in the slammer. They don't care, bro. Yep, Cassie ruined her whole reputation trying to take down Diddy. Like, nobody knew anything about that. That is a perfect one. Marshall, teach. Nobody knew about Cassie, orgies, getting pissed on, having herpes in her mouth. Nobody knew this. Nobody knew this. Cassie was willing to expose herself. This is the T app. Cassie was willing to expose that to the world to try to put Diddy in prison for life. Think about this. That is the perfect Jezebel story. They don't give a fuck. So you men have to stop giving a fuck about them, because that's where we're weak to women. And shout out to the ladies here watching me. Ladies, are you watching me? You watching the most handsome man, the most chocolated skin, the best chocolated skin on the internet. Look at my skin, ladies. Look at my skin. I'm damn near 50 years old. I'm going to be 50 years old in 3.5 months. And look at me. Ladies, you would pay. You would pay to look like this. You women pay Botox. Look at this. There's no Botox here. Look at my eyes. I don't have no eye, nothing under my eyes. Look at my fucking face. Look at my body. People pay to look good like this. Look at this. I'm almost 50 years old. Look at my shit, ladies. I don't have no breakouts, no stress from lying and shit. Right? Look at my fucking face. Look at my face. Let me tell you something. When it comes to understanding the ladies, they don't care, bro. They don't care. You guys have to understand that to stop stressing yourself out. You, for some reason, think that these women out here care about you and care about society and care about where things are going. They don't. They will destroy themselves for their own personal gratification. And I'm not saying all women. It's impossible for me to say all women, but the vast majority of them are like that. And I've seen women go into court and destroy themselves for 15 years to try to get $500 of child support from you. And then when they can't get it from you, they stuck like Chuck. They don't understand. They don't understand. It's like, man, you just got to shake your head. For me, once I've seen several women do this, I just sit back and be like, hey, bro, I can't care about them. Every now and then a woman comes along and I care about her. And every time that happens, it's like shooting myself in the foot. I'm like, why did I do that? I gave her ass the benefit of the doubt. But she is a woman. She's helpless. You know what I mean?
Silence, you fool.
They can't help it. Agents of chaos. They can only see, they don't have vision. They can only see what's right in front of you, and they get tunnel vision. And their pussy is always going to bail them out. So, you know, dudes will be like, she'll be all right. She'll always find the gump and the simp. That's not going to solve their problem, right? That's not going to solve their problem. That's just going to be the next person they're going to destroy, all right? That's not their long-term solution. They're just going to destroy that male, and then she'll be back doing stupid shit, all right? But anyway, it is unbelievable. But men, you guys are always willing to throw yourself on the sword of the almighty, the divine feminine is what I should have said, on the almighty divine feminine. But you got to let it go. You have to let it go. It's something that you have to do because you got to care more about yourself than you care about her. If you do it the opposite way, there's a high likelihood you're going to get destroyed, all right? And most of the time, people are going to say you need to do it for the greater good of people, not the greater good of yourself, all right? You need to do it for the greater good of people, meaning the church, all right? You got to do it for the greater good of children. You got to do it to the greater good for the community. You got to do it for the greater good of the woman. You got to do it greater good for the religion. You got to do it greater good for the race. They always say it's going to be for the benefit of someone else, not you. Not you, guys. I'm trying to strengthen you in this. Trust me, guys. And if you meet a woman that literally is out here single and available, there's a reason. Anytime you meet a woman that says she's single and available and she's over 27 and she's single and available, number one, she's lying. She's not single, all right? She's talking to somebody else. Somebody else thinks that that's his girl, or at least that he's making traction, or he's in the friend zone. Somebody else thinks that he's getting in there. Number two, if she's available, there's a reason why. There is a reason why. Okay, there's a major reason why she's available. This woman been walking around with a prime punani for 15 years and nobody else has been able to wrangle this bitch in. Yeah. Please. All right, please. Maryland guy says, Coach, I was reading an article how Gen Z women are ditching their own men and pursuing age gap relationships now. Another Coach Stradamus special. Yes, Gen Z women are way more open to age gaps. But they're also open to a lot more things as well, because what you have to understand is that it's not just that they're open to age gaps. What women have figured out, especially young women, what they figured out is that they can make use of all men, okay? Now, again, not all women are doing this, but there was a time where women would look at men and say, okay, there's something I don't like about him. I'm going to get rid of him, okay? Okay, I don't like this about him. He's short. I'll get rid of him. Okay, he's older. I'm going to get rid of him. Okay, he's fat. I'm going to get rid of him. Now, Gen Z women are the first generation of women to say, no, we can actually make good use of him. Now, I'm going to have to trick him and finesse him and tell him and smooth it over, but he's useful. So instead of getting rid of him, they will keep him and put him in their rotation, in their mission. They will make you good use of him. And so that includes age gap. So men that are 20, 25, 30 years older than them, while they may not make a long-term mate, they can be useful to her. They can fix a bind. So she'll make an agreement with him or an arrangement. This is the popularity of arrangement. So she might say, oh, I'll see you 2 days a week and I'll come massage you and I'll come, wipe you down and give you a bath. I'll come take care of you. I'll cuddle with you. I'll have sex with you for money. They'll do this. Right, there's I'm not going to say it over here because that's a locals discussion, all right? And I try not to bring too much local stuff, information over here. But there's all type of ways. It's just not sex, all right? But women can offer a bunch of services to men maybe a couple days a week, maybe 1 day a week, 2 days a week, 3 days a week, and that they can make use. So the age gap situation, they're not pursuing them for romance and not even love or marriage. They're using the person to fill a certain void. So they can say, okay, I'll be in an age gap relationship, but it'll be undercover. Nobody will know about it. They won't know about it. All right. And so we won't be in the face. We won't be in the public. She won't require you to take her out on dates. She'll just go over there and get touched on and then, massaged, or she'll massage him, cuddle with him. She'll have sex with him and then be gone. All right. And then be gone. And it'll sound like this right here.
Gotta get my bag and run.
And then also age gap relationships in general are going to revolve around the economics. Remember, economics dictates everything, even marriage and relationships. So because economics dictates how we date and how we marry, the economics today is dictating that women have to open themselves up, especially younger women, Gen Z women, the brokest women of all. They have to open themselves up to age gaps. Now, that doesn't mean publicly, but they have to. They don't have a choice. They have to. They have to consider it. They have to look at it. And also, there's a lot of older, handsome men, but there's a lot of older. Dude, I found this woman's body count. I found this woman's body count notes. And bruh, I was like, holy shit. This woman, by the way, there's a video going viral. I might not show it today. Maybe, I don't know if it's in the clips. But a woman is describing her body count. She has it on the spreadsheet. I don't know if that's on my clips today. But she said, yeah, this is my body count. It's on a spreadsheet. And all women have their body count somewhere. All women have it. It could be on their notes app. It could be on the spreadsheet. All women have their body count. All right, just so you go, there's no woman that doesn't not have this, okay? So I found her body count app. And where's my phone? I found her body count. And when I saw it, I was actually like, okay. Let me see here. I was like, yeah, that's not a shock to me. But let me describe some of the people in her body count. You guys want to know this? I'm going to describe them as she described them. Okay. I'm going to describe them, which means in effect, guys, when you hear these descriptions, you're going to be shocked as to who these women are having sex with. By the way, they're also bragging to you that they have that men are interested in them. So we got fat Indian guy, stinky Indian guy, fat white dude from the army, fat doctor, fat white lawyer, Hispanic, black guy, some short black guy, Arabian guy, fat Mexican guy. All right, let me see here. Some dude I hooked up with in a suite that came quick. A sergeant. Let me see if I can pull this up here. Let me see here. Some dude, other dude at the orgy. Other guy at the orgy. Okay, and there's other guys that had their names. There are other guys that had names. Then she did a tabulation. No, I was not the short black guy. I was actually above the short black guy. All right, so I must have been taller. All right, let me see here. Then she had a tabulation by race. All right, so there were also some regular guys in there. Filipino guy. Then she had names. All right, So those weren't just it. She had other guys that just had their names. All right, and I'm next to another guy. I'm in between a guy and then short black guy. All right, I'm in between those two. So I came in with black guy number 1, black guy number 2. Oh, she got one. Okay, I can't say this part because you'll know. And then she says right here, Asian guy who came on my pussy. All right, that's also a guy. Short guy, white, fat Mexican, yeah. All right. So, with that being said, do you guys think I'm joking about this? But she also had a tabulation by race and then a total number at the bottom. So anyway. With that being said, gentlemen, it's a shit show out here. By the way, these are some of your daughters. These are your nieces. These are your cousins. Out here, it's and black men led. There were more black men than any of them. Niggas was in there hot, all right? But who was the second highest? Think Latinos. It was niggas and Latinos. Yeah, niggas and Latinos. Those were the top ones. My man said it's over. And this woman has almost never left wherever she lives. She doesn't travel. She barely goes outside. She's completely an introvert. Guys, she is not an outside person. She's completely an introvert. So this is the thing that I be trying to wake y'all up. This woman don't drive. She's an introvert. And bruh, she out here just, when she goes outside, she giving pussy away. She goes back home. Okay. Well, she's not giving it away. She might kind of selling it. Kind of selling the pussy. All right. So it's an evil world out here, gentlemen.
It's an evil world we live in.
It's an evil world. Shit is evil, man. And this is a girl that don't be outside that much. I know for a fact. All right. And it's still out here, the streets calling. All right. The streets is the street. You got to watch out for introverts. She's so much shy and quiet. So I can't. And how old is she? Mid-20s. Mid-20s.
In these streets.
All right. So. Anyway, shout out to the Coach gang. We got our brother hustle every day. Instead of complaining about fast food jobs, undercut them with like the taco truck does. F McDonald's, start your own. The human touch now can be priced at a premium. Their greed is your prosperity. Out with the devil. Now, you want to know that detail, you got to go over the locals. I can't tell you too much on the public internet. All right. I can't tell you too much on the public internet because, of course, it's kind of like the T app. All right. I'm telling you too much, then y'all can whittle it down and no. Venmoing America, but no reparations. He says Doge did nothing apparently. And also, did you vote? Did your Trump? And also, not only that, your Trump vote did nothing for you. Kamala's vote would have been kicking the can down the road. And he says right here, the powers that be say, let it burn. Shout out to you right there. All right, we do have some other contributors to today's show, but let me get into this. It's Straggle and Sniggle Theater. I think it's a short one. Maybe it is. I don't know if it is, but let me see. It's Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Coming up after I find the intro, because I don't have a button.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Oh my goodness, this show is already a wreck. All right, this button. By the way, all women do have their body count written down somewhere. All right, so just so you guys know, so it's a matter of you finding it. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a man. By the way, my body count is not written down, but it would just take too long for me to go back 30 years of adulthood to figure this out, plus 35 years in my teenage years. Okay. All right, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a woman exposing men. All right, but who does it make look bad here? So let's take you to the footage. And this is a woman that is at some restaurant, and you can see here, I'll describe the scene. There's the women right here, and they're eating ribs or chicken. And as you can see, there's a guy in this blue suit right here, this matching outfit. You see this outfit, the blue little short set right here. This guy is apparently trying to run game on these women across the seat. So you can see it right here, and I'll play the whole video. This guy is taking out his phone. It's an Android, and he's holding the phone under the table, showing his phone number to these skeezers. All right, and it says right here, he's married with 4 kids, by the way. So as you can see right there he is. He tried to hold the number up all cool. And guess what? She texts the number. So it says right here, yes, lock me in, baby. What's your name? In the Uber, I can't talk, but I can text you from New York. And it says right here, my name is Tiffany. Are you single? He says, LOL, no. Let me see what it says right here. Was with my girl, I would have came over. And it says right here, I'm married, not single. But look at this brother right here. Look at these niggies.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir, brother.
Is that going to be an issue? Is that going to be an issue? What you're going to find out in the T app is how many women have engaged in relationships with men just like this. All right, so they're going to self-report this. Now, it's going to be anonymous, but you're going to find out that a lot of women have messed with men just like this. Right. And for some reason, they're attracted to men like this, even though they'll tell you they never would do something like this. You're going to find out that there's going to be 26 women that report on the T app that this guy is doing this. And they knew about it and they went along with it. And then they caught feelings and then they couldn't let it go. All right. So there you go right there. This dude's taking a chance, penitentiary chances at the table with his girl and 4 kids. All right. And she still texted him, though. See, here's the thing. A lot of women's issues with men, the men told them up front what it was. They didn't hide it. And then what happened was the woman engaged with them, and then the woman tried to play and switch up the rules midstream, which they always do. Women always switch up the rules midstream. They cooperate, and then they switch up the rules midstream, and then they play the victim. right? Like for me, I'm open. I tell women what it is. And sometimes I tell them, but I wouldn't be with you if you were with multiple men. All right. If I go escalate. Now, that doesn't mean they don't have to, but essentially they'll agree to that. Okay, yeah, I'll just be with you, even though you with multiple girls. Now, what they do is they go back behind the scenes and they sneak, right? And then when I catch them sneaking, I was like, hey, I'm not going to be with you if you were with multiple guys. And they're like, what? Why? Well, you were with multiple women. And I say, hold up. At the beginning, I told you what it was. I didn't lie to you. In this situation, it's the same thing. The guy's married. He has kids. She engages with him. She agrees to it. And then down the line, she gets mad. Well, you got a wife and you out here cheating. But he's going to say, I told you, though. You agreed with it. You engaged with it. But now it's not working for you. Now you're the victim. Do you see how women work? This is what they're going to expose themselves of the T app. Is that they're going to say these men out here married, they out here carrying on, and then you're going to hear, oh, you were in a relationship with him for 2 years, knowing he was married from the beginning. Then you tried to switch up the rules, and then you try to come back and now shit on the guy. He out here married, don't mess with him. I was with a relationship with him for 2 years, and and he said he was going to leave his wife, and he didn't. So that's what they're going to expose themselves to. But also you have the guy. Look at the guy. I mean, look at the lengths he's willing to go to get some really regular pussy. Like, look at this big lip bandit right here. She looking like the cartoon character from Fat Albert, Mush Mouth. Look at them lips. Look at them greasy ass lips. All right, holy mackerel. All right, goodness gracious. Okay, hold on for a second. Let's pull that up. All right, look at them greasy ass lips. Let's pull this up. Goodness gracious. All right, she looking like Mush Mouth here. Let's go back to this. What CD is this? All right, you see this in the corner. Good God almighty, eating on chicken and ribs. And there he is there trying to get this phone number. Of course, men will smash anything. All right. Them some mean DSLs. Ooh, I mean mean and nasty dick sucking lips. Ugh. All right, but there he is right there. And player from the Himalayas pulling up the phone numbers. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure them phone numbers can be seen right there on the internet right there. He didn't put himself out there to get, well, there's going to be some women that line up for there right there. And she got a jerry curl, her wig jerry curl. Player. Holla. All right, here we go right here. Straggle Single Theater. We do have a woman out here. I don't know if she's with her daughter. I think her daughter's in the car. So let's take a look at the video here.
Why is spam likely texting you? Why is spam likely texting you? Stop it! A whole voice note from spam likely is
I'm not playing with you. No, most of the time he calls at night, and then she hangs up on him.
Don't show his stuff on the thing. Stupid. You should have just saved it as T-Mobile. At least they text and call. Why are you taping me?
Taping?
Why is spam likely texting you?
All right.
In these streets.
All right, so this is one of the things when you have any of these CarPlay devices or your device links up to your system. I get called all the time like this. My kids used to catch me. They'd be like, who's Melissa? All right, and then women would catch me when my WhatsApp or my text would pop up. I'd be like, damn, I need to turn down my notifications. All right, because your car's going to snitch on you. All right, your car's going to snitch at you. But look at this old auntie right here. I didn't even know my aunt was a player. Look at them flabby ass arms. And so she out here in the streets faithfully.
In these streets.
In the streets faithfully. And the aunt probably is married.
In these streets.
Hey, you can't stop these hoes from wanting to be in the streets, okay? You cannot stop these hoes from wanting to be in the streets.
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
All right, so there they are snitching. And even the daughter said, yeah, he be texting at night too. He be calling and FaceTiming too.
Why is spam likely texting you?
Look at them flabby ass teacher arms out there. Why is spam likely texting you? Yep. She loyal to the streets.
Stop it! A whole voice.
And it says right here, still here, flight has been delayed for 5 hours. So somebody done flew in to smash that punani. Somebody done flew in and flew out. So this is where the T app is gonna say expose these women, because these are the women that's gonna expose men like this on the T app. But you see what type of business and time they on. All right, you see what type of business and time they on. They're fully participating in these type of relationships, and then when it doesn't work out or they're not getting what they want, then they're gonna go there and shit on you. But she seems like she's having fun. Yeah, play that shit out loud.
No, from spam likely. I'm not playing with you.
And look, the sisters up there laughing. They just are sniggling. Remember what we told you guys. They don't really care. All right, they don't care about the reputation. They don't care. They just want to do their shit in private. But then when other people find out, it's a joke. It's a laugh. They're laughing at your expense and theirs.
No, most of the time he calls at night, and then she hangs up on him.
Don't show his stuff on the thing.
Yep, he calling now. So he in there. He hungry for that one, boy. He's starving. There you go, right there. Where's the starving button? Right there. Okay, I don't know where it is.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
He's starving. So, dudes, any woman's getting smashed out here.
Stupid. You should have just saved it as T-Mobile. At least they text and call. Why are you taping me?
Why are you taping me? That's definitely an auntie. Let's take a look at right there. Hey, man, brother's gonna smash.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
That's the one thing we gonna know about them. All women can get hit out here. All women can get hit. I don't care if y'all be talking about they too old, they hit the wall, she a 4, she a 5 with makeup on or without makeup. I don't care what you say. The 80-20 rule is going to be the 80-20 rule. All right, dudes in and out of town with hoes in different area codes, and they telling you they getting bad bitches. And he be out there smashing these quarter pounders.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, and she be out there, listen, well, you have to understand, women use this as validation. That's where their power lies. They're powerless other than sex. All right, and many times in sex, they become the victim where they say they gave up their power, right? By getting with a powerful guy. The power dynamic is there. If you remove their ability to have sex and attract mates through sex, they don't have any other power. That's why there's always trying to get law degrees and get in the government. They don't have much power. So let's go to the next one out here. Straggle, Sniggle Theater. This should be on It's an Evil World we live in. This is certainly not a skit. This happens in marital homes all the time. Take you to the footage. Really, another girl's day turns into her coming home at 2 a.m. Play the video.
This is getting ridiculous. Where were you? How do your girl nights end up being 12 hours long?
Well, we decided to watch a movie. I fell asleep.
You fell asleep with the girls watching a movie?
Yeah.
I don't know if I should believe that or start investigating.
No, we just watched a movie. I fell asleep.
Can't FaceTime you, can't Snapchat you, can't do nothing, have no clue where you are, but you just roll in at 2 a.m. like it's not a big deal.
I told you I was on my way home.
Yeah, well, I don't know, 12 hours with a bunch of girls, what's going on?
In the street.
Like, what are you doing? Like, are you trying to, like, do something, or what do you do with them?
I brought you leftovers.
Leftovers from where?
We had dinner.
Oh, well, at least you thought of me that way.
Why are you sleeping?
Well, I was sleeping, but then I was panicked about you and worried, and I heard the door open. So I had to find out where you are.
Man, let me tell you something. When I was married, that happened to me 2 times, and we headed for divorce after that. All right? I happened once, and the second time she did it, I was like, we're done. All right? Just so you guys know. People think, oh, your wife left you. No, she didn't. All right? We broke up at that point. That was the last time. All right? That was the last time I fucked her. All right? When she came home that night. All right? So, trust me, guys, there are a lot of married guys going through this. There is a lot of married guys going through this. You have to understand, and they don't know what to do. Let me tell you why. They don't know what to do. There's a lot of women that they do this shit, and their guy can't do nothing. He's powerless. He's powerless. Let me show you something here. I'm going to tell you why. Take a look at what he has to lose. Look at that. He's got a 3-car garage. He's got a truck. She got a nice little Cadillac. It looks like a Cadillac. I can't really see what that emblem is. And he has all of this to lose. 3-car garage. He got a nice little Volkswagen bus. All of this shit coming down, crashing down, because she's going to be the victim. But as you can see, she got fuck me hair going on. She been getting fucked and tossed. By the way, this is probably a 4,500 square foot house on a 6,000 to 7,000 square foot lot. He's going to take a fat L if he says, man, fuck this shit, I'm divorcing you. Now, luckily, when I pulled this and my wife did this for the second time, we were in an apartment, all right? So we wasn't about to lose. I lost very little. I just lost, my access to my kids on a daily basis. But in order for him to pull this ripcord and stand on masculine frame, all this shit coming down. This whole house, this property, she getting this house, she getting the car, or they going to have to sell this shit. Okay, but she got fuck me hair. Look at that. She been getting railed. And she got a hairbrush in there and all that shit. Okay, so 2 a.m., guys, I know people think, oh, this is skit. You guys have to stop believing that, because they're imitating what happens in a lot of marriages and relationships. This is what girls' nights out goes. Oh, we was at the house, we watched movies, and I fell asleep. I just woke up and came over here. Her pussy is leaking right now. Okay, her pussy is leaking, and he's powerless. Why? Because he's married. If you are not married, you have the power. You could just be like, bitch, get out. All right, that's it. Take your car. You can pack up a box and all of that. All right, I told my wife when she did this at the time, when she did this, I said, you should have just been in the hospital. All right, you would have been better off being in the hospital with broken legs and a car accident than coming in my house at 2 a.m. Now, when this happens, guys, they know they have the power, so they're just going to lie and manipulate you and continue to say, well, I just fell asleep and I was with the girls. You're going to call her friends. Her friends going to back you up. Her friends are going to back you up. Her friends are going to back her up. Her friends are going to back her up, because she's going to tell her friends, hey, tell them I was with you. Okay? Tell them I was with you, and the friends ain't going to help you, and then they're going to help and organize the cheating and affairs right around you. Let me tell you something. You're in a no-win situation. When this happens, there's nothing you could do if you're married. And there are a lot of men that are dealing with this right here. He's paying all this expense. You got epoxy floors. You got all of this equipment. You got elevated ramp here going into the house, and there's nothing you can do. You need to just go ahead and take the loss. And you can tell she's lying. You can tell she's lying. And now women do this all the time, and men don't report it. They don't jump on the internet and say, my woman did this, because they're scared. You know why? Because we're going to blame him. Well, you must not be hitting it right. You must have done something to her. But when women get cheated on, they report this. Oh, he did this and he was fucking the secretary. All right, but this happens all the time. This is girls' nights out to a T. This is it.
You fell asleep with the girls watching the movie.
Yeah.
I don't know if I should believe that or start investigating.
He should start investigating. All right, because just go ahead and listen. Let me tell you something, guys. If this happens to you, she's cheating. Just to let you guys know, there's no questions. She's cheating. All right, she's cheating. She's fucking around. Just go ahead and chalk it up. Now, if you want to find out who, just go ahead and ask for access to her phone. All right, if she says no, she's cheating. All right.
No, we just watched a movie. I fell asleep. I'm sorry.
Can't FaceTime you. Can't Snapchat you. Can't.
Yep. So she's not responding to messages and calls. Guys, this happens all the time, man.
Do nothing. Have no clue where you are, but you just roll in at 2 a.m. like it's not a big deal.
You need to have a rule. All right. That needs to be a rule. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys can see the video. By the way, when you're in these relationships, one of the rules are ain't nobody coming in the house at 2 a.m. All right. You better be in the fucking hospital. You better be locked up in jail. Nobody comes home at 2 a.m. You're going to be better off sleeping and staying over that nigga's house and coming home at 10. All right. You're going to be better sleeping that shit off. But coming home at 2 is just flat out blatant disrespect. Okay. All right. You better have a whole explanation coming home at 8, 9 in the morning. Then I know. Then we know what time it was. But coming home at 2 is disrespect. And also, notice what she says. Why are you still up? Because he been up just going crazy. He been up thinking the worst. He's been up thinking the worst. Like, oh my God, she getting railed. She's swallowing suckseed. He can't go to sleep. Oh, let me go to sleep. My wife is out getting rearranged. She woke up at 11. He woke up at midnight. He's like, oh, I might as well just stay up. and you waiting for this bitch to walk in the door, clobber her motherfucking ass. But of course, she walks in the door and you act like a pussy. All right, but guys, this happens a lot. This happened to me. Okay.
Yeah, well, I don't know, 12 hours with a bunch of girls. What's going on?
Sunday brunch.
I fell asleep, but
Like, what are you doing? Like, are you trying to, like, do...
You notice she tried to deflect. Hey, I fell asleep, but I bought leftovers. 2 a.m. I brought leftovers. Okay, she tried to say, I fell asleep. I bought leftovers. Deflect, redirect, and it didn't work.
Do something, or what do you do with them? Leftovers from where?
I brought you a gift. Here's a distraction. Here's a doggy bone. Go get it. Run. Go warm this up. All right. All right, this been sitting out on somebody's kitchen table all night as I've been getting fucked. All right, here's some leftovers here.
We had dinner.
Oh.
Here, I got dinner for you. You see her? She's trying to just say, I brought a gift. Here, doggy.
Well, at least it thought of me that way.
Why are you sleeping?
Well, I was sleeping, but then
She ain't got no makeup, no eyelashes on, nothing. All right, all that shit is wiped off her face. And she just walking in the house. Yep.
I was panicked about you and worried, and I heard the door.
Somebody was smashing these uncooked Cinnabons all night.
Where the white women at?
All right, she been getting tossed.
Door open.
Her extensions is all straight, all of that shit. All right, she done brushed her extensions straight. Good luck out here, gentlemen. All right, good luck. We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We got this one here. We got a woman that, let's see if we can do this here.
3.
All right, let's see what. We got a girl that confronts. Right here, girl confront your dad. I'm not sure. Oh, I'm not sure what this means. Oh, okay. We have a meme here of a woman says, you're going to record her friend saying, bacon avocado. Bacon avocado. You guys see this on your screen. All right, so see what it says here.
3, 2, 1. Bacon avocado. 3, 2, 1. I know you slept with my dad and you lied about it.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh, my goodness. Woo.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, I know you slept. Okay, so let's see that again here. You guys can catch up what's going on here. Somebody needed a bind fixed out here.
I'm in a bind, Nate.
Okay, somebody dad rearranging somebody's college daughter's friend's guts. Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1. Bacon avocado. 3, 2, 1. I know you slept with my dad and you lied about it.
Oh, no.
Oh, the humanity.
Yeah. Oh, no. It happens, gentlemen. Trust me. This shit happens.
In these streets.
All right, dad out there getting them 18, 19-year-old, just right age women. All right, just right. And of course, women do the, hey, listen, I'm going to tell you, man, women do the darndest things, not just to men, but to other women. Just so you guys know, I know you men take it personal. I did a video saying, stop taking what women do to you personally, because they do this to their own parents. They do this to their own mother and father. They do this to their own besties, their best friend. Women always got to do bestie every other week. All right, they do it to their own relatives, their own cousins, their own sisters. They do the damnedest thing to everybody. All right. But shout out to Pops here. Hello. Pops is like, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. Shout out to, hey, Pops is like, hey, I hear you're short on money. All right, I can help you with that right there.
I'm in a bind, Nate. All
right, she probably came up to Pops. You know, it's been tough. You know, that old female sob story. It's been tough. I've been struggling out here. My college books are $350. He's like, $350, you say? Your books are $350. I might have a little bit of $350 here. Let me check in my pocket. Let me go on my pocket and see if I have $350. Oh, you know what? I left my wallet in the bedroom. Why don't you come in here and go on and see if I had that $350 in my wallet in the bedroom? And he went in there and he said, Self-high five. All right. And he went, smells like Teen Spirit. Hello, $350, you say? Are you really stressing about $350? Well, let me see what I got in here. Oh, $350. Right on the money. Step inside. Smells like Teen Spirit. Hello. I think I got that. Why don't worry your little head. Put your head on my pillow right here and yes, it's all legal. All right. I got $350 and I got $350 whenever you need. Whenever you need, call my name. All right, here we go. Last one. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a video of a couple saying the black man's kryptonite is when a Spanish woman calls you Papi. All right, a black man's kryptonite is with a, you know what, this should be on agree or disagree, but we'll go ahead and play it and maybe we'll play it again and we'll ask you for the next segment. You agree or disagree? Is the black man's kryptonite when your Spanish mommy calls you Papi?
Yo no entiendo cuál es el problema. Tú siempre estás durmiendo. Tú puedes hacer tanto con tu vida. Si te levantas temprano, te cepillas los dientes y tienes que hacer lo que tú tienes que hacer. ¿Por qué tú duermes tanto?
See, look, there you go. You insulted me in Spanish. I don't got time for this, okay? So I'm going to step out of the car and just take time to cool off, okay?
No, you get out. No, we're talking right now. We're going to talk. Ya, ahorita mismo. Ven aquí, escúchame. Papi. Ven aquí, papi. Tú sabes, tú no vas a ningún lado. Tú eres mío para siempre.
God damn.
Tú sabes que tú me vas a extrañar.
Oh.
Vas a extrañar ese arroz con pollo, con los plátanos. Ven aquí, papi.
Yeah. I'm the Pappy. All right. Them damn Puerto Ricans at it again. All right. Them damn Puerto Ricans at it again here. Of course, he's a Puerto Rican. A fat one, too. All right. Can I get some skinny Puerto Ricans? All right. Well, she got a lot of hips on her. Them Puerto Ricans going to get you every time, Papi. I'll be the Pappy.
I'm the Pappy.
The next thing you're going to hear is...
Now I got to cut you.
That's the next thing you're going to hear, just so you guys know. If she's Filipino or Spanish, of any Spanish descent, you're going to hear...
Now I got to cut you.
When she's making arroz con pollo. All right? She definitely looks like the type that will stab your ass. All right? She definitely going to stab.
Yo no entiendo cuál es el problema. Tú siempre estás durmiendo. Tú puedes hacer tanto con tu vida. Si te levantas temprano.
I will be putting my... Never mind. All right. I would definitely be putting something in her mouth. All right. You got a lot of mouth to have that shit be running all the time. All right. You need to be doing something with that Puerto Rican mouth. I got you right here, baby. All right. She looked like she can swallow it up. She look nasty as hell, don't she? All right. Anyway. All right. The Puerto Ricans be all on it. All right. Yep. She would be pregnant too, by the way. Anyway, that's a good Straggle and Sniggle Theater, man. We got agree or disagree coming up.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater out. All right, it's a good show right now. It's a good day. We got some super chats coming up. We got no government name that we need to acknowledge. All right, any woman that speaks Spanish or Tagalog, all right, watch out. They're going to stab you. All right, just so you guys know. But the punani going to be very good. All right, it's going to be good, and she's going to be crazy. But be careful, gentlemen. It's going to be a heart attack. You might die in the process. Or you're going to be stressed out. Shout out to our brother, No Government Name, says, can you explain why it's hard for men to go free agent, live, and boss up for themselves, and most importantly, treat themselves well with the money they earned? And he says, the Liberator or Man is my new nickname. These Mitches want to stay in society's change. Well, because we're still, not we. There's a lot of men that are still hooked on female validation, meaning that the woman still validates them. Their ability to get women validates them. You know, the catch women in the wild validates them, right? They get validated by, by the woman giving them attention back. They get validated by women liking them. So it's hard to go be free. It's hard for them to do it. And so this is their ego. Again, it's their ego. So that's the basic definition of it. And I did a great stream on this. Men's ego would not let them be free. To the point you even have lonely men who would have probably been successful with women 40, 50 years ago who can't today. They're using the same thing that would have made them successful with women today. Getting a job, going to college, working in blue collar fields. That would have made you successful with women today. The reality is it doesn't make you successful with women today. All right. And so now you need a bunch of other tools and a bunch of other things to make yourself attractive. What do? They say, we don't have no hope. There's no hope in society. They're depressed. So what happens is this ability to get women or get women easily, it is having negative effects on them. So they get mad. Feminism hurt us. It was like cancer, but then it freed you. Now you don't have to take care of families. You don't have to do this. You can travel internationally. You could trick. You can do a variety of things that people could not do before. And the men will still say, no, I don't want to do it that way. Just go ahead and trick. I don't want to trick. I don't want to buy it. I want the woman to genuinely like me. It's hard for them. And I can't say there will never be a woman that genuinely likes you, but let me just say, a woman generally liking you is temporary. It's all temporary. You will never get, even if the woman stays with you, she generally will not like you for that long. Now, because she made good use of you, she will find use for you, but she don't like you. A woman can be with you for 5 years and say, I was with you, but I didn't like you anymore. I didn't love you. Okay? Shaquille O'Neal's ex-wife said, I never loved him. I just used him. I was never in love with him. I didn't like him, but she made good use of you. So, like, that's the thing I want men to understand. Yeah, it's nice, dude. It feels great to your ego when a woman says she loves you and she likes you and she's ride or die. I've been with women that said that to me, and this woman had other guys the whole time, right? The whole time. And it never ceases to amaze me that this happens. And the reality is she could have really liked me. She liked the role that I was playing for her. And my ego's not destroyed by this. I can't be destroyed by this. Like, I can't be, because I'm like, I have so much availability to women. It's not a big deal. Okay. It's not a big deal. I could go get another woman. They all got pussies. So for me, it's not a big deal. Of course, I'm at a different stage of my life, but you know, a woman can like you today and not like you tomorrow, or she can like you tomorrow, not like you tomorrow, like you the next day, and then the next day not like you. So I don't put too much emphasis in women liking me. Like, and she, you know, I'll die for you. You're the best. I want to be with you. I've seen women turn from that and 2 months later turn ice cold. All right. Turn icy cold. Whether it was my fault or her fault, it doesn't matter. I think that's irrelevant. I've seen women like me and I've seen women not like me. All right. The same woman in a short time frame. Okay. And it's one of those things. It's like, bro, like, I get it. Men want this. They may have never had this and they see other men having this. Just trust me. If a woman likes you, it's stressful. It's work. They're going to make you work for it. So you don't really know what it comes down to. So I've settled on, that's nice if a woman likes me. It's not required. Right here. It's not required at all. And you have to understand, women will have sex with a man she doesn't like. Sometimes that's the best sex, because she can forget about that guy. She can have sex with the guy. She don't even like him. She don't even know his name. She doesn't even know his fucking last name. She don't know anything but his goddamn astrology chart. That's it. She knows his first name and his astrological chart. That's it. That's all. That's all it took. And it probably was some great sex. And then she can just write it off. I really didn't like him anyway, but it was great. Boom. Now she back at your house cuddling for 5 hours. Can we just cuddle? For 5 hours, you just cuddling. Okay. Because she likes you. And people say no. Here's the thing. I want you to ask yourself this. If this is not the case, why do we have so much divorce with children? Why do we have so many single mothers? If women generally like men forever, why do women generally leave men? I know it's the man's fault, but either way, let's just say it's all the men's fault. Why do we have so many divorces with children? A woman can have children with a man that she liked, but now she hates the motherfucker. She hates him. And now you got the children living out of a backpack. You got single mothers in court fighting fathers away from custody. If like was permanent, why do we have so much of that? See, again, I'm just going to use what we have as evidence. Why do we have this? Why is this prevalent in our society? So when people are saying, why do, their ego is wrapped up in women liking them, I can't waste time on that shit. They like them for the moment, but now that like is gone. It's not permanent. It's gone. Right? It's gone. It doesn't stick around long. Ever since you mentioned men live through women, I can't stop noticing examples of it, how trad cons cling to religion because it promises them women, and how men disrespect themselves by minimizing their life by living on $3K a month, telling themselves they don't need all of that. Yeah, men live through women. I'm glad that woman said that because it's true. Everything men do, most men, especially black men, you know what black men I'm talking about? These niggas. Hold on for a second. I wish I had a hat to do it because I would put my hat backwards or cocked sideways. These niggas with the sunglasses and the big ass lips and the weeds hanging from their lips and they hat backwards and they seat leaned all the way back. These niggas. Their life revolves all the way around women. All right. Everything they do, the woman is considered. That means anywhere they go, what they do, the job they take, right? The car they drive, everything they do revolves around women. Where they go to the club, what party they go to, what clothes they wear. These niggas, everything they do revolves around a woman. Anything they do revolves around a woman. Anytime they do something, they be like, there might be some women there. Right? Let me clean my shoes. And they get a toothbrush and they clean their shoes. And they walk out there. And they walk out there with their tight ass, crispy ass jeans sagging down and they big. Everything they do, their demeanor, the way they talk, they pulling up on a woman at the gas station, pulling up on women no matter where they going, they just driving around looking for women. Yep, what frat they join, what major they choose in college, what college they choose. Everything revolves around women. Their hobbies. Them niggas don't have hobbies. Their hobbies are women. The car they drive, their hobbies are women. They don't have hobbies. Ask them what do they do. I'll be trying to go get these hoes. All day long. Cruising. Everywhere they go outside. Let me run to the store. There might be some women there though, so I better be ready. So it's what they do. So their life they live their life through women. Nothing they do. Like if they want to go on a date, damn, I want to go on a date. I want to go to this restaurant. Then they got to call a woman up. So I'm like, why don't you go to the restaurant by yourself? Huh? Well, I want to go to this amusement park. Got to call up a woman. Or you going to call up your homeboy so y'all can go see hoes at the amusement park. Y'all ain't even going to try to get on rides. All right? You're going there. When you realize that's you really got to say your life is lived completely through the lens of women. Like everything you do is through women. Right? And then you wonder why you set back. Then you wonder why other people that don't live like that are able to go to medical school, dental school. They're able to do these things that their life, now eventually their goal is to get with a woman by building up this status. But they are not constantly distracted by women. So that everything you do revolves around that. And thus you get stuck and you never grow up. You have this stunted adolescence. You have this, I'm 40 years old and still fresh. Trying to attack bitches when you go into the mall at 40. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the apartments they get. It's just constant. Once you realize that men live their life through women, every time you go to the gym, you try to figure out where these hoes at and there's a girl there. Everywhere you go, you live your life through women. Yep, you sacrifice your priorities. Then you say there's some institutional racism that's causing you to fall behind economically, but your life is lived through women for 10, 20, 30 years, and then you look up and people have just shot past you, migrants, immigrants, because they going to school. They're getting their degrees. They're hopping out of the economics right here. The apartment you get, live right through women. You're like, I'm going to get an apartment and I'm going to have these hoes coming through. Trust me, I used to be this guy, all right, until I woke up and had the free agent lifestyle. And it only took 2 or 3 years for me to get out of that, for my life to go, shoop. Dude, my life took off as soon as I stopped doing that. My life took off as soon as I stopped doing that. Now, for the new people here, you're constantly hearing me about JUCO and doing all of that. Guys, that was something that I've evolved into. All right, that was to replace living through women. So now I put my goals first, and the woman is just kind of like a dessert. All right, she's the cherry on top of life. Now, sometimes I don't need the cherry. Sometimes I don't need the dessert, and I can live without it. So for the people that's coming in, that's new, you're like, well, you always talking about the JUCO, and you live your life through women too. No, I don't. I live my life first, and the woman is a dessert. A woman is something that I choose to be with and then not have to be with, not have to go through bullshit to get through them. I could just be like, all right, here, come over. All right, and then send them back from whence they came. Bye-bye. I could separate them. And yes, we say women are a byproduct of success. So they're just a byproduct of what I do instead of being the goal. All right, so now I can have that, enjoy the woman, send her back, or I can go to her country, have her come back here and focus on my vision. Focus on what I'm doing. And then I can take the little bit of earnings, a little bit of shekels that I have, give it to her and be like, bye-bye. But yeah, that's where men are, unfortunately. Show topic, how modern men disrespect themselves. That won't get any views because it doesn't have women in it. Mitches rather minimize and rarely treat themselves well, yet wonder why society don't care about them. These Mitches can't blame society when they don't even care about themselves. This is true. You don't care about yourselves. When you say I can live without and I can minimize, minimizing to me is bad because the society doesn't minimize. Everything goes up. You need more and more, all right, just to require to have the basic standard of living. So minimizing is working backwards, but minimizing also shows that you don't care about yourself to an extent. I'll just have 2 t-shirts and 2 pair of pants. I'm like, okay. So you don't give a fuck about yourself. You don't like the finer things in life, right? You don't like the basic minimum requirements. Okay, got it. All right, so why should nobody else care about you? Okay, I don't care about nobody else. All right, but yeah, man, it's an interesting situation here. Right? Why not just be who you want to be instead of saying, well, since women aren't involved, I'll be less. King of Spades says fast food is an entire level. Fast food is an entry level character building job. That's what it is. And it's an entire level. But fast food is entry level. Fast food is grunt work. Fast food is like, private in the military. It's not a destination. It is what you start to build character to get you to understand, wow, this is the bottom. All right, this is the bottom. I don't want to be here. How do I work my way through it? It's not a place where you are destined to be and support your family. Joshua Moon says, hey, guys, let's pay off the national debt together. Nope. He says the real problem is ninjerism.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
It is the real problem. It is the real problem. I mean, all we need is our basic needs. But, of course, when you live in America, I would advise you right here, if you're going to stay in America, just understand. And I heard the angry man talking about this the other day, that what is considered poverty? What was he saying the other day? What is considered poverty in the past is extreme poverty today, I believe he was saying, or what is considered average. What was he saying there? I can't even remember what he was saying, but he gave an example that made sense. But what you have today, what was seemed like middle class or upper class, today is average. So the quality of life in capitalism he was talking about, it goes up so that you're supposed to continue to work hard and upwards through your adulthood into capitalism. It's not supposed to go backwards. So people are trying to go backwards to survive. That's not how it works. You're supposed to go up. In the example he gave, this is the example he gave, and I was like, that's true. The example he gave is that what people would consider rich 25 years ago is now average today. That's the example he said. So what is considered rich yesterday was, what's considered rich today was, what's considered rich yesterday is average today. So the example he gave was granite countertops. Granite countertops, 25 years ago, you were rich. Today, you can go to any luxury apartment and they have granite countertops. That was the example he gave. I have a different example, but that was the example he gave. But he's saying things escalate. So granite countertops or even faux granite countertops are standard today. It's standard. Where in the past, that was rich. Another example that I said, somebody mentioned television sets. 25 years ago, having 3 television sets, you were rich. Today, you can have 3 television sets and never turn them motherfuckers on all around your house. 3 television sets is easy. That's average. How about this? BMWs and Mercedes. BMWs and Mercedes 25 years ago, woo, you must be rich. Today, average. Nobody's impressed you got a BMW. See, that's an example of how everything elevates. What was rich yesterday is average today. You got a house that's 4,500 square feet 30 years ago. What? Rich. Today, standard. Standard. They build them all the time. Everywhere. You just closer to your neighbor's now. All right, you can just reach out your bathroom window and touch your neighbor's bathroom window. Okay? So these are all things that make society go like this. So then if you say I'm going to minimalize and do less, you're going backwards, all right? You're going completely backwards. You're hustling backwards. There's no way you're going to keep up at that pace. You're going to get priced out completely. I'll just live off $3K a month. You're going to get priced out. I know it sounds like it's normal and that you could do this. There's no way you could keep up. Yeah, somebody say things like going to nice restaurants. Going to Cheesecake Factory was a treat. Today, you're like, cheesecake is, I'm tired of cheesecake. You can eat at Cheesecake Factory 3 times a week. At least 4 times a month, and you tired of it. Cheesecake Factory ain't shit. All right, you looking for something next. You got to go next level up. You trying to go next level up. I got to go try a bigger, better restaurant. So, yeah, smartphones, computers. We have a computer, a tablet, a smartphone, a desktop, a computer on the TV. We have so many computers in our house. Dude, when I was in high school, we had 1 computer in the house. It was 1 computer, and the whole family used that computer. The whole family used that computer. Having a computer in your house was like, wow. Now today, you go on your Wi-Fi, and there's 30 devices hooked up to one Wi-Fi. Between your PlayStation, all the iPads, the Apple Watches, the phones. I got 3 phones. I have 3 cell phones, 3 different numbers. That would be rich 25, 30 years ago. So you see what's going on here. Now, people want to derail this train, or people want to hustle backwards, or people want to stop the train and be like, well, let me catch up by paying me $20 an hour to drop fries. But there's no way you can stop this train. It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse for the people who want to stop and derail the train and come up with excuses for why not boss up. So this is what we got going on. There's nothing I can tell you. All right. And people are going to say, well, it's just going to end up in a whatever. But the requirements to do just the basic things, having a personal trainer seems that what rich people do. Having a therapist. Oh, that's rich. Only rich kids have therapists. Today, average kids have therapists. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is where things are going. So Angry Man brought up a great discussion, but I was thinking about it and I was like, yeah, this is exactly where we're going. So when I say there's nothing left but to boss up, I can't listen to no bullshit as to why you can't boss up, because you're gonna get left behind.
Better boss up, nigga.
I don't know what to tell you. It's what it is. It's what it is. People go on vacations and trips, and they go to destinations that were for the rich, Turks and Caicos. All right, first time I heard of Turks and Caicos, never heard of it before Jay-Z talked about it 25 years ago. And when he went, it was places that nobody went to as a destination. They went to probably the Dominican Republic, places around it, Jamaica. But he was touching a place that was for the exclusive people, all right? And he was one of the first, the Negroes that were bringing this destination up. Now, guess what? 20 years, Turks and Caicos is normal, all right? It's getting more normal and normal. Now people want to go there. So this is where we are. It is what it is. All right. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, man. And that's what we got going on here. You got more and more people touching more and more countries and traveling to the point where you're being left behind without saying, without going to these places. All right. What do we got here? Oh, by the way, Tulum. A lot of these places used to be for the wealthy and the rich and the exclusive. Now, not so much. We got a major supporter here, and that I need to acknowledge, and it is Roy Williams, not the basketball coach. Let me go ahead and drop the double sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
One more.
I'm rich, bitch.
Shout out to Roy Williams, says paying my tuition to the coach. Been a follower since 2021. Coach is right. I'm 35, debt-free, living in Dubai. I've bossed up, got my net worth over $250,000. Keep serving them, coach. Shout out to these wonderful stories of brothers bossing up.
Boss up, nigga.
All right. Shout out to these brothers bossing up. He's 35, living in Dubai, living free, not married. He's living the life. He's enjoying it. Shout out to you. He's got his net worth up. He got his debt free.
Boss up, nigga.
Shout out to you, man. I love hearing these stories because as much as we hear the hate and the people playing victims and trying to be like, but these coach, these women and dude, at some particular point, people have it. They put it into play. And Roy will probably tell you it didn't take that much time. That's the thing. It probably only took him 2 or 3 years. It probably already told him 2 or 3 years. Like it probably only took him 2 or 3 years. Like the things that I'm prescribing, you really got to do a mind shift, redirect your life, and in 2 or 3 years, your life will completely change. And then when you experience that life, you'll never go back to cold approaching, macking these hoes. You'll never go back. Because you're like, damn, you'll never go back to marriage and needing some woman to validate you. You'll leave South Carolina and go, I'm never coming back to this. All right, because, you're bigger than that. You're bigger than South Carolina women. Now, when you don't have anything, you have to settle for that. You have to, settle for the attitudes of women in South Carolina. But then he's living in Dubai, living in another place that he never thought he would live in, and he's probably doing well. So it's many people that think, this ain't gonna work and it's a grift and this is bullshit. I have so many success stories that, and a lot of people are sharing their success stories very quietly. They set up a coaching call. They tell me, and there's so many successful men that have followed the free agent lifestyle, changed their lives. They know I'm right, and they're living an entirely new life that they never thought was possible. So shout out to Roy for the double sponsorship, for letting these men know that shit is possible, man. It's possible, and I'm not the only example. Appreciate y'all. We got agree or disagree. Who wants to agree or disagree? We first had the Puerto Rican woman. Do you agree or disagree that a black man's kryptonite? Now, I think black man's kryptonite is blonde white women. All right, but that's changing just a little bit. Dr. Umar would not be happy about that. But is a black man's kryptonite when a Spanish mommy calls you Papi? I'm going to tell you, it does feel good when a woman says in Spanish, calls you Papi. I had this 20-year-old Latina. And she said, Papi, I'm never going to leave you, Papi. Papi, I'm going to never let you leave me, Papi. And I'm going to tell you, bruh, my dick used to get hard. And that was after fish filleting her guts. All right. So, Papi, I'm never going to let you leave me, Papi. All right. And all I heard was, this is all I heard.
Now I got to cut you.
And that was the last time I saw her, by the way. So she did let me leave her. All right. But I don't know if that's a black man's kryptonite. All right. Let me see here. Woman calling you Papi. A young woman calling me Papi. Now, it is a thing. Is this a agree or disagree? I'll put this up in a poll right here because I meant to do that for the next segment there. A Spanish woman calling you Papi. Yeah, that's an aphrodisiac. I'm going to tell you that. I don't know why it is, though. All right? But it definitely makes me think, And they be having them sexy, Latinas be having them sexy ass lips. All right. I don't know what it is about them. It's in that brown tan skin. All right. Is it a black man's kryptonite or white men kryptonite? White men. I know some white men this is their kryptonite too. This is their kryptonite. If you white, go ahead and vote for this too. If this is your kryptonite, do you agree or disagree? All right. It feels good. All right, but I think black man's kryptonite is white women and fat white women at that. Fat white women for sure. Fat white women for sure. But I believe if you live in the South or if you live in a place where you're not too exposed to Latinas, this could be definitely an aphrodisiac. For sure. All right. But I'm not sure they're saying it's exclusively the black man's kryptonite. All right, so right now we have a lot of men that agree with that. All right, they want to be called Papi.
I'm Papi.
Okay, we're going to end that poll right here. It's Get 'em Daddy season
Get
out
'em
here.
Daddy.
We got Moose. Nope, it's not Moose Hefner. This woman says, unpopular gym opinion. I don't remember what her opinion was, to be fair. So we're going to flash it up on the screen right here. We're going to play agree or disagree. This woman has to say something about the gym, so you know it's going to be some BS. You see here. Approach me at the gym. Talk to me. Let's be freaking friends. All right, so this woman wants to be approached at the gym.
Unpopular gym opinion. I totally understand that people don't want to interrupt others during their workout, especially if you're mid-set. But personally, I wish I could talk to more people at the gym, and I wish it was more normalized to approach females. I wouldn't really say I'm shy, but there's certain days I'm more social than others. But if you were to approach me at the gym, I will instantly start smiling and having a conversation with you. If we're both at the gym, we already have fitness in common. Why would we not want to meet more people at the gym?
Okay, all right, so that's her gym opinion there. Oh my goodness. All right, what do you think about this one right here? What do you think about this? She said, if a man approaches me at the gym, I'll be smiling. I would want a man to approach me at the gym. Men with gym memberships. What do you think about this one here? Do you agree, or is this a trap?
Unpopular gym opinion. I totally understand that people don't want to interrupt others during their workout, especially if you're mid-set. But personally, I wish I could talk to more people at the gym, and I wish it was more normalized to approach females. I wouldn't really say I'm shy, but there's certain days I'm more social than others.
All right, there we go right there. See, this is the thing here. First of all, number one, this message is directed at somebody specifically. Just so you guys know, when women do this, they're not directing this at all men. They're directing this at someone specifically. So they're hoping that this person sees it and they get the hint and they are somewhat indirect and they can have plausible deniability. They're talking about someone specific, even to the point of Brittany Renner, right? She converted into a Muslim and she was talking about, oh, I'm a Muslim, I'm an Islamic, but it was for one person. So when women do this, they're directing this at one person. Now, when other men hear this, they're like, oh, okay, so there's hope for me. And then they'll approach and then they'll get rejected. All right, then you'll get your membership revoked. Then you'll be written up. Possibly you'll have a restraining order and along the way. So when women vocalize these opinions across the board, they're normally talking to someone directly and they're hoping that person gets the hint. They're never saying, hey, Brad, hey, Chad, hey, Tyrone, I want you to approach me. They can't say that. All right, because they'll look thirsty. So she's directing this at a small percentage of men that she doesn't realize that then the wrong men are going to get the message and then they're going to approach her. All right, that's what she doesn't understand right there. So yeah, now you're getting you're creepy. These men are just interrupting me. What if 10 men interrupt you? You put this out. What if 10 men stop your workout? Oh, these men won't let us work out. See, what women have done is that they've sold so much of this. Somebody wrote earlier, women calling men thirsty, and I believe this was a woman. Women calling men thirsty ruin dating. Now, everything ruined dating. It's not just this one thing, but you can literally say, When women started saying men are thirsty out here just for approaching them, that ruined it. All right, that ruined it. That made men retract. That made them retreat. And I know you got men out here saying, don't let these women tell you what to do. All right, you got those guys out there, which is a small percentage of men. But the majority of men are going to be like, oh, shit. All right, listen, I'm not trying to get embarrassed and humiliated out here. And it's typically the men that they call thirsty were not the mouthpiece guys. The mouthpiece guys, they wouldn't call thirsty. All right, it was typically the guy that came up, excuse me, miss, if by chance, I could bless you and you could bless me with your appearance. Oh, you thirsty ass niggas. You like, oh, I just came up. I just wanted to say hi and introduce myself. Excuse me, miss. Or what's your name? Where you from? Can I take you out tonight? They call them niggas thirsty. All right. And they getting shot down. You're like, oh, I was just introducing myself respectfully. Oh, nigga, what type of money you got? What type of clothes you got? Look at your shoes. You like. All right, so the problem is with this one, let me just tell you, in the gym, when you approach, I would not approach and then get the number there. What you're doing is, and by the way, you're talking to a person that has worked in gyms for almost 2 decades. Okay, so I've worked in athletics and gyms for 2 decades. There's a lot that goes into gym understanding, and I don't have time. I don't have time to explain it. This does not have anything to do with kind of cold approach dynamics and stuff like this. I fucked a lot of women in the gym, okay? Most of the time, the women came to me. And most of the time, they were older women. Meaning they were older than me at the time. Okay, so let's just get that straight. I've had success with women in the gym, but it was mostly them applying the pressure. Most of those gym relationships were developed over time. It wasn't the first time. Now, there was some here onesie twosies. That was the first time I met her. It was phone number and fucking. All right, but let me just tell you, most of the time it was over time. It was them getting comfortable with you. It was them seeing you over and over again. It was the constant, the look over the shoulder, the hi, the wink, the hey, how you doing? It was a developed relationship. And then all of a sudden, oh, I didn't realize they like me. And then all of a sudden you're having a smoothie, you're having a coffee. Now you're leaving the gym together. You're meeting in the parking lot. You're talking a little bit before you go home. It was that. It was never this, hey, what's up? Can I take you out? Get your phone number. It was almost rarely that. And you're almost really not going to get that. So if you're converting in the gym, it's going to take a time, all right? Because you're new to the gym. She may not be new to the gym. And there's almost always a lot of cock blocking by other men that know these women. That woman has relationships with other men. So meaning that they could be sexual, or they could be also relationships with other men that that guy is interested in her. You have a lot of white knights in the gym. You have a lot of white knights that protect women in the gym. So for you to go in there and go into a gym and just approach a woman without understanding the dynamics and culture of the gym, you're going to get squashed in there. And why go to the gym? Okay. Why go to the gym right here? Why go to the gym and then risk your sanctuary by getting a reputation? Yes, you will get a reputation for running through women there by risking your reputation to go to your sanctuary. So this is your sanctuary. This should be a place where you can develop relationships with people that could be somewhat healthier. You don't want unhealthy relationships in this gym. So this is your sanctuary away. This is your place where you go woosah and aum. You know what I mean? You're getting healthy. You're getting your endorphins in. You're kicking in. You're getting healthy there. Why risk it there? Trust me, I've seen people fuck this up many, many times, and boom, it ends up bad. It could end up bad. Why risk it then when you have a relationship? Definitely if you're trying to run through hoes there, you're trying to come back and there's 3 or 4 women that you ran through that have bad, bitter feelings. This is your sanctuary. I would not risk it too much there. Now, if you just visiting a gym, maybe, okay, but I would not do this as a strategy. For the women that are doing this and showing up to gyms like this, you just hope that they don't show up to the gym that often. All right, but that's for sure. That's for sure. Okay, we got 82% of people disagreeing with this, according to the poll, disagreeing with approaching women at the gym as a strategy. as a strategy. You want these things to develop over time. It would be developed over time. All right. But if you plan on just running through them as whores, guys, there's hoes other places. That's what I don't get about guys. Guys, there's whores everywhere. Why do them in your sanctuary? That's like doing them at the place that you work. It's going to create dynamics that you cannot change. And now you have to change gyms. So I would be careful with this. All right. We got a woman agree or disagree. And she says women are going too far with their gym, or as they call it, activewear attire. All right, so we got Flatback, Uncut Cinnabon, Kaylee that has this to say about women. Do you agree or disagree?
Where are women at?
All right, woman to woman, you guys, the workout clothes in public have gotten so wildly inappropriate. If I'm uncomfortable and there's like families and children around, you should be really uncomfortable and like also kind of ashamed. Like it's kind of insane. Like I'm getting a matcha, the girl next to me, like neon orange, which first of all disgusting, but I'm telling you, the shorts are so short. They don't even go down her leg. It's so tight on her vagina. I'm like, if I can see the full outline of your vagina and the lips of your vagina, and the only thing keeping me from seeing it is just a sheer bit of fabric, that's not okay. And then the butt, it has like the scrunchy things. It looks like the fabric is sucked into her butthole. It's like I can literally, you're basically naked. And then the bra is nothing with a strap in the back. And I'm like, if you want like any respect in society, please stop this. It's so all right, woman to woman, you guys, the workout clothes in public have gotten so wildly inappropriate. If I'm uncomfortable and there's like families and children around, you should be really uncomfortable and like also kind of ashamed. Like it's kind of insane. Like,
okay. This is about 10, 12 years way too late. All right, for her. And let's just be fair. She might've been 14 or 15, 10 or 12 years ago. Okay, so I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. She might not have been around when this conversation initiated, but I will tend to agree with it, but it's too late. Okay, so this has been going on for far too long that it's no point in protesting it. So you do have women that have these sports bras and the back of it is completely just, a couple of bands. So no wonder they can get into these bras. All right. Titties out, exposing their midriff. Then you have them, pulling down their yoga pants or, yoga pants with the whole outline, the high-waisted ones, and they don't have panties on, completely showing the outline of this anatomy. And it's, one of these conversations that this started. Once this started, men started to object about it or talk about it, and then they got ridiculed. The men say, well, why are you bringing it up? What, are you gay? All right, the women was like, you can't tell us what to wear. And so men let it go. Men had to deal with it. Okay, the booty shorts, the Sophie shorts. Women have pressed this, but they pressed their luck on this way too long. We can't call this back. Now, for her to call this back in 2025 is ridiculous. Right? This is ridiculous to the point where I just shake my head. I was like, boy, we didn't been here, done that. We tried. So now they want to call it back. Hey, women, have some respect out here. Okay, why go to the gym in your bra and panties? Like, these women wear less clothes. And by the way, the gymnasium means naked, all right, a place of nakedness. So that's what it translates to. So in essence, the culture of showing off your body and exercising, according to Greek and Roman culture, specifically with the Greeks, was to do it in the nude. Okay, so that was the way to do it. Now, this unfortunately was mostly males, but that's neither here nor there. All right, but if you look up the word gymnasium, it means a place of nakedness. Gymnasium. All right. Definition. All right. Now, the current definition is not going to say it. All right. Obviously. But the word gymnasium, a place where people exercise in the nude. All right. That's what gymnasium means. That's the original gymnos. Gymnos means naked. So that's from the Greek translation. We still call it the gym, so we still have this as a word. Okay, so when we say we're going to the gym, it says gymnos means naked. Okay, therefore a gymnasium in its original context was a place where people exercise in the nude. So that is the etymology of it. That is what it means. So if you understand that, If you understand that, then you would understand why most people are almost nude when they're there, right? We're wearing tank tops. We're wearing tight-fitting clothes. Most men are wearing shorts, so we're more naked than we normally are. Most women are coming in bra and panty sets, right? That's what they're coming in. So it is somewhat normal for us to be less clothed in the gym. But when you have the lengths that people are going through, yeah, it becomes a lot uncomfortable. And when people leave the gym, guess what? That's what they're doing. They're still walking around in this nakedness or near nakedness. So now she's saying the problem lies in the activewear being worn by women outside of the gym. I think that's where she's having the problem. Okay? I think that's where she's having the problem, that it's outside. So now they wear this outside to go to Starbucks, the juice face, the compressed juice place. They're walking around Target. Many people wear activewear and are not in the gym, right? They don't exercise at all because now we're all wearing activewear as a casual clothes. So now when you're not in the gym, you're still walking around in near nakedness. Okay, so now my point is, the problem is I agree with her, but it's too late. There's nothing we can do at this point to actually fix this problem. You can't just do it. She's like, I think we've gone too far. And typically what women will do is they'll press something and it'll feel like this is the right decision. And then they say, well, gone too far, right? They're gone too far. Like, women will probably say it's okay for them to walk around naked. And then at some particular point, they'll call it back 10 years and say, you know what, this whole wearing no bra and no t-shirt for women, we probably went a little bit too far. How about we put the cat back in the bag? How about we pick up all the beans and pull it back in the bag? Now they want to reverse the hands of time. You can't do it. Can't do it. It's too much. All right, we've already regressed, or we already loosened the standard. Now it's hard to get everybody back to agree to retighten the standard. That's all. Same thing as people wearing, pajamas in Walmart and the airport. Monique tried to stop these women from wearing bonnets and pajamas at the airport. But when you go to Southwest and Spirit, especially Gen Z women and young millennial, they're going to come with a blanket and a pillow, a bonnet, slides, slippers, pajamas. Okay? That's how they feel like they want to dress. Now, once you've loosened that standard, you cannot tighten it back up. So that's where she has the problem. This is why they have standards, right? This is why we had decorum. Because when people follow decorum, although it's uniform and it's somewhat tight and you can't express yourself, once you allow open expression, now you can't reel it back in. Okay, now you can't be like, okay, everybody got the share. All right, so let's reel the shit back in. You can't do it. So that's where we are. So I would respectfully disagree with her, meaning that that's not a fight that I would actually waste my time on. Most people agree with her. So we'll go ahead and go with it. We have this guy right here. 1, 2, 3. How many we got here? Okay. So Dr. Umar is going to make an appearance on Agree or Disagree. But we have this woman here that says women don't feel bad about how they treat men. Women don't feel bad about how they treat men. Listen to this one and see if you agree or disagree with this sister.
Do women feel bad after they treat you like shit? Honestly, no, they don't. In reality, they laugh with their friends about the things that they do to you. And they gossip to their friends about how they're doing you wrong and how they're talking to other men. They don't feel bad until they actually lose you. They keep you on the side, and when they lose you, they feel bad. But once again, women are not good at apologizing or realizing that they're wrong. Unless you call them out, then they'll think about it like, dang, maybe I did mess up. But in that moment, women do not feel bad. They think it's funny, and they really feel like it's funny to treat men like shit. Especially good men, and especially men that are soft and that will actually let you walk over them. They don't feel bad. In reality, they just believe that you shouldn't be like this and you shouldn't let a woman walk over you. That's their logic. Men, you need to wake up. Women are evil. There are a lot of evil women out here. They don't care about what they do, and they don't care about how they make a man feel. Especially women that have been done wrong. They are miserable inside, and they go around hurting other men.
Okay, agree or disagree. I'm not sure if this is AI, all right, but this could be AI. But she said women generally do not care about mistreating you. All right, I'm not sure if people voted correctly on this one. You disagree with this one. You were voting before the video was finished. But she was saying women don't care how they mistreat you. In essence, they'll blame you about what you did for letting them mistreat you. So they'll kick the responsibility back. She gave the example of you got mistreated. Then she's going to say it's because you were soft, all right? Or you didn't control her, or you didn't rein her in. You let her run amok. And then she said, essentially, it was your fault for not putting the clamps on me, for restraining me, for controlling me. It was your fault. Because if you would have, I would have mistreated you. I wouldn't have cheated on you. I wouldn't have other men. So then when she shares with her female friends, they basically never say, damn, I really fucked up. All right, I should have not mistreated that good guy. But good guys think that the woman sitting at home smarting like, damn, I'm sad about mistreating him. I'm sad about cheating on him. I'm sad about having other side niggas. Okay, so that's what she's saying there. Do you agree or disagree that women think that it's a joke? I'm going to agree with this one. I think that when women do things against men, they do find their friends and they get together, hoes of a feather flock together. They get together and they be laughing at you. All right, I know this for a fact. All right, this is a fact. They be laughing at you. They never be sitting like, damn. Now, every now and then they'll have that Mary J. Blige moment. I was your lover and your secretary. Maybe 5 years down the line, they might be like, man, I fumbled that guy. But when a woman treats you shitty, I believe in general, they don't care. All right, they don't care. It's more of a joke than it is them feeling sorry for themselves or you. I'm tending to go, I'm going to side with her on this one. All right, and I think she said that at the beginning. It's a joke. It's a ha-ha and a kiki moment. Ha-ha, kiki. I did that guy wrong. I hurt him, and he was hurt. All right, and so especially if they're young, right here, he says they don't feel bad about hurting men. You disagree. Well, you would agree, actually. He says, I disagree. They don't feel bad about hurting men. I think that's what she said. I think people are confused. She said that. That's what she said. They don't feel bad about hurting men. All right, because typically hurt people, man or woman. She said that. She said they don't feel bad about hurting men, especially good men. This is going to go into the dating app later.
Do women feel bad after they treat you like shit? Honestly, no, they don't. In reality, they laugh with their friends about the things that they do to you. And they.
All right, so that's exactly what she said. Right? That's exactly what she said. She said they don't feel bad about hurting you. They actually think it's a joke. Even when it's that they lost you. Okay, even if that's that situation, they'll even say he cared too much. All right, he was more in love with me than I was in love with him. All right, I think people voted wrong on this one. I think they're disagreeing with her as a woman, but as a woman, what she's saying is a fact.
Do women feel bad after they treat you like shit? Honestly, no, they don't. In reality, they laugh with their friends about the things that they do to you. And
this is the truth.
They gossip to their friends about how they're doing you wrong and how they're talking to other men.
Guys, that's a fact. I don't even know what you're disagreeing with. They do gossip with their friends, especially their whore and skeezer friend. All right. Their whore and skeezer friend, that's exactly what they do. I'm going to talk to this other guy. Matter of fact, again, like I told you, I recently had someone's phone for about 48 hours, and I had access to the phone. And one of her friends was literally texting who she thought was the girl, but I had the phone because the woman ended up leaving her phone at my house. It wasn't my fault. But of course, I'm going to look in the motherfucker. And one of the friends who supposedly has a boyfriend that takes care of her was out with another guy, and that guy she got into an argument with, and then the friend texted who she was thinking it was the other friend saying that, oh, I got in a fight with this guy. But this guy, I think, knows my main guy. So let's just get this straight. She has a main guy. She's messing with another guy. They got into an argument or a fight, as she said. And then she says, but the new guy she has a fight with knows my main guy. So she's concerned about the whole thing falling apart. This is the text messages I got. And I'm reading it like, oh, shit. So let's just clarify. Let's just clarify. The woman is talking about her dating another guy while she has a main guy, and also texting this to the friend, who the friend knows about this situation. They know how they're operating. So guess what? What do we got? We got both of them doing this to each other. All right. I'm dating multiple guys. Ha and Kiki. We messing around. And ha, these niggas. We getting over on these niggas. And blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay. Whatever you see as a percentage, flip it. But they all know. That's what they do. They've been doing this shit for years, and this is how they associate with each other. Now, let's say they have another friend that doesn't live like that. Well, they don't discuss that with their friends. Their friends don't know that side of them. So they may have other friends that you might say, me and my girls don't talk about this. Well, you're not that friend. All right. But they certainly have a friend that they can open up about this life, and they share these stories, and they pretty much go out and create these situations for them to have this excitement. This is the excitement they're looking for. All right. So you guys eventually voted. You disagree with my statement. You didn't disagree with the woman. Okay, so you're seeing the vote. You're seeing the vote based on my statement instead of listening to what the woman said. So next time, vote on what the woman said, not the statement you see on the screen. Okay, I just said right here what the statement was. You heard what she said. Do you agree with what she said? Not the statement. Not the statement. I'm just quoting. I'm just saying what was on the screen on her video. Because that was her question. Let's go back and look. That's why I typed it as that. That's what she had on the screen. That was what she opened up with. Right there. Do women feel bad about treating men like shit? That's exactly what I typed. You disagreed with the statement that I typed. That's what the caption of the video was. Okay? You disagree with the statement, not listening to the woman. And this is why it's hard to defend you men, because you men are absolutely shooting yourself in the foot. Okay? I just typed, boom. That's what I typed as the question. I don't have time to I'm running a show and playing videos and commenting at the same time. So I just wrote that quickly. And then you niggas jumped the gun and motherfucking answered the question instead of listening to the woman. Listen to the video, you goofy niggas. You goofy ass men. You recessed, bird-chested ass men. Next time, listen to the video, then vote. All I was referencing was the video, not the statement, you goofy ass men. Okay? You guys are goofy. That's why you're goofy. You guys are voting. No, don't agree or disagree with the statement. Listen to the video, then vote. Goodness. These niggas, man, they can't even follow simple directions. It's agree or disagree on the video, not what I write in the statement. It's just a reference to the video so that when people watch the playback, they see what video I'm referencing. Goofy ass men. You literally got this woman telling you the truth. You disagreeing with the statement that I wrote. Jesus. Jesus. Ain't no saving these goofy ass men. Woo. He says, I believe the question was read wrong. Listen, reference the video next time. Reference the video. Jesus. Don't reference the question. Reference the video that I'm playing. Reference the video. Just so you guys know, I'm literally going to play 3 more videos. Reference the video, not what I type in there. Jesus. These niggas are just slow. I'm going to reference this video. The next thing I'm going to type. I'm just going to type, and I only have 3 seconds to type. Let hoes be hoes. That's all I'm going to type. That is in reference to the video. Do you agree to the video of saying, let hoes be hoes? Don't agree with the statement. Agree or disagree with what this person is saying. Not what I type. I'm just referencing the video. Okay. Now that we got that, and I have to slow down. I have to slow down for you goof troop ass niggas. Okay. I'm just going to type this. Do not vote yet because it's hard for you niggas. It's solid women come with a pass. Watch this. You're going to see this on the screen. Come with a past. Now you guys I got to type it out for you slow ass niggas. Now I got to put parentheses and shit and quote marks. Now I have to put video. Look, I got to slow down the whole show. This is the video. Don't agree or disagree with the statement. Okay? Don't vote yet. Don't vote yet. Wait until I play the video. Don't vote yet. Look at these niggas voting. They don't even know what he's going to say. Look at these goofy ass niggas. Look at this shit. These niggas voting. Look at them. Look at them. I'm trying to run a show. I'm a one-man vote. I'm a one-man show. Look at these niggas. And they blaming me. Look at them. They blaming me. They blaming me. They already voting. Look. How you blaming me? They already voting. What should I do? Play the video first, then type it? These niggas is already voting. Look at them. I told you, it ain't me, bruh. These niggas are slow, bruh. All right, here we go. Here we go. You can't help them. They can't help themselves. All right, here we go. Let's play the video. I got to push like 12 different buttons to do all this. You guys think this is easy what I'm doing. You think this is easy what I'm doing. You think this is easy to pop up a poll, play the video, provide commentary. I got to kind of get ahead of this thing. It's not easy to do what I'm doing. I know it looks easy to be able to type, talk, play, push buttons, share screens. So I got to do things in a certain order. It's not easy what I'm doing. Press 1 if you're a live streamer. What I'm doing is not easy. Okay? And I'm entertaining you and all of that. So you guys got to understand that this is a technically hard thing for me to do. Most people have 3 or 4 people helping them do this. I'm literally doing this and it's difficult for me to do it. You're fucking lucky. You're watching a legend perform. I'm almost 50 and doing this. Not many people have the time and patience to do this. You're lucky I fucking do this for your own entertainment and participation. This is not easy to do. So for you to be criticizing me as, oh, you didn't type it right. Nigga, I'm literally got to do this shit and juggle it. This is not easy to do. Like, I was supposed to type it so you can fucking understand it. Look, do not blame me, guys. This is very difficult. Okay? You guys couldn't do half of this shit that I do on a daily basis. So don't blame me. You guys got to literally catch up right here. This is hard to do. Okay, so let me go ahead and do this again. I'm going to play the video. Then you're going to vote based on do you agree or disagree with the person. You got me popping up a poll like it's easy to do. You couldn't even find how to do a fucking poll. Right here. Okay. So here we go. Let's do this again. Just so you can see. Let's play the video. Then you're going to tell me if you agree with what he's saying. With what he's saying. Let's continue.
When you get in your 30s, everybody has a past. Everybody got experience. Some of these shorties got babies, then dealt with dudes, whatever the case may be. So nobody is really a virgin. So this mentality really stems from dudes and their insecure. A lot of men are driven by ego and pride, thinking that. But like, bro, we all adults. Like, grow the up, I'm saying? And a lot of shit's driven by feeling superior to the next man. But when you really break down. Some of the dopest shorties, the coolest shorties, they all have a history. Some of them got babies, but a lot of them, if they don't got kids, they got a sexual past or a history. Like I said, we're all grown. Like me personally, I love hoes. They pick you up from the airport, they cook for you, they tell you happy birthday, they give you gifts. Some people are just good people, whether you're a hoe or not. Some girls are just cool shorties. One quote I hate is, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, right? Because as you get older, you start to realize they're all hoes. And somebody gotta be a housewife. Like, let's keep it real. When you get in your 30s, everybody has a past. Everybody got experience.
All right, so now it's clearly you would disagree with this, but you were gonna agree with the statement. I didn't have time to type all of this. So now I'm gonna put the poll up. Listen to what he said. Do you agree or disagree? Okay, he's saying after 30, there's nothing you can do. They're all hoes. Let them have their past and deal with them afterwards. Now, that is going to be completely different than what I typed right there. Do you agree or disagree with what he's saying?
And some of these shorties got babies, then dealt with dudes, whatever the case may be. So nobody is really a virgin. So this mentality really stems from dudes and their insecurity. A lot of men are driven by ego and pride, thinking that. But like, bro, we all adults. Like, grow the up, I'm saying? And a lot of shit's driven by feeling superior to the next man. But when you really break down, some of the dopest shorties, the coolest shorties, they all have a history. Some of them got babies, but a lot of them, if they don't got kids, they got a sexual past or a history. Like I said, we're all grown. Like me personally, I love hoes. They pick you up from the airport, they cook for you, they tell you happy birthday, they give you gifts. Some people are just good people, whether you're a hoe or not. Some girls are just cool shorties. One quote I hate is, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, right? Because as you get older, you start to realize they're all hoes. And somebody gotta be a housewife. Like, let's keep it real. When you get in your 30s.
All right.
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time, and I know that you like hoes.
All right.
Wow. Well, now, wait a minute.
So in your 30s, he says, after your 30s, they all hoes. And I say they're all leftover. All right. There ain't many women that get to their 30s and virgin. Okay. So definitely, even looking at the 20s. All right, you're looking at mid-20s. A lot of these women had a whole phase and ran through, and they had their fun, and they're ready to settle down. Now he's saying somebody got to wife them, right? Somebody got to have fun with them. You got to have sex with somebody. You got to get married to somebody. All right, that's what he's saying. I'm not saying, well, I'm just quoting back. I'm just paraphrasing. Some of these women going to have kids. If you want relationships, you're going to have to look past that. Then he said everybody has a past. Okay, so you're not getting anything pure by 30, right? You're only getting hoes and leftover. And he said they all hoes.
And that's you.
At that point, they all hoes. Now that we slowed down the show, do not complain about how long the show's taking. Okay, by 25, 26, 27, this is what you're left with. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? 60% of people say they agree. All right, they agree. By 26, 30, 35, that's all you're getting. And they're all going to be ran through and touched on. They're all going to have 50% of them are going to have children. Okay, it's going to be hard pressed for you to find. Actually, the data shows women under 35, 55% of them are going to be childless and single in the by 2030. That's as of today. So if 55% of them are single and childless, that means 45%, damn near 50% of them, all have kids and are either single, married, or divorced. So you can't get to 30 and 35 and assume someone's going to be a virgin and untouched and not have gone through their whole phase. 100%. So there it is right there. 62% agreed with this statement. Other people called him a simp. All right, a simp. We have two longer videos, and this is a video with the comedian name. I think it's Carlos M., but I might be wrong, and there seems like several C-list celebrities that are in this video. Now, remember, you're going to disagree or agree with his statement. His statement is going to center around, we should not be helping the homeless. All right, now that is not what but you're going to listen to his statement, then we're going to put it up. He's going to say homelessness is not our problem. Let's play the video.
Millionaires and billionaires drive past those people every day.
It's not their problem.
And keep it moving. It's all of our problems, ultimately. Absolutely.
I don't believe that.
Why not?
I don't.
Why not?
I just don't.
I've never heard someone say homelessness is not their problem. What? It's not your problem. I've never heard that before.
What?
It's not my problem.
The people who are in power right now, who sit at the office every day and push the button and say, these billions go over here, these billions go over here, that can be ended overnight if the people who were in power decided that that was the priority.
Every problem in the world, like, we gotta fix it because it's wrong. Like, no, don't work like that.
For homelessness, there's a real answer for a real problem. If you really cared about this, you would vote for the people who could change this.
I don't get your theory. Are you for it or against it?
Am I for what or against it?
Homelessness.
What do you mean? Why would I be for homelessness?
I don't know why Carlos is offering so much pushback. We just got here. I just feel like a lot of it is just unnecessary. Like, what are you doing? You're disrupting the class. Hush. Simmer down, old man. Your philosophy is what?
They could take parking ticket money and end homelessness in LA if they wanted to do that.
Right, but we know they're not going to do it, so should we just give up and say, F it, it ain't our problem because we're not the government? No.
They have millions of dollars set aside.
I think everybody was surprised about Carlos' take on the homeless bill. How you going to try to come up with a bill that you don't believe in?
You made all that NBA money, you didn't buy none of them homeless people no house.
And so that's a comedian, and he's mostly on Instagram, but I think he does some tours. I've seen him before. That's Nick Young. We saw Claudia Jordan, and we saw one of the Braxtons. So these are all washed up C-list celebrities. Former NBA player Nick Swaggy P. Young. Carlos says you made all that NBA money, and you didn't buy them homelessness people one house. All right, damn. All right, that's a cold skinny pop pop.
Pop, pop, ka, ka, ka.
Okay.
Skitty, keep, pop, pop. And a pop, pop, boom.
All right.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right, so, yeah, we have a lot of fake empathy here. A lot of fake empathy. The comedian, Carlos M, is saying, nah, it ain't our problem. Do you agree or disagree with his statement regarding this? Homelessness is not our problem. Okay, do you agree or disagree with?
Gotcha, bitch.
All right, now, that's a cold statement right there. And he got Nick Young looking funny right there. All right, Nick Young with the famous meme. All right, the meme face. He said, you didn't buy them homelessness nan house. If you guys care so much, why when you was at the peak of your fame, you didn't solve the problem? Now y'all ain't got no money and y'all want to put y'all monies together to help, but you want to raise money, other people's money, not use your money. Do you agree or disagree that homelessness is not our problem? All right. Do you agree or disagree with him? Homelessness is not our problem. Okay. All right, last one is Dr. Umar. This is probably going to take a little bit of time because I had to slow down the show for the slow people in the back. Dr. Umar says women should stop telling men about the men that they've been with in their past. Okay, we have 85% of people say they agree homelessness is not our problem to solve. All right, I could go into more of that, but I'm going to just go ahead and continue with the show. Dr. Umar says that women do not understand that when they talk about their sexual past, it actually makes men repulsed, right? So women do share these stories. They'll say things like, when I was at college, I hooked up. When I was in the military, it was like Love Island. When I was, when I was in these streets, and they'll talk about trains and orgies they had. They talk about when they used to sell pussy. They'll talk about their sexual past, promiscuity. They'll talk about their sexual experiences, right? I used to get ran through and I used to leave and I used to fuck all these guys, right? They'll talk about this thinking that it's men will be attracted and think they're a freak, but it actually works against them. Dr. Umar is going to explain this. You're going to watch portions of the video and then we'll vote on it. Dr. Umar.
Money's never. And this is why black women gotta stop telling men how many partners. Listen to me, ladies. This is game. Never tell a man when is the last time you've been with another man.
We know that.
No, but women do it all the time.
Yeah,
we don't. Y'all volunteer. I ain't been with nobody in 3 years.
We volunteer lies.
I ain't been with nobody in 3 years, and you ain't got no walls.
3 seconds before we started chatting.
But this the thing, though. When y'all trying to impress us, y'all just turning us off because I never asked you that.
This the thing.
And you know
I'm
why
not
we?
giving it up
And
like
why
that
do we not
anyway.
need to know? You know why you don't?
Because it's none of your business.
But even more than that, as a man,
why?
You know why I don't need to know?
Because you want to feel like you the only guy I've ever had.
No.
Let him answer.
He asked me.
Listen, when I enter your sacred waters, when I enter your caramel, when I enter your dark cinnamon, when I enter your butterscotch cream, I'm going to have a very pretty good idea on when the last time somebody swam in this ocean.
That's a myth.
It ain't no myth. It is not no myth.
I just don't believe
It is not no. Listen, there was a woman I was going to marry. I can't tell her story. I care about it.
Well, all right, so let me stop right there. Let me see what else he says.
Let me give it. Okay.
Spare, but tell the story.
Okay. I went on the trip out the country. I was in love with her. This is here in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
I said to myself, when I come back from this 30-day trip, if that right, we getting engaged.
Okay.
Because this was her final test.
That was
30 days.
That was simple.
But she didn't know. Because you don't tell them. Because if you tell them,
and they going,
she gonna keep it tight just because she know. So I didn't tell them. So I came back 30 days, 30 nights, right? Out the country. I couldn't wait to hit it. I go inside my royal waters, and there was water missing. I said, "This shit not the way I left this.
This going too far."
So
all right, so let me stop it right there. Everybody can pretty much know where that goes. Let me go ahead and vote on that one right there. Never tell a man the last time they've been with the women should never tell a man the last time they've been with a man. You're agreeing or disagreeing with his statement there, which is, this is tough because most men want to know if a woman's a whore. All right, so now that she's told you that, now you know, and then this disqualifies her. It could potentially. Or if she keeps it a secret, then you don't know about it. Should she tell you? Because then she'll just hide the secret. Another thing she said is that we just be lying. All right, because sometimes they'll lie and they'll say, I'll be out here doing this, I'll be out here doing that, and they never did it. So they'll talk about the time that they had sex with the maintenance man. They'll talk about times that they've had orgies and trains and a threesome. Well, it might not be true, it might be fantasy, but she might be talking this up for you to think that she's a sexual freak. Now, the other part of that is, this does happen to men where you are thinking that you're going to move this woman forward in the relationship. I'm going to move this woman forward in the relationship. A lot of women don't believe guys, but guys are taking notes and wanting to move the woman forward. What will happen is in that moment, she'll slip up and she'll tell you something to try to make it seem like she's open-minded or a freak, and she reveals too much. Then you basically say, oh, she just disqualified herself. So now when you get back home, you're like, oh, damn, I can't wife this woman. I can't make this woman my girlfriend. She told too much. I mean, I've been in situations where I told woman, you told a little bit too much, that made me realize that you can never be my girlfriend. And she was like, well, you wasn't going to make me your girlfriend anyway. Well, the sad part is we actually were trying to move her along forward into that. We were thinking about it. But then all of a sudden we heard that. We're like, oh, hell no. Okay, no. So do you agree or disagree with that particular statement right there? All right, that women should not tell men their past, that it actually works against them. That's an interesting one. That's a tough conundrum. Because some guys want to know. I believe you don't want to know. All right. Sometimes, I will say this. Lots of times I found out that I thought a woman's sexual past was worse than it was. And then when I found out more and more, it wasn't as bad as I thought. She was still a whore, but it wasn't as bad. I thought it would be far worse. All right, so agree or disagree? It seems like 65%, the majority agree with Dr. Umar, and sometimes that happens. All right, that's agree or disagree. Do me a favor, hit the like button. We got more show coming up here. What do we got coming up here? Coming up here, we got Crime and Law CGA. We have the main event coming up. Oh, we got so much show coming up here. It's a Friday, so you know what I'm going to ask?
Where the white women at?
All right, do me a favor and press that like button and enjoy this real quick.
Has the modern dating landscape confused you? Have many of the standards that you heard you're kind of tired of hearing about, and you're wondering, what does it all mean? Well, look no further. Join us talking about the monetized dating marketplace right now on Locals, and it is CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can create a free account to join the conversation between the Coach Gang members, but also on Sunday, we do a live stream demonstrating all aspects of the monetized dating marketplace. And coming soon in 2025, you're going to have access to a sample of the monetized dating marketplace course where you can get information related to how to participate in the monetized dating marketplace and or how to understand it, so you're not out here spinning your wheels trying to figure out how you're going to best deal with the monetized dating marketplace. Listen, everything and every aspect of dating is monetized. We just want to relieve the frustration that you might have about it. So the best way to do it is make a free account right there on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can get access to those live streams, but create a free account. Just join the conversation. I am the only one covering this conversation from this point of view. And yes, I am ahead of my time. Get ahead of the information before you're priced out.
Many women say they are finding it very hard to find a man who makes as much as they do. That the country's declining marriage rate is due to the lack of financially eligible bachelors. Researchers say they are seeing a trend of women dating down, which means, a man who, this is just the reality of it. So women, we're more educated now. We're gonna hold off on the baby making. We're gonna hold off until we get that great job, really career driven. And I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
So before, right, it was okay when the man made more money to be the one to buy everything, to do, treat you and all this other kind of stuff. And now that you make more money, you can't be that one because you're dating down.
I hate that.
What is that? If there's a responsibility that comes with making more money, accept it. You wanted to make more money. Right. Are you going to find many men out there that makes as much as you do?
I could do bad by myself.
Left to say. All right, time now, 5:11. Let's.
Yes, the one-man band, the one-man wrecking crew is here. The best entertainment here on YouTube. The man that makes it look easy, the man with the plan. We got coming up next some support that we need to acknowledge, and the Ko-Fi people have been very, very patient. So I'm going to acknowledge those people who have supported the greatest show on turf. We got Lameek says, Coach, that vote had me crying literal tears on my lunch break. He says, you pacifically said don't vote yet, and automatically he says right here, you're using some words here that I don't understand. Niggies will niggy. He says, as soon as the poll went up, shaking my head, you can't save them all. These niggies are unbelievable niggies. Niggy. All right, yes, they are unbelievable. The contractor says, shout out to the Coach Gang from south of the border. We still alive. We still fighting. Coach, God bless. Good to see you alive and fighting. Miles says, shout out to the Coach Gang. The money mindset is just what I needed. A lot of people's mindsets are stuck in 2019 and 2021 when it comes to women and careers. Women ain't changing. He says AI will completely disrupt the already unstable job market. Boss up ninjas before it's too late. When you get left, you're going to get left. Shout out to our brother Prudom, says CGA, the cure for red pill rage. He says, thanks for the wisdom to move forward. Larry Bird is not walking through that door. Lameek says, here's some tuition for the gyms. Late to class today, sensei, forgive me, for I have sinned. He says, hit me with the you big dummy. Shout out to you real quick. The best, you big dummy. By the way, the best soundboard on YouTube. Mono Consciousness says, from the great philosopher, I can't pronounce it. If you desire ease, forsake learning. If you desire learning, forsake ease. It ain't never going to be easy out here. By the way, life ain't ever going to be easy. So if you think life is going to be easier, I don't know what to tell you. It gets harder and harder and harder. And the sad part about it is once you figure it out, you're old. All right. And if you think you got life figured out, just wait. Okay, just when you think you got life figured out, just wait. It doesn't only take you 1 minute to figure out. Damn. All right, Cody Draper says, Coach, men should have never been programmed to be simps and white knights because that's dangerous to society, especially women's accountability in court. Well, I think we were born simps People don't realize that we were born simps. Like we were never programmed to be simps. All right. I think the programming comes with the fact that most men don't have a father figure, and those father figures are henpecked. But like I tell you, man, we were born to gift things to women. We were never born to be like, we're gonna stay strong against these women. You have to learn that. You have to learn that. But to continue in telling you, like I showed you video after video after video of male children gifting female children things just for no reason. Like, I want to give this something. They want to impress you. They wanted to impress you. Now, the whole thing about, chocolates and teddy bears and coats over puddles and opening doors, that's programming. But nature has already programmed us before we were born to simp for women down the line with testosterone. So the programming then comes from the fact that, these constant things about, black men need to protect black women. That's programming. Right? That's programming. Because then it doesn't even make any sense. Why? That's what her husband was supposed to do. All right. And why is she out here half naked in the middle of the night? That's a person that doesn't need to be protected. All right. They chose to be out here. All right. A woman chooses to run away in the middle of the night. Fuck her. All right. Whatever she gets, she gets. She chose that shit. All right. But that type of thing has been programmed to us. So, never hit a woman. That program into us. All right. But the whole idea is men naturally have wanted to always impress women. All right. Larry C. He says, have you heard the CEO? Yeah. Right here. He said, have you heard of this about the CEO getting caught with the HR manager at the Coldplay concert? Just kidding. Wanted to give you a shout out to the Money Mindset crew and the Locals gang and the whole effing Coach gang. Safe travels, Coach. Take me out with the Here's William. Shout out to you. Here's William. All right. Shout out to Larry C. The mathematician. Age of Machine says the video of the wife coming in late is an example of unchecked female entitlement that manifests at every level of relationships. They think they define love and relationships as well as think that they can define or redefine relationships at any time. Thanks for showing us all this. It's bad. Can I say this? I'm going to tell you this, and this is going to sound extreme. But I've said this even about black people in slavery, so just bear with me. Bear with me, because it's on the lines of this. And I don't mean any harm. I'm not telling you what to do, and I'm not telling you that we need to go back to this. But hear me out. The reason why you have seen in the past people becoming victims of violence in relationships. I'm not saying you should do this, but the reason why you've seen this is because you've seen the results of these things not resulting in the violence, meaning that you've seen the results today of people not seeing punishment for their actions. I'm trying to speak clearly so that people can listen to what I'm saying. I'm going to give you two examples. When children are not punished by their parents, and we have 20 years of people saying punishing your children doesn't work, 20 years down the line, you see the results of not punishing your children later on. You understand what I'm saying? Like today, we could go back to the 80s. Now, people are going to say, well, it didn't work because people were still knuckleheads. But when you say spare the rod, spoil the child, when you take away the ability for punishing your children immediately with action, and you putting them in timeouts and you're trying to talk to them through it and you hire a therapist, that hasn't been working. That hasn't been working. Kids don't know when to shut the fuck up. They're disrespectful. They talk over you. They argue with the parents. There's no immediate consequences to pop their ass in the lip. I'm not saying physical violence is necessary, but what I'm saying is before you had that. Later on, you don't have that. You have 20 years of raising children without this, and guess what? Look at the kids now. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go back. You see how niggas act today when they get the police on their ass and niggas act running amok? They start talking back to the police and they end up getting choked and whooped and spanked. And then now we got to feel bad. We need police reform. Nah, this nigga need to learn how to be quiet, because now if you look at how these motherfucking plantation niggas act in 2025 when the police pull up, now you know why them niggas was getting their ass whooped on the plantation. Now it makes complete sense as to why y'all niggas was getting whooped on the plantation. Now this might sound mean, but now I see why them niggas was getting whipped by a motherfucking whip. All right, now it makes sense. Because a motherfucking master like, nigga, shut the fuck up. Whap. I'm not saying it was right. But based on what I'm seeing today, some niggas are hard-headed and they needed they ass whooped. Now, niggas today in 2025 is continuing to choose to get they motherfucking ass whooped. Like, it ain't my fault. Do you see what I'm saying here? Hey, start whooping these niggas. They keep asking for it. I know it sounds mean, but here we are. We stop whooping these niggas' ass and they think they can keep running their mouth. Whoop their ass. Now, when it comes to women, women have always faced immediate consequences for their bullshit. Gaslighting, manipulation. There were men that went in pulled their hands from their pocket and said, you know what? You ain't gonna do that around here. Pimp hand strong. Immediate consequences. Now, I'm not saying that this is a solution. What I'm saying is this manipulation that we face from women today, there's no punishment. They go unpunished from this in the household. They go unpunished from this from man to man to man to man to man. They leave a fucking graveyard of men that have been abused and victimized by women's bullshit when before somebody told they ass when they were 16, their father, when they were 18, their first boyfriend and husband. Somebody told these bitches that they ain't gonna put up with this bullshit. We ain't putting up with this bullshit, nah. But not today. These women go from 16 to 30, 16 to 44 with this bullshit. And they never learn. Nobody ever checks their ass. We trying to negotiate with them and stop them from their motherfucking cat and mouse game. Nobody checks them. You see what I'm talking about? Because we think talking it out is going to stop children from doing bullshit. We think talking through it is going to stop niggas from doing niggy shit. We think talking through it is going to stop these women from playing games against you, and it's not true. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying that we need to go back to that. What I'm saying is people saw that straight talk led to straight understanding. People learned that when they did bullshit, it was time to flinch when you got caught doing bullshit. It was time to flinch. Because that's how people kept shit in check. Now, that is a big situation here because now you have people that have physical power that can put the fire out on games and manipulation. Do you see what I'm talking about? We're absent of these tools. Men are absent of these tools with their children. They're absent of these tools with these niggies. They're absent of these tools with everybody. Women, they're absent of these tools. So now we got to negotiate and understand them as they're playing cat and mouse games. And nobody faces consequences. We have a feelings culture, the whole therapy thing. This is just bullshit. This is her way to get a referee in there to pass that buck on to you. We're going to hear a therapist talk about this in a minute. There's no immediate response to bad behavior. And if there is, we're just hoping they finally understand it. What we have to understand is, no, they don't finally understand it until real consequences show up. By that time, they just don't know, right? They'll just say, I've never had anybody give me these real life consequences. Now they can just run from it. The minute there's discipline, I'll just run and I'll find a new person to manipulate. And by the time he figures it out, I have gotten what I want from him. This is why a wife can pull up at 2 a.m. and just say you got to fucking deal with it. And what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to hit me? What are you going to do? You can't do shit. You're going to lose all of this. Can't do shit. And that's what people know inherently, because human beings, we're just animals, despite the Christians wanting us to believe that we're a higher form. We're just more intelligent animals that are conniving and manipulating, men and women. If we can get over on somebody, we're going to get over on somebody, period. And when we know when we have a leverage over someone, we can use it. And if they can't fuck us up, they can't do anything. You can't do anything. You fuck me up, I'm going to be the victim. Niggas know that. Police, they could just reframe it. I was a victim. Police whooped on me. Now, you probably weren't a victim. You probably deserved all of that ass whooping. All right, every single ass whooping and every single motherfucking throat punch you got, every motherfucking crotch shot punch you got, you deserve all of that shit. And when I see the full video, I'm like, yep, you deserved all of that shit. You wanted that shit. You asked for it. What people do is they realize, how much rope do I have to hang myself? And they go right up to that fucking limit. And they keep pushing that button. This is what people do. Then we give them an excuse for doing that said behavior. We give them an excuse when we can simply say, yeah, you were unruly. You were out of line. You shouldn't have done that. We give them an excuse. This is what people do. And I understand that. I know this. Remember, even AI knows. I just look at human behavior. I don't care about race or gender or any of these social issues you're talking about. I don't give a fuck. When people get fucked up, most of the time they ask for it. Not many people get innocently fucked up. Not many people get innocently fucked up. I know that as a rule. Not many people get innocently fucked up. They earned all of that fuck up. They earned all of that ass whooping. They earned all of them consequences, and many times it's karma coming back to fuck they ass up. I understand that. I don't give people a pass for getting fucked up. Every now and then, that's like a 10% chance you were just an innocent bystander. But most of the time, you earned all of that shit, and it was over time they gave you had somebody exercising patience, and they finally said, I have no more patience. I'm about to fuck you up. I know that. That's what I believe. So when somebody get fucked up, just go back and trace that shit back, follow the fuck up money trail, and you're going to find out why they got fucked up. And then I have no more compassion for their ass. Shit, you deserve that shit. Because you playing games. People play games with each other. And not only you might not play games with that person, you might play games with other persons, and you learn you can get away with that game, and then you meet the wrong person, and then they fuck you up. Right? That's just what it is. You met the wrong person, and they said, I ain't putting up with that shit. Now, because the other 10 people let you get away with it, well, these other 10 people let me get away with it, this person didn't let you get away with it. And they said, fuck that shit. I ain't letting you do that. And then consequences. Now, unfortunately, they're going to jail, and then your ass is playing the victim. But this is our reality. And I don't care if it's men, blacks, white, women, children. This is what we're doing. And now, nobody can face consequences and repercussions because they're always the victim. The reason why, going back to relationships, why we see so many men powerless is they have no power to exercise their leverage, their dominance. You have abdicated all of this to the fact that you have abdicated your ability to have multiple women because they want to test your morality. Well, moral wise, it's better to be a man with one woman. No, motherfucker, not in 2025. You crazy as fuck. Now you got these women with multiple dudes, and they out here saying, well, we got to have multiple dudes because one man is not enough. They literally flipped it. And now you got to accept it. Okay? I tell you this, my bully fish story. This is the bully fish. Okay? Anybody heard press 1 in the chat if you heard my bully fish story. Because hurt people hurt people. This is the truth. And people know how to manipulate. So my bully fish story is exactly this. I had a fish in this fishing tank that was getting picked on. Every time I go over there, there's a fish just going up, just pecking at this fish. And I was like, what the fuck's going on? I gotta find out why this fish is violating this other fish. To the point, the other fish just like this, about to die. All right, I'm like, yo, I gotta go in and get this fish out of there. I fucking scooped the bully fish out. Flushed the bully fish down in the toilet. I flushed the bully fish down in the toilet. And I'm like, good, all harmony in the tank. There's gonna be harmony in the tank. That one fish was causing problems. So the fish that was getting bullied gets back to strength and power. Then I look up, that fish is bullying the rest of the fucking fish. Hold up. I look up, and now the fish that I saved, the fish that was hurt, the fish that was almost dead, is now bullying the other fish. And I'm like, hold up. Now I gotta scoop your motherfucking ass out because you out here fucking with the rest of the fish. Now I gotta scoop you out. The point of it is there's always power at play. No person is the victim. No person is the aggressor at all times. So if you disarm the original aggressor, punish them severely for punishing and controlling others, you would think that there would be harmony in the tank, but there's not. The power shifts to the person that has the most leverage. In this case, for the parents, you disarm the parents, the children become the bully. You disarm the men in relationships, the women become the bully. You disarm the police, the niggas become the bully. That's what's happening. It is never harmony. It's never going to be balanced. It's never going to be fair. If you remove and disarm and detooth and declaw one person, they become the fucking victims and the other person becomes the bully. That's where we are in our society today. Period. If you don't believe it, I don't understand what world you're watching. You de-incentivize men. You incentivize women to go in and just grate these men, go in there, clean his clock, and then run out here and be the victim. That is what we have in the relationships. The men can't do anything right. The women do everything right, and they bully the men now. They're bullying the men. They're bullying them across the board, and they're playing psychological games. They got referees, therapists, attorneys, police. They got everything on their side, and they're bullying the men in the relationships. And then they get to hide behind, well, I'm just a little girl. This is the power dynamic we have that is completely absent of men. They disarm the men. You can't whoop their ass, can't stop them from doing things, can't call the police against them, can't say you're a victim. You got dating apps now where these bitches are going to air out men. You got it completely unbalanced. The men are powerless. The men can't do anything about it. These women whore themselves out all the way into their 30s. These niggas ain't getting no play. They get shamed for getting no play. Well, you ain't got no game. These women open their fucking legs at will, and then you supposed to accept it. The women are bullying. That's the dynamic. Anybody that disagree with it, you crazy. Now, how did you get that shit back? I used to say this, and again, I have to be careful. There's only one way you get it back. There's only one way, and I ain't going to suggest it. But blood going to have to be on the pavement. But I'm not saying that. That's the only way. That's because you can't just negotiate this back. You can't negotiate it. Men have abdicated. They tried to play nice and fair. You fucked it up. The parents, you try to play nice and fair with your kids, and your kids fucking hate you. Today, you would think kids would love their parents today. These kids have been treated softly by parents, the most softest kid treatment of kids in the history of the world. And guess what? They hate their fucking parents at the end of the day. You know how many kids that are Gen Z hate their parents? You know how many kids today hate their fucking parents? Now, bruh, the parents from the 80s and the 70s used to whomp your monkey ass. And you got mad respect for your parents, right? You still love your parents today. These puss-ass millennials and these Gen Z kids hate their fucking parents' guts. And they gave them every cotton picking thing. They was there wiping their rear ends until they were 8. They were feeding them with a fucking silver spoon. They was out there buying shit for them and putting them in their own room, in their own bed, in their own fucking TV. They let them stay in the room and close the goddamn door all day. They let them sleep in the noon. They did their laundry all the way up into their teenage years. They paid for their college. And these motherfucking kids hate their parents for that shit today. Like, think about this shit. Think about it. They disrespect them. They talk back. They tell everybody under the sun on social media they hate their fucking fathers. They hate their mothers. And the mothers and fathers never put a hand on these fucking kids. Tell me I ain't lying. Parents never went upside their head, never whooped their monkey ass, never chased their ass around with a belt, never went outside with an extension cord. Not once. They in therapy talking about their parents made them play sports and take violin lessons and they hate their fucking guts. They made them walk the dog at 6 a.m. These motherfuckers is out of their mind. So when you spoil someone, spare the rod, spoil the child, it goes with relationships today. Same thing with men and women. These bitches want to be spoiled. The minute you don't spoil them, they be like, yeah, these niggas. So who's the real bully? Who's the real victim in this shit? Sorry to go off on that tangent, but I got to make things clear because sometimes I got to talk in circles so you niggas don't say I'm making threats or some shit like this. Now these women, dude, these parents don't even know their daughters are whores. Selling pussy. Their parents don't even have a fucking clue why, because they can't challenge that daughter. But they got to support that daughter and be there for the daughter and look past the fact that they're OnlyFans whores and just be delusional. Instead of being like, bitch, what you doing in that room? Like, there was a time you couldn't even close the door at your parents' house. Parents were like, oh, you ain't closing the fucking door in my house. Now today, you remove the door off the kid's room, it's abuse. You make the kid keep the door open, abuse. So that the kid has more power over the parents. I'll call CPS. You yelled at me. The kids will lie to CPS. They'll threaten the parents. I'll just call 911 and CPS. Their kids don't give a fuck. Give me what I want or I'll do this, threaten you. This happened over periods of years, and the Marxist, socialist, communists have allowed this to happen with their pseudoscience and think that they understand the mind. This is what's happening. And now, same thing with niggas getting whooped by the police. Almost every time they deserve that ass whooping. I can show you one video that them niggas didn't deserve what they got. All right? I'm like, yeah, shit, shut the fuck up next time. That's human nature. It ain't about complying. It's knowing that you are not in a position of power right now. Shut the fuck up. Go to jail and hire a lawyer. That's where we are right now. It's not just with relationships. It's with the parents. It's with the authority. It is the belief system that has got you niggas to believe that authority is always wrong and you goofy ass people are always right. And that's not true. We have now weaponized the weak and the motherfucking undisciplined. And now we have punished and penalized the strong, the people who have got the most leverage and power, the stronger person, the person that earns the most money. We've literally clipped their fucking wings. And so we supposed to accept our kids when they light in the loafers and they got sugar in their tank and they want to change their gender and they want to be whores and they want to steal shit. We supposed to defend these motherfucking kids so that when they turn into adults and they face one man that's going to say, I ain't putting up with that shit, well, he's just an abuser. So the person don't even know that there's consequences to their actions because the parents never chin check they motherfucking ass. The police never chin check they ass. The teachers never chin check they ass. They first 10 boyfriends that they whore around with never chin check they ass. Then they run up against me. And now I'm the problem. I don't let them get away with that bullshit. I make they ass check in. Give me your motherfucking location. Give me your phone. Oh, I'm an abuser. I'm controlling. So they just run it at and they go to therapy and throw my ass up under the bus. See, that's because people have never been out here checked for they bullshit. By their parents, by the teachers, by the school, by the police. Nobody else want upside their motherfucking head. That's what's going on here. They've been protected by doing bullshit against their parents, their friends, their female friends, their bosses, everybody. Nobody has ever checked their motherfucking ass. And the first person that checked them, they make themselves the victim. How could you check me like this? Nobody's ever checked. My daddy don't even check me like this, but not me. I'm going to check your ass. They can't handle it. They run away. They say they're the victim. They say he's crazy. He's controlling. He's a misogynist. They try that bullshit against you. Your wives try that shit against you. And then the children see the wife doing that to the father. And then the father just say, well, happy wife, happy life. I'll just ride this shit off until I'm dead. And when they die, they just spend your fucking life insurance and say, good riddance, fucking die. I heard Hulk Hogan died and he didn't even have a good relationship with his daughter. I mean, think about this, man. He didn't talk to his daughter and never seen his grandkids. Now, that was his own personal choice and shit like that. But think about this. All that work, all that effort, all that sacrifice, and parents are dying, and they have fractured relationships with the kids, and the kids are blaming the parents, and you a fucking spoiled-ass kid. You just a spoiled fucking kid. You know how much shit he did for you? This nigga done ran upside the ring and did backflips and body slam 500-pound motherfuckers to give you your life. And you got the nerve to be like, well, I don't want to talk to you no more, Dad. Man, fuck that shit. Man, fuck everybody who don't want to rock. You gotta at some particular point realize what people have done for you, what men have done for women. These women don't give a fuck. They playing games with you. They just use next nigga, use next nigga, marry you, divorce, use you, next nigga. That's their life. Then they blame you along the damn way. Then you take the L. Then you take the public tarring and feathering on the dating app. Now you got to take the tarring feathering. You got to take the goddamn, oh, I guess it was my fault. When they were making the choice along the way. They chose to be with these guys. Now they going to air their ass out on the dating app, huh? Interesting. You made bad decision after bad decision after bad decision, and you want to come out being the victim when somebody checks your motherfucking ass. This is what the world we're living in today. The bullied is now the bully. The men are toothless. You don't have any weapons, and you're powerless. The minute you speak out against this, you're a misogynist, and you're filled full of hate. Nobody's perfect, but we have to understand we hold all the cards as men. We make the most money. I don't give a fuck if these women run around here say they make the most money. Put your motherfucking check up against mine. You ain't make more money than me. All right, but we make the most money. We have the capacity to work longer. We're stronger. We're bigger. We're taller, stronger, faster, motherfucker. We got all the cards. But guess what? We abdicated for some feelings and shit. Well, they deserve. Y'all niggas running around here talking about the WNBA deserves more money. They don't deserve a goddamn thing. Nobody watching them. Nobody's watching them. It's easy solution. Nobody watches them. Well, more people watching them now. Nobody's watching them. They don't deserve shit. Nothing. They don't deserve shit. Now, you can give it to them. Don't mean they deserve it. But that's like giving these funky ass kids something you think they deserve You think they're going to respect you because you give it to them? No, they're not. They're going to want more tomorrow. This is what we have to understand. That they funky ass run around here making $75K a year. They lucky to have that fucking job. They lucky to have that in the summer. Make them bitches bag groceries during the off season. Or do whatever the hell they want. They don't deserve shit. Nobody's paying attention to them. They don't deserve nothing. Nobody's paying attention to them. The women aren't, neither are the men. You can't name 5 WNBA players. Nobody has WNBA t-shirts and merchandise. Nobody's rocking jerseys. They have no impact on the culture. Nobody watches them bitches unless Caitlin Clark is on the screen, possibly Angel Reese. It's that simple. They don't deserve shit. They lucky they got what they got. All right, that's what my opinion on it. They lucky to have what they got. So go ahead and keep your ass out there. Shut the fuck up and you just say, I'm lucky to be here. But nah, them bitches run around here. We're entitled to more. Nah, bruh. How many women watching the WNBA is sitting around talking about what the WNBA did last week? 0, unless they bulldaggers. But we supposed to just give it to them because they squawk in their fucking mouth. No, you don't get a goddamn thing. Go sit down. But nobody can tell them that. And if you tell them that, you're in the wrong. Go sit the fuck down. All right. And matter of fact, cancel they shit. All right. Or make them pay for it. See what happens. All right. Anyway. All right. Going off just a little bit. Tranisha, a woman says, asking, men always say we should choose better. Then what's the issue when men use the tools in new info to choose better? He says, the message I'm receiving is that a good girl just trusts that everything, trust everything. An unvetted man tells you women should just trust a man. No, well, listen, there's predatory men out here. She says, I asked because the T app has reverse image search. They search court records from all states and even sex offender list. I search your name. You search my name. See? Why you search my name, Tranisha? I search your name in your location and no info came up. Motherfucking Tranisha. You see this shit? You see this, bruh? They already on my neck. She already searching me up on the T app. She says right here, I search your name and your location and no info came up. All right, Tranisha. All right, God. They already on me, bruh. They already on me. Look at this shit, man. They already ready.
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty, keep, pop, pop. And a pop, pop, boom.
They already done throw me under the bus. I tell you, man, they on me, bruh. New world order. Oh, man, they done already looked me up on the T app. I told you I'm the Bruce Wayne of this ish. New world order. I'm the Bruce Wayne of this ish. All right, my JUCOs ain't typed my shit in yet. All right, man almighty. Oh, man, they owe me.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
She says, is the segment about the facts or unintended consequences of the T app? Do you have questions for me about the app? All right, so Tranisha has the app. All right, she's already looked me up. I'm not on any sex offenders list. Thank goodness. All right, goodness. She's already looked for my court records. Okay. And she's also reverse image searched me, which I've all done to myself. I'm clean as a whistle. Whew. I'm clean as a whistle. So she says, is the segment about unintended consequences? Yes. It's about not the facts. I'm going to talk about the facts, but definitely on the unintended consequences. Do you like the show? Do me a favor. Hit the like button. I know I got more super chats, but I did take about 15, 20 minutes to go off script just a little bit and speak passionately to you. But I want to go through these segments really quick here and give you guys a great show. All right. Crime and Law CGA. I told you, man, they gonna come after me, man. Tranisha tried to do me dirty. Quickly, Crime and Law CGA, did you guys realize that the woman in the incident with the CEO has resigned And people have been wondering about if this would happen, but Kristin Cabot has resigned as Astronomer's HR chief following the infamous Coldplay concert incident. I know I tried to get the incels off the red pill rage just a little bit, but she's connected and she has a lot of background. She's married into one of the wealthiest families in the Massachusetts state. All right, so she's got deep connections, and no, they couldn't just fire her. So she's decided to resign, and more than likely, they probably didn't mind that resignation. She was a distraction. She probably doesn't need the money. She's just married into her second marriage, and married into a very wealthy family, married an older man. They just bought a $2.2 million house 5 months ago, and lawsuits are ready. Just know that's going to be a lawsuit.
Pop, pop, cock, cock, cock.
All right.
Skitty keep pop, pop. And a pop, pop.
And this picture
boom.
must have been from 8 to 10 years ago. All right, because she looked wrinkled up. All right, she looked weather beaten on there. Like that skin was basically barely holding on.
Silence, you fool.
All right, that picture, that video did not look like this. All right, so for the people who wanted to know, did she get fired too? She has resigned. All right, but she probably took some money out. They paid her a check and said, go bye-bye. All right, her lawyers were calling up. It's like, hey, if you fire her, lawsuit. All right, and the Astronomer CEO was making $50 million a year. I guarantee you she walked out with a bag. All right, she walked out with a bag, and she good.
Gotta get my bag and run.
She's good. So that's what happened, and that's how it's always going to happen. Let's go to the next one here on Crime and Law CGA. We have, I'm going to have to turn down the volume on this situation. I've seen this video going viral for several weeks. This is when she slides into the DMs. Shout out to her right here. You see this, slide into the DMs. She got the cleavage showing. Very good, nice caramel complected woman. And when she slides into the DMs, this is what she looks like. Then, of course, down the line, the mask will fall off. Same woman. Oh, no. The crash out. All right. And she's trying to break into the house using the kid's bike. Yep. A little bit different. And as you can see, crazy hair chica. All right. When the mask falls off. So never trust the big button, a smile. All right. That girl is poison. Guys, if a woman's single, most likely, and she's going to therapy, she says she has mental health issues, depression, stress, anxiety. Please trust. You're going to find out the hard way that this bitch is going to crash out. If you fall in love with a woman, you got to realize you got to push the right button. All right, because these women can hide this behavior, man. Merp. All right, doesn't look the same. When you hit that bottom, you know what I mean? And they get triggered and you trigger them. You got to, hey, man, I encourage men to trigger women because they can hide they can hide their demons. Now, they'll give you red flags, all right? And a sexually promiscuous woman is crazy. That's a demon. All right, that's a succubi. So sexual promiscuity, women who dress provocatively, the women that have mental health issues, women that are spiritual, right? These are all red flags of a demon, a succubi. And eventually you press the right button and she might even grab a gun or a knife, all right? And she might try to cut your pee-pee off. All right, so watch out, brothers.
Now I got to cut you.
I don't mind pressing a woman's buttons. This is kind of like knowing a woman's body count, right? It's helpful information. I mean, it does matter, right? It does matter eventually. You want to know what type of whore and skeezer she was. This is all good, vital information. This is going to help you out. It's going to help you out here learn the hard way. Just know it's possible. They know how to hide that demon, man. They're professional hiders of their demons. But don't just think a pretty face is going to happen. All right, Crime and Law CGA. Remember, we reviewed this yesterday quickly. Crime and Law CGA. This is the Instagram OnlyFans model who had crashed out against her Pookie boyfriend. There she is crashing out here, and there were several videos. Sorry, there were several videos. You guys remember her. Please do not type her name. Well, apparently she's gone on Al Gore's internet to defend her actions, all right, after being seen ripping down television screens, all right, as you can see here, ripping down TVs, crashing out, another crash out victim here, and of course she's the victim. All right, but she got a fatty, and dudes are saying, hey, you know, that's the type of love I want. May this type of love find me, and yes, it's going to be passionate, and I'm sure that punani is good. She got that good pooty tat. All right, this is her standing in the middle of the road. Guys, I've had a woman do this to me. Bro. Stand in the sit, bro. You would be shocked at the amount of women who do this. I had a woman do this to me. She sat in the middle of the road, and I was like, bro, what am I doing? All right, I was like, I gotta go. I literally drove off. I was like, that's it. Now, of course, I was trying to be helpful in the situation, but they be crashing out like this on a routine basis and blaming you. You made me do that. It was your fault. They will blame you. All right, but anyway, she has now come out to defend herself against these allegations. And let's see if it helped her. All right, so we got this one right here. Okay, we got a defense of this. And it says right here, please keep in mind that I'm not exposing this man's worst moments as he did mine. I'm defending myself with video evidence. The fact that you all are listening to the orders of a man who has 25 counts of fraud on his record is insane. This man will take your money and laugh in your face. Now, again, this doesn't make her look good because this is kind of going into the T app. This is what the T apps is going to expose. You were with a man for several years with 25 counts of fraud. This is what I'm talking about, gentlemen. This is what the T app is going to expose. Okay, this is going to be the unintended consequences of it. These women are going to have full-blown relationships and have kids with these guys. They'll know this. You literally were with him with 25 counts of fraud. Now you want to expose him for 25 counts of fraud. Why were you with him? Why did you choose to be with him? The T app is going to be full of these. Oh, I was with him and he had this and he had that. How long did you stay with him? 3 years, 5 kids down the road. So you let this dude right here do all of this and examine your guts. So you out here, you know why she did? Because he allowed her to be on the internet selling herself, right? So she was like, oh, he gives me freedom to do so. And she probably could cheat on him and do all these things. So he wasn't clamping down on her. All she had to do was give up some of her money, give up control of the money. So he was pseudo online pimping her. And now because he took some of her money, now she wants that money back. So that's what she's talking about here. And who put the 25 console fraud on? Her or him? She also says, this man abused me for so many ways, I had to send myself to a mental facility. Yes, I did get the help I needed. Those videos are old. Again. We're going to see this on the T app. We're going to see that these are the type of women these men are choosing. And they're going to tell on themselves. I was with him. He abused me in so many ways, in so many years. You stayed around? Why did you stay around? Let's figure this out. Oh, he sent you to a mental health facility because you sent yourself to a mental health facility. Your actions did. What did he do? I don't see anything. I see the 25 counts of fraud that I don't see. But they're going to be able to go up there and lie anonymously on these men. But they're going to tell on themselves. They're going to tell on themselves. Then when you find out, you're going to find out that he was making money off of you. You were the big bag. You were the person here, but you were also allowed to be out here being a freak hoe. And you said, I'll be with him because the other guys are putting these restraints and clamps on me. All right, they're not letting me be a freak hoe. So you went with the guy that let you be a freak hoe. Shout out to Dr. BOA. Now, these are the consequences of you choosing that man. Now, then she adds this, if you missed yesterday's show. She adds, my crash outs are valid. This man took millions from me. There's people in this world who will never see that type of money. Not only that, but he's taking money from my daughter as well. If you validate this type of behavior, your opinion does not matter to me. Again. This is what the T app is going to expose. These women think, oh, I was the victim. But literally, you were the perpetrator. You sat there and let him pimp you to the internet, right? And take your money. You chose that guy because he gave you the freedom to do so. A lot of women will go with men because you're giving her the freedom. Okay, you guys got to understand this. She doesn't like you. You gave her freedom because the previous boyfriend was like, nah, I'm not letting you do this. No girls' nights out. Nah, you ain't going to the club. Nah, you ain't wearing that, right? You start doing these controlling behaviors that even men will be like, well, if you're doing all of that, if you got to do all of that, well, they'll shame you for doing this, right? You going on the internet, you running your OnlyFans, no, I ain't gonna be with you. So they establish these controls. Then the guy you're with said, do what you want to do, as long as I get a cut. Okay, do what you want to do, as long as and she went with him. She chose him for that reason, because he gave her freedom and space to do that bullshit, to destroy herself. And he was like, shit, I'll just make some money on the back end. Now, some women will brag. I be with men and they don't care what I do. They don't care that I stay out late. They don't care if I'm with other men. They don't care if I go out and go on girl trips. They don't care. They will put that man as he don't care. Alex, fine. He's supportive. He's not insecure. But guess what? That's what you get on the back end. You always got to pay the piper, okay? You're going to always pay the piper, because that guy, there's a reason why he doesn't care. Because allegedly, he don't give a fuck, just long as you bring that money. Now she's up here talking about right here, if you validate this type of behavior, your opinion doesn't matter. No, you chose this. You chose the guy that let you do OnlyFans and put your pussy out on the internet. You actually didn't go with guys that tried to protect you from that. Oh, no, he ain't gonna let me do that. He ain't gonna let me be in the streets. He ain't gonna let me have my girlfriends. He ain't gonna let me be out here escorting. He literally let you do it, and now you're making yourself out to be the victim. You decided to make a negotiation with him that he can get money if he let you do that. And he said, go ahead, as long as I get my cut. Now you're saying he took the money from you. False. You made that deal with him. Now, because you wanted to pivot out of that deal and renege, you wanted to renege out of the deal because you saw him living fat and free, and he probably had bitches too. Now you want to play the victim. Then she further goes on and shows text messages. I believe she's in the blue. He's in the gray. Of course, we have screenshots. As you guys know, they're always going to build a case. Now we have screenshots. And it says right here, she says, I just want my money. I swear to God, I will delete myself. Anytime a woman says that, in the history of women saying that, I have never known one to die. All right. Now, he's going to say the same thing. He says, Alexandra, sadly, as much as that would hurt me and your daughter and your family, there's no need to keep saying that. I can't control you. I hope you don't do something that weak-minded. But in life, he says, but life is life. Shit be happening, man. So he's no longer falling for the I'm going to delete myself situation. Anytime a woman says she's going to delete herself, whatever. Then she says, you're robbing me, thinking it doesn't do anything to me. I'm going to do it, meaning I'm going to delete myself. I can't live like this anymore. And then he says, geniusly, okay, call me when it's done. Let's go. Call me when it's done. All right, when you finish deleting your monkey ass, all right, let me know when it's finished up. I often say to women who say that, just don't do it at my house. Go out into the woods, in the bushes, and they never ain't gonna do it. All right, but he's like, good. Listen, you doing everybody a favor, but you know. Now, the thing is, she probably said this, you know, she's gonna use that against him. But she probably has used that she's going to delete herself at least 100 times, and she's never done it. So he's like, yeah, I don't believe you, bitch. Yeah, just call me when it's done. And he says, I'm mentally not strong enough. Go get some help. She says, how if I'm dead? How will I call you when I'm dead? Good question. Good question. How would you do that? I want you to think that through. How are you going to call him when you do it? Then she also says, I need all my money. The $30K, I need it back. All right. I'm coming today with help, simp enforcers, to get my stuff from the house. He says, what are you talking? I don't know what you're talking about. And of course, anytime a person does this, they're the crazy person in a relationship. Just so you know, anytime a person sends at least 3 or 4 consecutive messages, they're the crazy person. Okay. Nobody can change. Nobody can tell me any different. If you do this And I've seen this multiple times. 1, 2 here, 1, 2, 3, 4 there, 1, 2, 3, 4 here, 1, 2, 3, 4 there. Then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. They're the problem. They cannot come up. They need to go into therapy. They need to go to a mental hospital. She says, I have no car. I have no place. You're really so effing flawed. I'm not sure what that means. She says, I know this is how you move, and I keep falling for it. All right, at least she's self-aware. Then she says, you're such a disgusting human being. She's crashing out. I hate you so much. I hate you with all my soul. This is the cuckoo person.
This should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area.
All right, this is the cuckoo person. So she is the problem. By the way, she released these text messages. Just so you guys know, she released these text messages. So when we get to the app, conversation and we're getting closer, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see women that have crashed out against other men, reporting them anonymously, trying to ruin them. But this is their relationship experience. This is what they're going to tell you. This is what they're going to do to try to ruin you. They're not going to provide the text evidence or all of this. They're just going to be able to hop on there and say, this person was doing X, Y, and Z. He got 25 charges of fraud. He stole $30,000 from me, blah, 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 blah. And I was going to delete myself, and he told me to go ahead and do it. By the way, my ex-wife did that to me, and then she took that to court, and her attorney was just like, bitches, you crazy? Because that was she tried to say that I said that in a conversation. She had threatened to do this many times, and I said, well, go ahead and do it. All right, and then when we went to marriage counseling, she told the therapist that, and then eventually when she hired an attorney, they put that in the original divorce petition, that I was not sympathetic to her self-deleting. But her attorney was like, we can't use that. Why couldn't she use that? Why couldn't she use that? Well, we were in a custody dispute. She was trying to get 85% custody. I was trying to get 50-50. If she goes into court saying she had mental instability and she wanted to kill herself, well, how does she get custody? That was literally one of the biggest things she tried to ride on. She was like, he's this and that. He doesn't care about me. She tried to ride on that. Her attorney was like, ma'am, you can't use that and say you want majority custody and say you were mentally unstable and you want to delete yourself. You're going to lose custody, you goofy bitch. All right, yes.
Gotcha, bitch.
She's going to lose custody. Her attorney was like, but that was one of the biggest things she tried to keep using as manipulation. He didn't care that I was the, you stupid broad. Like, I'm telling you, man, these women be doing some stupid shit, trying to get sympathy, but not thinking it through. And it's hearsay. So I can be like, I didn't say it. You said it in about a mental instability, obviously. So this is what we're talking about here. All right. I guess this is the last. Oh, dude, we got so much to show you. I apologize for going. We're going 5 hours, and I gotta catch a flight here. We got this woman that says in therapy. This is why I'm not pro therapy. Listen, if you have problems and you sought a therapist, shout out to you. We have more women that are saying they're in therapy and they're doing the work and they're trying to demonstrate that going to therapy is proving that women are working on themselves, and the fact that men don't go to therapy is proof that they're not working on themselves. So they're trying to throw us in there, but it's a game that they're trying to throw you in so that they have an advantage. Women typically weaponize therapy. When they're going in there, they're not going in there to see where their flaws are. They're going in there to weaponize it to see where your flaws are. I've been saying that for many years, and I'm saying that these therapists are making money hand over fist because women are using therapists as referees. All right, so this therapist, a female therapist, is going to say, well, that women, particularly female narcissists, use therapy as a stage. Listen to what she says. This pretty much backs up what I've been talking about how people, children, women use therapy. Okay.
When a female narcissist comes to therapy, they're normally looking for someone to validate them. So if you've ever wondered how they show up, keep watching. I'll give you 3 takeaways. I know that I'm going to see a victim. Here comes the tears. Here comes the drama. And from the outside, it might look like she's truly being genuine and vulnerable. I mean, she might even cry at first, become very animated and expressive. But as a therapist, I start to notice some patterns, start to notice that she weaponizes her emotions. Her tears are not always about pain. They're more about power. And whenever I push for accountability, the waterworks begin. She reframes the entire narrative. She's the one who's always misunderstood, always the one who gave too much, and somehow everyone else has failed her, including her partner, her parents, her kids, even the therapist. She uses the session to dominate, not to grow. Instead of reflection, she's blaming. Instead of accountability, she's deflecting. And if you challenge her, then you become the enemy and she never comes to therapy again. So therapy becomes a stage. And if you're not a discerning clinician, you might miss the fact that what you're watching isn't healing, it's image management.
I've been telling you this for years.
Gotcha, bitch.
Now, I've been pressing this battle. I've been pushing this battle for years, guys. I've been telling you that's exactly what they've been doing. Now, not all people do that, but I'm telling you, they're using this to reframe their image. I'm doing the work, the men aren't. These men need to get in there and do the work, but men know it's bullshit. 70% of therapists are women, and then the majority of them are liberal. All right, so it's not a place for you to go. It's a place for you to get told. All right, it's like go to the principal's office and go here and go there so they can say, nah, no boo-boo. They told you who you are, right? So they set you up, and then you go in there and then they tell you what you're doing wrong. And men typically aren't going to share. So yeah, I've been saying this for years. This is all they're using marriage counseling and therapy for. This is what they're using their therapy for. They're in there lying to their therapist. They're not telling them the 100% truth. And then it's everybody else's fault. All right, it ain't their fault. Nothing's their fault. People are just against them and blah, 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 blah.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
All right. So this is where we are. I'm setting up the rest of the show, guys. I'm setting up the show. I cannot not show you this and get to the T-app. I got to show you this because this is what you're dealing with. So then when we get to the T-app, it's all going to make sense what I tell you. What you're going to see is that women are just protecting their image. They got to show you why their relationship failed. So they use therapy. Now they're going to use the T-app. Now they're going to use this because this is their chance. All right, nobody else listen to me. Now this is my chance to throw these niggas under the bus and so forth and so on, anonymously. And they're going to take their chance to do it without taking the blame for themselves. So shout out to this sister right here. She's telling you the exact truth. This is why they keep bragging. I'm in therapy. I'm doing the work. I'm working on myself. For 5 years, they be in therapy. And soon as you get them one time, they get triggered and they revert right back to the original person. They ain't doing no fucking work. They ain't doing no fucking work. All right. Because if they were doing the work, the first thing they would do is reach out to you and be like, you know what? I apologize for being a piece of shit to you and blaming you and ruining your image. Have you ever heard that? Nope. They go in there and get all kind of definitions and say, see, my husband was a narcissist. He was this, and he's bipolar, and they start self-diagnosing you. They come in with all these diagnoses, and then they diagnose you. All right, bitch, you ain't supposed to diagnose nobody. You the one in mental health training. You're not supposed to go to therapy and then learn to recognize signs to diagnose someone. You're supposed to come out and be like, you know what? I apologize for my past, how I gaslighted you and manipulated you. Nah, they never come out like that. Nope. They come out here with more information to weaponize against you. All right. Last one here. You never know the woman that you're dating. This is a strategy that women use. They go from one guy to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. Most of the time, the guy that they're leaving is a guy that has figured them out. And then once he's figured them out and she can no longer control him emotionally, he no longer can be moved by her, she runs away. And she goes to the next guy and the next guy, and she hides her past. Listen to this, man. You need to investigate a woman's past. So when we got the T-app, we need a T-app on these women, but you got your own T-app if you follow me on Locals. Listen to this story. Never trust that a woman came to you innocently. Gentlemen, ladies, if you're watching me, I don't give a fuck what you think. Gentlemen, always Always research the woman you're getting. Never take her word for it. If you want to go ahead and get my free ebook, that's on my website, which is gregadams1.com. Download my free ebook, 52 Things Men Must Do Before Marriage. Never trust that a woman came to you innocently and she has no fucking ruffles on her feather, especially if she's coming from you from another location. She moved from Atlanta to Kansas City. You better fucking go vet her if you take her seriously. Do not fall into love with this woman until you vet this woman. Listen to this guy. He thought he had him a nice young piece of calico, innocent, regular plain Jane, and he found out, oops.
Met a guy. He didn't know anything about my life. He didn't know how I ended up in that city. That Friday they raided the house. And he didn't know. So like he answers the door and then he gets me and says that the lady's out there to see you with a police vest. And he has no idea that I've ever been a criminal.
He doesn't even know you're on probation?
He doesn't know I'm on probation, Matt. He doesn't know. He thinks I'm in town. He thinks I'm in town for a change of pace and going to this community college because I was overwhelmed with the big university. And like, he knows nothing.
All right.
Just knows I'm the daughter of 2 doctors and I just needed to slow down a little bit. I was getting a little too rowdy.
Let me stop this here. As you can see, she don't look like a criminal, right? She don't look like she would do things. Yeah, these bitches be out here running drugs. They be selling pussy. They be hanging with mafia members and gangbangers and shit like this. And then sometimes they get caught up and hemmed up and then they got to leave town. Men do not understand this. They get a little bit wild. You know, they might do a couple of things here. They get a little bit wild where they are, and then they relocate. Sometimes they don't relocate. They just go to the next man. They just go to the next man. And they coming in with cases. They coming in being investigated where they coming from. And it's even worse. They come in being in therapy. They come in, they were in a mental hospital where they were. But they'll give you a little bit of clues here and there. But she's even saying right there, you know, I was a little bit rowdy. He thinks I was just a little bit rowdy and needed to change of pace. He just thinks that I'm going back to school at 27, all right, that I'm trying to get my degree and my life back on track. What you have to investigate is why her life was off track between 18 and 27. Okay? You think these women look innocent and they're a little small and frail and they can't be out here doing dirt? Dude, drug dealers use them as drug mules to make sure, because they're unsuspecting. They're unsuspecting. All right, so they hide dope in their titty, they push dope in their pussy, right? And they hot carry the $30,000 of cash to the airport, and they do that for these men. And then they jump on the T app and say, these men are criminal and abusers. And I was with them for this long. They choose to be with these men. Then they push that shit in their past, and then you be like, Coach, man, their past doesn't matter. Everybody has a past. Okay. Everybody has a past, huh? Y'all not going to investigate? Y'all just going to run with every woman has a past? Now, we all have a past. But the thing is, what men do is say, well, I'm not going to challenge her because she's giving me good pussy. So everybody has a past. Some of these women got to be wives. Let's just marry them and not challenge them on their past. But if you challenge them on their past, almost all of these bitches be with drug dealers and gangbangers and pookies and ray-rays in them. All of them. Bad girls, bitches taking buses interstate. All right. Bitches hiding $30,000 of cash at the airport so the nigga don't get investigated. Just because they giving up pussy, that ain't the end all be all. Right? The pussy also, you know, when they was out there riding the carousel, there was also drugs and gangs and all of that shit in the past. That goes hand in hand. They just can't get a body count of 50, 60, 70 men without gang banging, dude. I knew this chick. She was an honor student at Arizona State. She hold with a whole pookie that killed a nigga. And she picked up some misdemeanor charges related to it because she kept them at the house. Now she out here running around here in Las Vegas. The shit happened in the Midwest. Nobody would know. And the only reason I knew, because she told me about it after I pushed her insides to her esophagus. I was like, huh? Huh? And they bailed her out. The parents had to drive all the way from Arizona, all the way over there, motherfucking Midwest, bail her out. She picked up a couple of misdemeanor charges that's still on her record, and she's waiting for it to be expunged. Like, this is what goes along with sex. You guys just think it's just sex? No. It's always some crime shit and drugs and gangbanging shit and pookie shit. It's always some shit that goes along with it. or she bailed him out, he beat her ass, there was some abortions. It's always shit that goes along with the past. So this woman saying he had no clue. Do you think she wanted to clue him in? Nope. She said he thinks that I was just X, Y, and Z, so I went with it. And I kept my past from him. But then the past came calling. The chickies came back to roost. Listen to this.
So now I walk through the door. The lady says, don't make any sudden movements. And the police fly from the trees, the bushes, the sides of the street, everywhere. And at this point, he's already gone back to the room. And when he tells the story, he said he was in the shower. He had just hopped in the shower real quick. And the cop came in and was like, get out the shower. Because they like down hard believed he had to have something to do with it.
Right.
Like there was no way that they thought he was just an innocent bystander. So he thought it was a mistaken identity. He thought it was a case of mistaken identity. And he said that the moment that he looked at me and they said to him, can we search your house? Because it's in your name. It's not in her. So we can't search your house. And he said, yeah. And I said, don't let him search your house. They don't have a warrant. He was like,
oh, damn. What did you get me into?
Man.
Who said, what
So
normal person says
He looks
that?
at him and he goes, do you have a warrant? And they were like, no. And he was like, you can't search my house. And he was so devastated. And I was like, and then the person was like, well, we'll lock your house up, make you go out and still get a warrant. It'll take like 12 hours, something ridiculous, whatever. But anyways, they lightly searched a little bit and, just like looked around, and they were on their way out. However, they looked through the windows on the garage and saw my car that's registered to me in the garage. So they turned their asses back around and searched my car, which is where they found the fake license plates and the necklace, the one necklace. So they took me away for that. I called him, Kyle, it's baby daddy, called Kyle from booking. And I was like, listen, I don't know what I'm going to get, but it's not going to be good. And I have a lot of stuff going on. I don't expect you to ride this out with me. However, all I ask is that when our child is born, because obviously I'm in custody now, so this baby's being born, you please afford my family the opportunity to have a relationship with him and whatever. And he was like, I'm sticking by you, but you're like the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me.
And so, yep, he knocked her up. And so when dudes be like, how did Simp knock her up? And he didn't know that. Well, he didn't know it. All right, he didn't know it. He overlooked it. He didn't want to know. Well, all people have a past, so let's press forward. But he didn't investigate. Now she in jail, in prison, got a whole felony record and count, and he raising a baby with her, and he don't mind. He don't mind. So this is where we are. This is an extreme version of this, but when we now get to the T app here, now that we're in the main event, this is going to expose all of this behavior. The T app is going to expose all of this behavior that you've seen in this show. See, people just want me to just jump to the main event, but I can't do that. I got to set it up thoroughly so you can see by the time I get to the main event, there's no fucking room for you to wiggle out of. I do this for a reason. I'm very thorough. I'm one of the best. Most people just jump on, press start, and then just start talking because it's got the attention span of a gnat. Then people start coming in here with, well, that might not happen, and this, an exception to the rule. I have set my case up thoroughly to thoroughly demonstrate why the T app is going to work against these women. And that's why I'm the king of kings. You got this. You got the therapist. You got this woman with the past. You got the crazy woman jumping on the car, talking about she was a victim and he was abusive. Look at them saggy ass waggies. Down the line, crazy cuckoo woman. Crazy cuckoo woman right here. Thorough demonstration of a masterclass. You ain't never gonna see a YouTuber do it this thoroughly ever. Why? Downloading the T app is gonna expose the women. Now, the number one reason it's gonna expose the women is because most of the men they're talking about ain't going to be you. You incels, you bird-chested niggas, You niggas, you recess chin niggas, you can't get a date on a dating app ass niggies. Most of you guys have nothing to worry about. Most of you guys have nothing to worry about. Y'all couldn't get pussy if pussy walked in and handed itself right to your hand. You guys are gooners and jerkmate subscribers and chatterbait subscribers and OnlyFans. Y'all ain't getting no pussy today, tomorrow, or next week. You ain't getting a date next week, so shut the fuck up with your videos about how this is going to ruin dating. Bruh, dating has already been dead. This ain't even going to be the death knell of dating. This is going to expose the women. Now, the few men that get exposed, like Tranisha trying to expose CGA already, she trying to go into your boy to try to see if I was on the sex offender registry. Those men that get exposed probably needed to be exposed. Because if they're on the sex offender registry, you need to be exposed if you're out on a dating app. I have no problem with this. I have no problem with this at all. In fact, let's go ahead and show you what the T app actually does so you know. They call it a men's shaming app. And it says 1 million women have already downloaded the app and are slamming past dates for ghosting and lying. This cannot end well. Guys, dating is already dead. Dating's dead. All right, so I don't even know that, like, this right here will just further bury it even deeper. But what they're saying on the T app is the women can only get on there. They're using AI to confirm that you're a female, and you can run background checks to see if there's anybody that has convictions. This is positive. What their marital status is in the civil court records, if you have any domestic violence, assault, or any of that going on. Guys, this should be exposed. Is that going to stop them from dating these men? The answer is no. That's going to expose women. They're still going to have everything at their hand, and they're still going to fuck these guys. All right, so it's not going to stop them. It actually probably will expose that they're still going to have dating relationships with them. And still now, how do they become the victim? Then it also identifies with reverse image search, which I've used on my platform on Locals to show and demonstrate that we can do this too. Okay, we can do this too. But what I know about men is that you guys aren't going to do this because men don't have, you don't ask the hard questions. All right, so I've showed you can do this. And you guys, I had one guy tell me, I'm afraid to do it on my girlfriend because I'm afraid to know that I'm going to find something. Well, that's your fault. Okay. So now identify potential catfish, and then now they can match it up with your dating apps, your Instagram, and your LinkedIn and stuff like that. Now, this can't be good. You don't want this to be done against you. And also, these women can do this anonymously and report you. What's to prevent an ex-wife from doing this? It also allows you to verify he's not on the sex offenders list, all right, which is good. I think that's positive. And then check criminal history, which we're going to have Pukiphilia. Again, past incarcerations and criminal history. And thus, Tranisha tried to find this up about me. All right, she tried to find this about me. This has been the most downloaded app on the Apple download, whatever that is. This has been the most downloaded app this week. Now, Silicon Valley developer Sean Cook went feral on Wednesday after more than 1 million women signed up in the past week. And it says the AI app uses AI to verify user selfies and ensure that they are women. Once verified, users can post photos of men mainly scraped or scraped from dating profiles and demand the tea or the gossip about them from other female users. Now, this again, you know, this can be done on Facebook. They have a Facebook groups related to this, and this has been done. Now, the problem is this is going to basically verify that women date the same 20% of men, okay? Imagine they got a guy. Yeah, Facebook viral group, which is, are we dating the same man? What this is going to verify is that they're all getting fucked by the same guys, all right? So it's going to work against them. You're going to have one guy get put up there and 26 women are going to have a commentary about said guy. Does this make it so that this guy is a predator? Is he the bad guy, or are women choosing this guy? Then they're going to have criminal history and a bunch of women talking about, I knew he had charges. I bailed him out. I did X, Y, and Z. This is going to expose them for their dating choices. Are we dating the same guy? There's going to be 10 guys that fuck the whole city. They're going to have fucked the whole city. And these women are going to realize that their dating choices look kind of similar. Is this going to stop the next girl from fucking this guy? The answer is no. She'll jump on that app and be like, well, what were his charges? Were they touching kids or were they moving dope? Oh, and moving dope, no big deal. And you're just going to have these women jump up here and fuck him next. You're going to find out that more and more women had sex with that guy, despite the fact that he was exposed on the T app. And more women are going to jump up in there. I found him on the T app and I still fucked him. Right? So that's the one thing you're going to find out. All right, that's going to expose. And we also saw this with the Spit Sister thing right here. So the Spit Sister conversation where it says right here, this came up right here. This was from 2023. It says, my friends and I found out we're Spit Sisters and it makes our dating lives a mess. Spit Sisters is basically right here. It says, it turns out all of us had relations with this man. She was having a drink with two of her newish girlfriends and she found out that all three got fucked by the same guy. Now, what you're then going to find out is that all three went back and fucked that guy again. You would think that all three would have been like, no more. Ladies, let's have a pact. Let's leave him with no pussy. Two of the three for sure went back to have sex with him, even knowing that he fucked all of them. Two of the three for sure went back and had sex with him, that, without a doubt. That's going to expose their choices, even with available men that haven't been exposed. Okay, I went on the T app and I found nothing about this guy. He still ain't gonna get no pussy. But the guy that has all the social proof and the validation, he's dangerous, he's tall, dark, and handsome, he's still gonna get them punani. He's still gonna get it. You almost is better off on the damn app with 26 women talking shit about you as opposed to them exposing you. Because you still about to get 20. You're going to get 26 more pieces of pussy. That's what you're going to get. All right. More than likely. All right. And the women are going to be like, nah. All right. Yes. All right. Let's talk about this woman right here. She is breaking it down. She's going to talk about it right here. Let's see here. I actually showed this sister the other day. So let's see what she has to say about this T app situation and what is going to expose for women. Play the video.
This T app is all fun and games, but y'all better pray that these men don't get their own version. A lot of y'all women get spared so much because men don't run their mouth. If men ran their mouth half as much as y'all ran y'all mouth, a lot of y'all would be in trouble. A lot of y'all. Because everything that these men be guilty of, y'all be guilty of and more. If these men get an app where they can expose anonymously the trifling women that a lot of y'all are, y'all gonna be in trouble. Y'all gonna be in a lot of trouble. A lot of y'all been smashing a lot of men in y'all cities, right? Y'all done got around. And it's gonna get bigger than just barbershop talk where they can compare notes about y'all. They'll have a whole app where they can show and talk about how many of y'all done smashed how many dudes in the city.
See, we could do that right now. Guys, many of all of the women we were with that we have information on, guys, if you took the women that you were with right now and you jumped up on YouTube and you just start telling stories, you'll find out that other guys dated the same women. And guess what? You would think it would do anything? Not really. Niggas are still going to smash them right here. That's the problem. It ain't going to do anything. You just basically creating advertisement. Black men going to definitely smash her. All right. But dudes are still going to have sex with her. Why do we know this? Well, let's demonstrate again. As I thoroughly set up my case, it ain't going to do nothing. They're just going to call the guy sassy. They're going to be like, man, this ain't manly. All right, y'all sitting around gossiping about these women. What did you do to her? All right. They're going to sit up there and just listen. It ain't going to help. This is why one of these red pill conundrum guys, you always try to get revenge on women when they think 2 steps ahead of you. Okay. You guys always try to do what the woman does. What if men do it? You guys are some dumb ass men. That's not how you fight it. I'm pretty sure there's some apps for you to do it, but men don't give a fuck about that. We don't care. You don't care about a woman's past. Remember, thoroughly, we had you guys agree. I don't care about her past. See, what you guys try to do in this red pill space, that bugs the shit out of me. We need to do it to women. And guys, we need to get together and unite. We need to stand together and we need to come up with our own app. Guys, they 2 steps ahead of you. It's going to backfire on them. Y'all go and panic and y'all think y'all going to be on there. None of you goofy ass niggas going to be on there anyway. It's too late, bruh. You guys are always reacting to women to try to get a leg up on them. We need to find out and expose these hoes. It don't matter. That ain't gonna work. I give you the tools to look up women and y'all still won't do it. And don't let it cost $15. Y'all not gonna pay for it. This has been proven. This has been proven. Don't let it cost $15. You ain't gonna look it up. You're gonna try to look up the free version of it. You're gonna ask me to look it up. That's what's going to happen. Then if y'all get exposed, are you going to sue them? Nope. They're just like, we're going to sue the company. You ain't going to sue a goddamn thing. Now, there's going to be one guy that's going to sue. You ain't going to sue nobody if you get put on there. Nigga, what you going to put together, a $5,000 retainer? You ain't going to sue nobody. See, you guys come up with this bullshit and it sounds good and it makes you feel manly and it makes you sound like you're proactive or reactive. You ain't going to do shit. Let's just call a spade a spade. You ain't gonna sue no motherfucking body. You've never sued your baby mama. You've never sued these hoes. You never sued these bitches that made you look like shit. You never took your bitch to child support. None of you guys will do shit. You niggas like in the red pill space like to talk shit. You pansy ass, goofy ass men. Now you want to come up with an app. Why don't you make the fucking app? You ain't gonna come up with it. You ain't gonna do shit. Shut the fuck up, you goofy ass men. You ain't gonna do a damn thing. Number one. Number two, somebody gonna line up to fuck these women too. And they gonna cape for this woman. So shut the fuck up, you goofy red pill ass niggas. You guys ain't gonna do shit. You ain't done shit yet. All you do is come on the internet and talk shit. You ain't gonna sue nobody. There gonna be lawsuits flying. Nobody gonna sue nobody. You men ain't gonna do shit, and by the time you sue the company, she gonna be fucked by 5 other dudes following you the next day. You ain't gonna do shit. Understand that. You guys are all talk, no motherfucking action. You ain't gonna create the app. You ain't gonna create the rival app. You gonna be like, they need to do this for men, and they're always doing things to make us look bad. You ain't gonna do shit, and the next guy gonna fuck her tomorrow. So this space is full of monkey ass cowards that talk shit, and tomorrow y'all trying to get pussy from the same women. Now, this is crazy. I get tired of this space talking that shit, and even the men that ain't even associated with the space, y'all talk this shit. We gonna sue. Who have you ever sued? Nobody. You ain't never sued nobody in your life. And they've done 10 times worse thing than you that these bitches gonna do on a T app. Just let them ride this shit out in this way. Just act like that. Act like it don't exist. Most of y'all ain't gonna be on the app anyway. Y'all ain't got no pussy anyway. This is gonna kill dating. Dating been dead. I've been telling you, you better pivot. You better wake the fuck up. They don't want people together. It's obvious. Marriage is dead. Dating's dead for the vast majority of people. This ain't done no more damage than anything else. You know how much it gonna cost to sue this company? You don't think they got money to burn? It's gonna cost you $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 to get this lawsuit all the way to court. We gonna sue the company. You ain't gonna sue a motherfucking thing. I'm gonna just let you know. You ain't gonna sue shit. I'll try to sue them until I look up and think it's $80,000. I'm gonna go sit down and I'm gonna try to get some pussy off the app. That's about it. But what you're gonna find out is that a lot of these women are out here recklessly giving their body away, doing orgies and trains, selling pussy. All right, wait till you get to the JUCO girls on there. They're gonna start exposing themselves too. I sold pussy to this guy before, and he didn't pay me. He ran out on the bill. He left me hanging. Okay? So that's what you're going to find out. This sister's even talking about it right here. This is even talking about here, especially the strags, especially the black women. Y'all going to find out what these black women doing with their bodies out here.
Why that shit didn't occur to me earlier? You bitches be getting trains ran on y'all. That's why you sitting here making these TikToks cop and plea. You don't want to play no more about the T app. They making a Reddit page. You're fucking panicking, bitch. You bitches that are homebodies is about to be exposed because you catch a lot of bodies in that home.
Didn't I tell you that? I tell you, it's going to be these women that are introvert, innocent, corporate women, regular job. They're going to expose themselves. Now, they can post anonymously, but you're going to see a lot of these women out here throwing their bodies around the world, the whole city. You're going to see them throwing their bodies around the whole city, and y'all, all these women going to be like, damn. Okay, but it's going to be anonymously. We know that. But we're going to hear about all the trains and the orgies. And I went to this guy right here and we went to a swingers party. You're going to see more about their debaucherous nature than you're going to see about them being victims. I believe this. Let's let her cook.
It's up and it's stuck. And honestly, like I said, for the guys too, I got to play fair. You can't sue if it's true.
Oh.
Defamation of character is not a thing if you fucking did it, bitch.
Oh, you can't sue if it's true. So again, they're going to jump up here and say X, Y, and Z. How are they defaming your character if it's true? Now, if they dox you, of course, but you're not going to sue anybody for doxing you. You're not suing anybody for doxing you. Go ahead and try. You can't sue if it's true. So if they put you got herpes on there and you gave her herpes and she found out you were sleeping with 6 other women, it's true. What are you going to sue for? What are you suing for? How did they defame your character? They just expose you for what's real. Okay. They be like, this person was on a sex offender registry. Well, nobody looked, but again, thanks for telling us. You can't sue if it's true. Uh-oh. They just exposed you. And they're going to expose that 26 other women got herpes. Okay. They're going to expose that they give it up on the first night for this person, but not you. I met him for lunch, we fucked, and he ghosted me. That's more an indictment on the women than it is the men. You're going to find out how many women are actually doing that to this said man. Why? Pookiphilia and so forth and so on. He said, sue for HIPAA violations. Like I said, y'all not going to sue anybody, right? Y'all not going to sue anybody. That's all talk. This space has been talking. Ain't nan one of y'all niggas out here suing anybody. None of y'all. Nobody. It's going to just let them expose themselves. This space be talking all that shit. We're going to sue when we start taking these women to court. And Johnny Depp lost $5 million taking Amber Heard to court and didn't get nothing after being awarded millions of dollars, didn't even collect any of it. Okay?
Hey, man, it's not my business what happened in y'all bedroom. But stop trying to get everybody on this fucking bandwagon that's not that deep or it's not that serious or we need to chill, this and that, whatever. Nah, bitch, we're nosy. We live in a generation where motherfuckers is nosy as fuck. That's not information that you could just leave out, okay? Like I said in my first video, play ball. I'm thinking everybody like me, you feel me? I be chilling. Listen, I've had my good old days, whatever. It wasn't too crazy. However, you bitches have had your good days. You bitches went through an actual hoe phase.
That's what it's going to expose. Like now we want to let them talk. We're going to see them go through that whole phase. We're going to see them and you're going to be like, damn. Then you're going to see the same woman talking about 3 different niggies. It's going to come back full circle. She knows this. This woman knows this. We're going to see that whole phase get exposed. Okay. Unfortunately, it's anonymous, but I'm hoping they can go back and click and go, who else has she slept with on this app? Yep, I know him. That's Derek. She's exposing herself. I mean, again, it's going to be anonymous, but she's exposing herself. All right, they're going to expose how they did dudes dirty and wrong. And they're going to expose the liars out here. Yes, they're going to be people that are going to lie on dudes. Yes.
I ain't really do all of it. I've had my fair share, but I ain't do all of that to a point where a motherfucker could get on the app and be like, oh my God, she fucked the entire city. Oh my God, it was 2 niggas in the room with their pants down to their fucking ankles. Like,
yep, and they're going to expose that.
You feel that shit is wild. That shit is wild. Like, where your dad at? Like,
yep, they're going to expose that, brothers. They're going to expose that they had trains ran on them and they had orgies and they went to a sex party with a dude and he took her there and he did this and that and that. He drugged me and this. Okay, All them organs and trains gonna get exposed. All right, where's my train?
Train.
They're also gonna expose that they're gonna make more men desirable. Unfortunately. Now, the men that they lie on, that's gonna be real exception to the rule. The men that they lie on is gonna be the exception to the rule, which they gonna do. Ex-wives are gonna jump up there and lie on their ex-husbands.
Right? All of the nasty things you done to those dudes on the first meetup. How many of y'all done lied about being pregnant? How many of y'all done put babies on men that didn't even belong to them? How many of y'all done had trains ran on you? Talk about your hygiene and how some of y'all kept be stank. How nasty a lot of y'all are when it comes to how clean you keep the place that you stay. How well you take care of your kids. How some of y'all are deadbeats, but you live in the house with your children. Like, y'all truly don't want this to get to the point where men can expose y'all. And we ain't even gonna get into the pictures and videos that a lot of these men got of y'all, because y'all just be sending nudes to anybody. Like, it could get real wild out here in these streets. So this is a slippery slope with this whole exposing people's type stuff, and especially when it's only one-sided and you can only get one version of the story. Y'all better get on y'all knees and pray that these men don't get an opportunity to expose y'all, because us men and women who have lived decent lives and we've lived lives that we can be proud of, there's nothing to expose. So we could care less about these apps.
I'm saying the same thing. Even though I've been out here and I'm a menace, all right, I dare any woman to jump. I mean, my ex-wife could probably jump up there. I mean, I'd be like, bruh, but go ahead. All right, expose it. Be like, when they see 26 women go up in there, yeah, that nigga was doing this and he did that, I guarantee you I have 26 more by next week. Nobody gonna be like, ew. I guarantee you, if I have 26 women jump up on there and say something about CGA, I'm gonna have 5 of them women text me and be like, you know, you on the damn app, right? And how you been? And I'm gonna be pushing their insides to their esophagus. All right, but anyway, I think we do have some new update here that the T app actually has been hacked. This is breaking news. So there you go, right there. The T app. Hackers have leaked 13,000 user photos and IDs from the T app, designed as a woman's safe space. Let's fucking go. See, guys, don't worry, man. That shit gonna fly back and hit them smack in the face. Okay? Shout out to them, man. Hey, look.
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me.
There it is right there. Shout out to the hackers. Yep. Again, now you done put your shit out there and got your IDs and your usernames and all your faces. This is supposedly anonymous, but it ain't anonymous no more. Let's go. Listen, for men, but you don't have to fight. Y'all be fighting women and worried about them and they gonna get over on us. They gonna get an edge. You don't have to fight. Their own selfish nature will almost always expose them for the hating ass bitches that they are. So we gonna see some tea now. All right, let's quickly read the article. The viral app requires new users to take a selfie, which is said it is deleted after the review, but apparently not. Let's see you hating ass bitches' faces out here. Hackers have breached the T app, which went feral as a place for women to safely talk about men, and tens of thousands of women's selfies and photo IDs have now seemingly been leaked online. A spokesperson confirmed the hack Friday afternoon. The company estimates that 72,000 images, including 13,000 verification photos and images of government ID, were accessed. Let's motherfucking go. Hey, man, expose these women. These women need exposing. Expose them. Guess who's gonna sue the app now? Ironically, the women are gonna sue the app. Look.
Gotcha, bitch.
Hey, man, let the Lord do his work on these evil stank hoes. Let the Lord do his work.
Gotcha, bitch.
Y'all worry about too much. Expose every single one of these sloppy hoes that was ready to get up here and throw dirt on a nigga's name. Let's do it. Right now, I want images of all of these stank hoes. All right, and I'm going to be one of them because I applied too. The hackers accessed a database from more than 2 years ago, the spokesperson said, adding that this data was originally stored in compliance with law enforcement requirements related to cyberbullying prevention. The T-App spokesman said that the company has hired a third-party cybersecurity experts and is working around the clock to secure our systems. Protecting our users' privacy and data is our highest priority. T is taking every necessary step to ensure the security of our platform and prevent further exposure. It says the app has angered some men and prompted a thread Thursday evening on the right-wing troll message board 4chan, in which users call for a hack and leak campaign. Shout out to that. The company has been aware of the incident early Friday. A 4chan user posted a link Friday morning, allegedly allowing people to download the database of stolen images, and trolls of alleged victims' identity photos have been posted on 4chan and X. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. All right. They called them the victims, but these were the women that was jumping up there to expose the tea for these men. Oh, the Lord. How I love the Lord. How I love the Lord. See, gentlemen. See, gentlemen. You don't have to worry about these stank hoes. These hoes going to expose themselves. As I said, it's going to backfire on them. And that was the name of the stream. It said it will expose how women have created a toxic dating scene. It's going to expose them for who they are. Don't worry. Be happy. Let me do the super chats. Thank you for being patient, man. And we got the show done. Thank you for being patient during my rants. And also thank you for being patient for letting me do my stream. I know it's long and I'm long-winded and I have to do things and I have all these segments. But when I plan the segments, it's to build a case for the main event. All right. It's not just, I can't just skip it because I'm going to build my case. You're going to find out mental health meds, their history with mental illness, their therapy. They're going to expose themselves. This guy sent me to therapy. They're going to expose themselves. Anytime a woman comes out here, eventually they're going to expose themselves for the toxic person they are. All right, let's get to the super chats, man. Thank you for being patient, and thank you for the weekend. We're going to have a little bit of, we got a field trip for me, so watch out for me. Shout out to our brother, Show Off says, you going to Crawford-Canelo fight at Raider Stadium? More than likely. I know. Yes, more than likely. All right, I'm going to be there. KT says, keep preaching the good word, coach. That's a co-sponsorship. Yeah.
I'm rich, bitch.
Shout out to you. I was at the Pacquiao fight as well. So I tend to almost always go to the big fights or the big thing here. The big thing here. Pause. Shout out to our brother here. It is been around the world and coach undefeated. Straight facts. Couple of my homies just subscribed off of your rants. Free agent lifestyle for life. Let's go. My rants are the show. All right. So don't ever think that I'm just doing nothing. All right. That I'm getting nothing from the rants. The rants are it. The Slap-a-Hoe tribe is severely missed. The Slap-a-Hoe tribe is severely missed, gentlemen. All right. There used to be a time that you used to slap a motherfucker and they shut the fuck up. As Bernie Mac said, you slap a motherfucker and they teeth click. All right. And this goes for dudes too. It's not just women. A lot of you dudes be keyboard gangsters talking shit on the internet. Some of y'all niggas need to be roughed up. Some of y'all niggas need to have your teeth clicked. It's not just women, it's men. All right. Men need to, some of y'all just need to get punched. You know what I mean? One good time in the nose. You know what I mean? You get punched in the nose. Everybody needs, being physical with the idea where they say men shouldn't be physical and it doesn't solve problems. That's not true. I don't think that's true. I mean, people for hundreds of thousands of years have realized talk shit, get hit means a lot. So people are like, being physical doesn't solve problems. Yeah, but it stops problems, okay? You get punched in the nose and your nose start bleeding and you got to be like, all right, I mean, I'm not saying we should do it. I'm saying, yeah, it stops shit real quick. The conversation is over, right? We not talking no more. You know what I mean? Like, have people abused this? Yes. People abuse things, but people have abused not being hit. You can't hit me. All right, I can do and say what I want to say. They get up all in your face, and you just be like, oh, damn. Shout out to our brother, No Government Name. Love the content for years and contributed in the past. Need your advice. Recently, me and my wife had an argument about the kids. She tells me that she feels like a single parent. It's over. All right, to backtrack, our 3-year-old got sick for the 50-11th time from daycare. I was at work and wanted me to go to the pediatrician with her because he wouldn't stop crying with foot and mouth virus. This is the second time getting it. And remember, there is nothing you can do. He says you have to let it run its course, but she needed me there. So I leave work to do so. Of course, I was correct. The doctors couldn't do anything. So I told her this was not a 2-parent situation. She could have handled it herself. She needs to act her role as a mother and I as a father, provider, and protector. Am I wrong? No, you're not wrong. She probably was upset that, again, she had to take time off of her job to take the kid to it. And now she's sabotaging. This is a sabotage. You didn't need to be there. She could have just reported back. She now it's just, this is a bait and switch. She's now wanting you to take time off so she doesn't have to. This happens all the time. Okay. She feels like a single parent in the situation. Ma'am, you got your kid in daycare. You're not even a single parent at all. And your kid is suffering because they're in daycare. All right, constantly catching colds and viruses that are just cyclical. But it should improve their immune system, but it seems like it's not. But now she's now sabotaging you because she now feels like, well, she's taking off of work. All right, eventually what she's going to do is she's going to divorce you or create a co-parenting situation, and she's going to think it works for her. Well, she's going to find out the kid might more likely be sick on her custody days. All right, which in effect, now she's drawing the line. All right, my ex-wife did that. Right, she was like, I keep waking up in the middle of the night to clean up their throw up and you don't help. I'm like, bitch, I'm going to be up at 5 a.m. doing work, bringing home that check while you bagging groceries. All right, you can't talk them into it. So she went ahead and we moved forward and separated co-parent wise. And guess what happened? Most of the time the kids get sick, it was on her days. All right, it was on her days and she had to take off work. And I'm like, well, you dumbass, now you a single mom.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right, the problem won't get solved by her doing this, but she's kicking the can. She's pushing the can down the road of creating this problem, and the problem's not going to go away. Your kid's going to get sick, all right, and they're more likely to get sick on her custody days or just as likely to get sick on those days. Now she can't get you to help because she's created this conflict. You know, women don't think things through. That's the reality of it. And because it's not their thing, right? It's not their thing to think things through. So they don't have a history of thinking things through and they react emotionally. And now when they ask for something, they get the reality, they get the results of it and they're not going to like it. Now you're a single mom and now you got to live with it. So you weren't a single mom. You thought you were a single mom. Now you really a single mom. All right. Shout out to our brother Van. Says, I was at the barbershop a few months ago and I heard a story from a man living abroad. He came to Jamaica unannounced and the woman had been cheating like a mofo. To protect her secret, she went into the bathroom and shoved a dry rag up her punani and used it to dry it out to make her punani tight. I heard she said bro was in that punani crying tears, how tight it was. Up to this day, he didn't know she was cheating. That's disgusting. All right, that's disgusting. She put a rag up her punani. All right. Wow. To make it tighter. We got Maryland guy quickly says, hey, coach, I asked AI why I like younger women, and she told me to seek counseling to determine underlying motivations. We like younger women because we've always liked younger women. All right. Period. Younger women are more fertile. That helps with procreation. No, in the history of the world, did men like older broads. No Government Name says a small donation. Thanks, coach. Salute to the coach gang. Thank you, brothers, for these. And as you guys leave, please hit the like button on the way out. And if you feel like contributing, go ahead and contribute now. I think we have Pro Mansplainer here. He says, if parents defended their children's bad actions, they'll soon be hiring lawyers to defend them when their kids get older. Facts. Man, parents are pussies today. Like when I was a coach, if I told the parent what the kid did and the parent got upset with me, I was like, there's nothing I could do. There's nothing I could do, all right? Because if the parents won't listen to me, then there's no hope that I can get the kid to listen to me. There's no hope. All right, we got our brother here. It is Kaleem says, tune in halfway through your epic tangent. Thank you for being you, dealing with some BS in the courts these days, but we'll have a coaching call to catch up soon. Appreciate all you do. Shout out to Kaleem. That's a sponsorship. Thank you, man.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right. We got Hustle Every Day. He says right here, to your glorious rant, I heard a former KGB spy say war is to have your society crumble from within. He says, let them fight amongst themselves and our soldiers don't have to fight. And we could just walk into their cities and take over. Subversion from within. Shout out to the guy who, I can't remember his name, but subversion from within. Guys, we are completely subverted. We're a divided people. We're a divided country. In fact, if Martians came down right now, 50% of the people or better would want to listen to the Martians. Let's hear them out. And maybe they won't be bad. Like, that's where we are. If China walked in right now, there would be people, especially people of color, rooting for China. I'm like, you don't realize what you're doing. I see. Shout out to our brother H every day says, Coach, I'm laughing. I had a bitch jump out of traffic into traffic too. He says, talk about if I leave, she'll end it all. I laughed at her. She just jumped out of a moving car at a red light coming to a stop. Dude, especially younger women, they are absolutely insane with this. All right. This is a sign they don't know what to do. Like what they're trying to do is get power back, but they don't know how to get this power. So they become desperate. And then they start making threats and they start saying what they're going to do. This is typically younger women. Older women can't act like this too, but typically younger women. Freedom and space are detrimental to women, obviously. Wanting to be liked and idle time are determined detrimental to men. So wanting to be liked and idle time detrimental to men. Freedom and space detrimental to women. I believe that if you don't keep a woman busy, she's going to do something dumb. This is just me. This goes for your daughters. I don't care who you apply to. If you give a woman time, she's going to do something dumb. Shout out to our brother. We're going to call you Mr. Mr. B. He says, yo, Coach, the T app has been breached. Here's the link. All right, you can't put the link in PayPal, but I appreciate that. Thank you, man. We eventually got around to it.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right, if you give a woman time, she'll do something dumb. All right, you always got to keep a woman busy. If you don't keep a woman busy, she's going to fuck around and do something dumb. All right, just so you know. All right, and that's all women. That's all women. All right, keep her busy. As soon as she ain't busy, she going to do something stupid. All right, that's why keep them pregnant, barefoot, and busy. All right, washing them dishes. That's why the little things they do, they find to be, oh, I'm better than this. Yeah, you better than this, but you don't need time to sit around doing this shit. All right, you know. I'm better on computers. I can type, but then bitches checking her Facebook on the internet. She checking this and that. She on the damn T app. Look at all the shit they be doing. T app, Love Island. Look at all the bullshit that they so busy with their lives doing, but they got time. They don't have time to return your text, but they on the T app. They on TikTok. They doing TikTok dances. They doing this shit. They on Love Island. Gossiping this shit. Yeah, they got plenty of time. They got too much time on their damn hands. That's why you need to have their ass. Make some muffins, bitch. Make some brownies. Get in there in that kitchen. Motherfucker, make some macaroni and cheese. Make lunch. Make dinner. Slap that goddamn sandwich together. All right, make some tacos. You always need to do that. Pack that shit up. Make them dishes. Put them shit. Organize this. Yep, they be on Temu, motherfucking TikTok shop all day ordering useless shit. That's going to be destroyed in 2 days. Ordering shit on Amazon. Keep a bitch busy. Nah, bitch. All right, turn the internet off. All right, turn that goddamn modem off. All right, here. Here. Tie this shit up. All right, make them crochet this shit. Crochet a blanket. All right, crochet a blanket. Sit over there and over there. Sudoku puzzles. All right. But you don't keep a hoe busy, they be out here doing drugs, perks, Molly, throwing they pussy around town. Right? Coming in, staying out loud all late at night, drinking alcohol, gossiping, talking shit. Okay? All right, that's why people made women do tedious things and shit. You know what I mean? Do that shit. Make a stuffed animal. Go do some shit so you ain't doing nothing stupid. All right, we got Killer7 says, shout out to you, coach. Keep slapping these bitches. Also, the words you were looking for when talking about women using us is exploitation. Usury is the illegal practice of loaning money at an unreasonable high interest. A tiny hat people practice. But yeah, they're exploitation. So they're not engaging in usury. They're engaging in exploitation. This was from hours ago. Shout out to you. Thank you for that. We got our brother here. It is MC Hamster. One of the biggest societal icks is livable wages. What kind of life are we talking about? Minimum wage means a minimum life. Bossed up. We should have minimum wages. All right. People don't have. People think small, and you can't help them. Jay says, coach, it's kind of confusing because we were told women are having their way in dating, at least on dating apps and social media such as Instagram, where they flexing and bragging. Guys, you got to understand. Men are mostly saying women are having their way. Now, women will say, I can get males' attention. All men want to fuck me. All men are interested. I have options. Then you'll see them pivot later on because those options aren't really options. All right, but they certainly get their attention and they get nutted in. In GN, all social programs should be paid for directly via tax bonds. Brought by the citizens. This is how wars were paid for before 19 and 13. Dead to the feds. I don't think that's coming back. Dr. Beto says, I missed your pearls yesterday as to what the number one predictor of and warning signs of a woman becoming violent. Thanks in advance for repeating it here. It is spiritual. If the woman says she's spiritual, violence is coming next. That's the number one. All right. She says she's into spirituality. She's going to turn violent. All right, 100%. There's no other way about it. Eventually, you're going to push the wrong button, and then she's going to go crazy. Cuckoo. She's going to crash out. So she's into spirituality. This is a whore that's going to turn violent at some particular point. All right, there's no doubts about it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no exception to the rule. If she's into spirituality, this is a succubi. All right, this woman is going to turn violent. All right, because she's a whore. Now, I'm not against whores. All right, I like hoes. You know what I mean?
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time, and I know that you like hoes.
Wow. Well, now, wait a minute. YouTube guy says, Coach, you're the Kai Cenat for older men. Shout out to you, man. I appreciate that, man. I actually try to help these older men. Mr. C. Shaw says, since women are the real ones with rosters, you just got to be the best free agent. Play your position. I'm not here to be her MVP or starter, but I'm coming off the bench to close out the game. This is a fact. All right, you guys have to realize most of your bad situations with women is when you tried to be her MVP. Right? And she kind of was reluctantly wanting it. Or she might have pushed herself on her and then you tried to be her MVP and then she went back to her freedom. She was like, oh, unhand me, you creep. You're controlling me too much. Much of the men that do well with women, keep them and let them play their position. Okay, just play the position that she nominated you for, especially if you're getting something from her. Ice King says America, just like Rome, will crumble at the hands of women. Gentlemen, bossing up is the only option. It's the only option. The only option. All right.
Better boss up, nigga.
Black women don't belong to you. Give it up, bruh. Give it up. You guys trying to make black women your women and correct them, and it's over, man. It's over. Age of Machine says the video of that wife coming home is an example of an unchecked female entitlement that manifests at every level of relationships. They think they can define love in relationships as well as they think they can define relationships at any time. We got Stephen K says, hey, coach, that hit piece you did on Kaylee yesterday, she won $1 million on NBC game show and has 300,000 followers. She'll make you wear a suit. Okay, wow. She won $1 million. Is that the OnlyFans girl? Which one? I can't remember. Ice King, shout out to you right there. Tranisha's looking me up on the app. Shout out to Tranisha. Hey man, live a good life, guys. Live a good life, because man, your past will follow you. By the way, I thought your past didn't matter, ladies. Ladies, I thought your past didn't matter. All right, but now all of a sudden, all these men's past matter. All right, you tell you, man, they not playing the game fair. Callie West says, I love that clip where Carlos said, homelessness is not our problem, but BET blocked my video 2 days ago, edited before they blocked the live stream. Yep, I knew that was going to happen. BET does block my stream, so if my stream doesn't play back, I'm going to have to edit that clip out. All right, DGC, more mucho respect. Potter, CGA. Coach, keep the pressure on the Gumps and the Mitches. The math petitions are not in favor of men getting pure women. Alternatively, the math doesn't support women getting rich men with the 6'6s either. Majority of the planet is average. Boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
That's true. That's true. So the math is not in her favor. The math is not in our favor. Jude says, that's all I got right now. Enjoy, Coach. Shout out to you. I appreciate the support. The Bullyfish story says, Twilight is a great analogy of today, Coach. Wise men say. Wise men say. I believe. Ice King says, Coach, I get that you hold your show to a higher standard, bro. One mistake doesn't wash over. You still have the best show ever without a crew behind you. Nothing wrong with admitting such a small mistake. Still appreciate you for what you do. Pause, no rainbow. Shout out to you right there. That's a co-sponsorship. We got a couple more.
I'm rich, bitch.
NGN says, people forget humans are animals that need to be conditioned to act right. All animals don't learn how to act unless pain stops them, aka might make them and decide right. Sky Daddy and Moral Mitches, be quiet. Nature doesn't care about your opinions or feelings. Nature is cruel. Shout out to Leo K, Firestream Coach. Happy Friday. Coach sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right, shout out to Dennis S is in the building. A lot of niggy talking today, but I got to show some love for the epic rant. Please clip that up. Brown through Renault, shout out to the Locals gang. I know y'all love hoes. NGN Coach Riffs is the show. Screw the main topic. Western society weaken men, yet Tradcons want Gen Z men to fix their mistakes. Gen Z men are only saving themselves. And the NWO ops, aka the female viewers in the chat looking up CGA's file. Send it. Okay. Uh-oh. Too late. It's okay. All right. Shout out to our brother. Napoli says, a lot of the hyenas have the audacity to say that if a dude sues them for defamation, that it'll never hold water. The delusion. And lawsuits are not cheap. Blue Baggin says, grandma on dating apps be like, I'm looking to make a genuine connection with someone who shares my interest and passion and meets that energy that I give. He said, bitch, what? I'm headed to the JUCO. Old broads are funny on dating apps. Can you explain why religion makes religious men try to preach masculinity and leadership when their belief system and identity is based on servitude, especially to something that they can't prove exists? It seems hypocritical and ironic. Religious men are just basically trying to keep their religion alive. All right. So they're saying they're the definition of real men. That's a complete flip. Mr. O with the info, just paying tithes and courtesy of American Douchebag Productions, LLC. By the way of the free agent lifestyle, salute to you and the rest of the chat. Blue Baggett says, guaranteed the male version of T is is on the way. Too much excitement to not do so. It's going to do really well and bitches are going to crash out. I don't think men are going to tell. I don't think men are going to tell on women. I mean, just looking at how men treat women, men are not going to tell on women. I don't think so. Like if you have right now, let's say a woman expose you. You're not going to tell on her. You're not going to tell on her because you're going to tell on yourself. I don't think men are going to tell on women. I mean, I got a lot of videos of women that I could put on the internet. I wouldn't do it. I don't think men are going to tell. He said they had a male version that was taken down. They have a male version here. I don't think that's men's strong suit to be like, man, this bitch did this and she did that. I don't think so. And what guys are going to, again, we have a majority of men that aren't even getting relationships, right? But I mean, when we talk about our ex-wives, nobody cares. Like say you had an ex-wife and she did you dirty and you posted it on the app. She did this and she did that and she cheated on me. I don't think men are going to tell. I don't even think men have the time or interest to tell. And then, yeah, women might say they're going to sue. I just don't think men are going to just snitch on some hoes. All right, they're not. It takes a lot for men to really dog out a woman. All right, and you want to dog the bitch out, but it's hard to even do that. So I don't think there's, anyway. Shout out to Lameek, says, fire effing stream, coach. He says, safe travels and what's up for the weekend, my nigga. He says, shout out to you and the coach gang. Coach, send us out with the OG intro. Which one? All right, maybe I can figure that out. The live stream intro? Maybe we'll do that. All right, I think I got everybody. So that means get your cardio in. Make sure you take care of yourself. Make sure you always have bail money. Travel lightly. Take care of yourselves. Protect your energy and all of that stuff. Wear your condoms. Pull out whatever you need to do. And if you with skeezers and hoes, wrap it up. And I would say don't wife them up. Don't fall for the bullshit and the okie doke. Shout out to the coach gang. Subscribe to my channels. Hit the replay. And all of that in the bag of chips away. We'll try to see if we can get the older intro playing after this premium intro. I appreciate y'all and love y'all for the support. Money Mindset, Sunday night. Locals, I think it's this week. Locals is going to be both Sunday as well, but I'm going to be in another country. Shout out to the coach gang. We out of here. Peace.
Boss up, nigga.